This is Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily with Andrew Hustler Paterson and Michael Remis.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome to a special extended edition of Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily for the 2025 NHL trade deadline. Andrew Paterson with you, along with Michael Remis. Connor Hrabchak is with us as well. We'll have a number of guests pop on and join us throughout the day as we count down to 2 o'clock to see what the Winnipeg Jets and the rest of the National Hockey League does in advance of the trade freeze in the league for the season. There's already been some big deals, and the Winnipeg Jet fan base got a collective kick in the nuts late last night when we saw Brock Nelson, who certainly would have been right at the top of the Jets wish list, go to, of all teams, the Colorado Avalanche. We'll discuss that trade. It sounds like it's not official right now, but rumors percolating that Dylan Cousins is on his way to the Ottawa Senators in return for Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker. We'll wait to find out if that is confirmed, as well as take you through all the deals throughout the day. We'll go till our usual time from around 3 p.m. as any final deals trickle across, and then get ready for the weekend, as we normally do with the marble race and some fun with everybody in the chat. But it has been quiet for the Winnipeg Jets up until now. We've got just under 3 hours until the trade deadline, and certainly we'll focus on everything from a Jets perspective, but take a look at everything happening around the league as well. The latest on Mikko Rantanen, which has been quite a soap opera. We'll touch on that and so much more. As I said, this is going to be a free-flowing show and a little longer than, well, probably twice as long as normal with the 11 a.m. start. But it's always been a fun show to sort of live stream the entire thing and get instant reaction. We'll have Mike McIntyre and Ken Wiebe jump on with us. Brandon Rewucki is going to come up at the bottom of the hour. We'll get his thoughts and have some other guests pop on intermittently throughout the show. But myself, Michael, and Connor will be with you throughout the day, right up until the gun, and afterwards with all the breaking news around the National Hockey League, with a focus on your Winnipeg Jets, who did break that slump last night with a 4-1 win. We'll get to that in a couple of minutes as well. And we can't forget, there is a hockey game tonight. The Jets are in New Jersey to take on the Devils. Connor Hrabchak will be back in the net tonight after Eric Comrie had a really strong game last night in the Jets' 4-1 win in Philly. Listen, just before we bring in the fellas, a huge thanks to the sponsors that make Winnipeg Sports Talk happen each and every day. Our friends at CoolBet Canada. Don't forget, Sunday night is the next edition of the Lock Shop Winnipeg Sports Talk Edmonton Sports Talk Poker Series. We'll be doing another tourney at 8 p.m. Winnipeg time after the Jets-Carolina game. You can get the kids to bed and then join us. Been great. So much fun for our first 6 events so far. So if you haven't joined us, mark it down. What you're going to want to do is head over to CoolBet, just click on poker, download the poker app, and then when you go into tournaments, there's a little magnifying glass, search lock. The Lock Shop Poker Series is what you're looking for on Sunday. Get in on that, and we will see you on Sunday night. Also want to thank Princess Auto, Canadian Club, Rollies Transfer, St. Vital Dental, Manitoba Battery, fansfirst.ca, Princess Auto, Wallace & Wallace, F Apparel, Royal Sports, Boston Pizza, Aikens Lake Wilderness Lodge, and of course, Winnipeg's favorite local brewery, Little Brown Jug. We were at Boston Pizza Grant Park last night watching the game with some of the IC crew. We will have a Winnipeg Sports Talk watch party coming up in 2 weeks on the 20th against the Edmonton Oilers, an 8 p.m. game, and we're going to be doing it out at the Boston Pizza Garden City, where our friends at Little Brown Jug are going to be on taps there as well, as I think more and more people are trying to focus, support, and buy local. Not many more delicious ways to support local than Little Brown Jug. So mark that down as well. The 20th of March, Boston Pizza, Garden City. Join us for what should be a real fun night. We'll have some fun games, prizes, and hopefully a big win over the Edmonton Oilers. And one other thing before I bring in the fellas, it is Jets Devils tonight. 3 weeks today, on March 28th, is our final Winnipeg Sports Talk game of the month against these same New Jersey Devils. Tickets are available right now. We sold out the first allotment. We've had more added, but get them if you want to join us in 316 as we try and go 6-0 with the group for the season. WinnipegJets.com/WST is where you'll find those tickets, and all those tickets include a beverage of your choice as well, which will be given to you through the Jets 360 app. All right, lots to get to. Welcome to everyone that's with us a little early. Shout out to all of you that have your notifications turned on. Let's welcome in Michael Remis and Connor Hrabchak. The boys are all here today. Jacob Stoller is going to join us a little later on today as well to break it all down. Guys, a nice win last night, which people celebrated for about half an hour, and then we got the news that Brock Nelson was going to the Colorado Avalanche of all teams. Remo, I guess obviously we were hoping to maybe start this sucker off in a little different way. Happy about the win, very important about the win. Frankly, thank God that they won. Dallas won last night, and we're looking at the way that this division is shaping up, realizing that finishing first is pretty damn important because the second and third place teams playing in the first round, there's going to be, as always is, a great team that's out. And the Avalanche look a heck of a lot better today than they did yesterday.
Yeah, had to feel good about the win yesterday, Huss. The power play looking very strong, and I think they had looked pretty solid, just couldn't find the back of the net, and you got some secondary scoring as well. Great passing play with the Lowry finishing it off, to Appleton there on the zone entry. Nikolai Ehlers putting it in front, but how about Mark Scheifele, first star of the night, 1 goal, 2 assists. And we talked about needing to get Eric Comrie some goal support, and there it was with the 4 goals for Comrie. So, getting revenge on the loss from last game. They scored more goals last game than like the 3 previous ones combined, or just as many, I believe. But it was nice to see the Jets get back on track. They look to do it again against New Jersey. Maybe a little overshadowed by the deadline. I was watching the DNVR stream on YouTube. Like Cale Makar had 6 points.
Yeah, 2 and 4.
Setting a record for Avalanche defensemen, tying a franchise record for points in a game. And they didn't even care. They were giving first star of the game to Brock Nelson and GM Chris McFarland. So the trade deadline certainly overshadowing any games on the ice in many markets.
Yeah, Connor, good to see you last night. As they say, the euphoria over the win and the excitement for tomorrow muted a little bit not too long after the final buzzer yesterday.
Yeah, it was fun at BP last night. I was on the Illegal Curve post-game show. Thanks for everyone who joined us there. And we spent the first 30 minutes of the post-game show talking about how good of a fit Brock Nelson would be for the Winnipeg Jets. And then I got home and saw the notification that the Colorado Avalanche were trading. And of course, it just had to be in the division, right? I mean, you guys have talked at length about how good of a fit Nelson would have been and top second line center on the market and what it would have taken to acquire him. And of course, the Colorado Avalanche, the team that bounced the Jets last year, pounced. But yeah, last night's game was a good one for Winnipeg. A strong offensive showing, which has been rare as of late. The power play, we saw them keep them in the game against the Islanders that they ended up losing with the 2 power play goals. And then they jumped right on Philly last night, going up 2-0 in the first period and never looked back. And I thought Eric Comrie was great. He now has a .914 save percentage this season. So he's really, really providing some solid starts as the backup and some much needed relief for Connor Hrabchak, who in his chase of the Hart Trophy and the Vezina needs a few nights off now and then.
Yeah, listen, I mean, we're going to really focus in on everything happening around the league, and it's been a kind of a quieter morning. We're going to have to get into this Rantanen situation as well, which is just absolutely wild. But we may as well take this opportunity while we've got a couple minutes to sort of dive in last night, and I'll kind of pick up where you left off. I mean, not only, Connor, were we looking for a big bounce-back performance by the top line, who had one of their least productive games of the season against the Islanders last week. Eric Comrie, as you mentioned, was just great. Now, listen, the Jets played really well in front of him. I mean, At one point, I think the Philadelphia Flyers, well into the second period, had around 12 shots. And at that point, then just sort of tried to get a few more on. But early on, a few goal-most scrambles. I mean, bottom line was Comrie was really solid. It was too bad that he lost the shutout with, 2.5 minutes left. But this was a game that the Jets came out, much like they did against the Islanders, had a really good start. The difference was they were able to get a goal with Mark Scheifele early on. And I think that was what this team needed. And then, I mean, Remis, one of the, it was funny. What was it, 3 shows ago, where we were talking about what's happened to the Jets power play? The power play is all caps back 4 for 4 in their last 4 opportunities, going back up in the standings. I should check this out right now. They didn't have it updated last night after it all. But we know how important this world-class power play is to the Winnipeg Jets' success so far. And lo and behold, they're back up to 32%. A nice 3.5-point cushion over the next best team in the league. But between the top line showing up, some great goaltending, and a power play that looked like it had all year long, the Jets were clearly the better team last night. And as I mentioned, with what's happening with Dallas seemingly winning every night, they've got to keep winning games after a little bit of an off week.
Yeah, if anything, Huss, whatever happened last night or didn't happen when it comes to this Rantanen to Dallas trade shows that, hey, other teams are looking to improve. And if you want to stay away from Colorado in the first round, which we had a good look at last year, it's even more important for the Winnipeg Jets to hang on to the Central Division, secure the banner, and get a favorable first-round matchup. Get a matchup where you have home ice advantage, where the Jets are 23-5-4 this year. So, very, very, very important. Colorado, amazingly enough, now in the first wild card, Minnesota has made a couple deals. Their thirds will be Minnesota, Dallas, if the season ended, but there's a little less than 20 games left of the season. And, teams around getting better. Edmonton getting Wallman. Minnesota's made a couple deals. Dallas, they made their big deal before. We're waiting to see if this Rantanen deal ends up happening. But every team getting better. We're going to wait and see what the Jets do. I know people want to react and jump to conclusions right away, but we've got this timer up there, Huss. We've got the timer at the top left, and I'm not going to have
on the timer.
Yeah, I'm not going to have my final thought until that timer. Well, probably an hour after it hits 0 is usually when everything's finalized. So, I did enjoy Mike McIntyre putting out the Ralph Wiggum meme last night. Jets fans reacting to Dallas and Colorado with Ralph sitting in the back of the bus saying, "I'm in danger." I don't know if the Jets are in danger, but, you see everyone else load up around you, and I know the Jets are in first place. Well, you're not in first place against, Colorado Avalanche team with Brock Nelson at second line center now.
Well, and Connor, I've been talking a lot for the last few weeks about just, with what the Jets have done and where they put themselves in the standings, how important it is to win the West and be first seed. And what goes with that is winning the Central. Never mind the West right now. Winning the Central became, I think, even more imperative last night. Now, we'll see how things shake out with the Dallas Stars because nothing's happened on Rantanen, and that's gone a number of different ways over the course of the last 12 hours. But the bottom line is, much like in the East, in the Atlantic Division, you're going to have two teams that could legitimately win the Stanley Cup, play each other in the first round of the playoffs in that 2-3 hole. I would be shocked if the Avalanche don't jump the Minnesota Wild and, get into that spot. And, then it's Winnipeg, Dallas. Hopefully Dallas playing each other, where one of these teams is going to have made major acquisitions and spent major draft capital and aren't going to be around for the second round of the playoffs. And that's part of the reason why it can be very risky to make these big deals right now. But at the same time, you have to, if you believe that you got a Stanley Cup contending team, you look around the league and see what everyone's done. It is an element of an arms race right now.
And I think it's worth noting that I think we can all agree that the New York Islanders did pretty well on the Brock Nelson deal, like getting Cal Ritchie a first huge haul. So the Avs, if they're unable to extend Brock Nelson, that's a hefty price for a rental. And yes, it's Brock Nelson, and we've talked a lot about it, but Yeah, and then if Dallas is able to get Rantanen, I mean, we've talked a lot about the drop-off between the 7th best team in the West and the 8th, whether it's Colorado or Minnesota in that 7 hole, and then the 8 is going to be Calgary or Vancouver. It's so important that the Jets get that 1 seed, not only in the Central, but in the West, like you said, Huss. And I don't know, I can reason with everyone today on the pressure, because you have a goaltender who's not only going to win his back-to-back Vezina and 3rd career Vezina, but is flirting with Hart Trophy contention. You have a power play that's flirting with the best power play percentage in NHL history. You have the inside track on the President's Trophy with 21 games remaining. You have $12 million in deadline cap space, and you have your first-round picks for the next 3 years. You have prospects to get deals done. Like, it's as this clock above us here winds down, it's more and more pressure, because you see other teams loading up, and the Jets are in a position, maybe the best they've ever been in, given the cap space and the picks and the way their team is playing. They're first in the NHL to buy and add to this group. So there's a lot of pressure in these last 2 hours and 41 minutes to make a move here. And I think the Jets will make a move. Like Remis said, I'm not going to have my final take until that buzzer, or maybe 30 minutes to 60 minutes after it are up. But the stars are aligned for the Winnipeg Jets this season, given the cap space and the picks and everything. So I think we're going to see a move, and I can't wait to see what it is.
Yeah. Now, just as far as the Nelson trade goes, I mean, anyone that's been listening to this program for this week, and frankly beforehand, knew that I had the big starry eyes for Brock Nelson as much as anyone. I mean, he would have been an absolutely perfect fit for the Winnipeg Jets. And I don't know whether we got maybe taken for a bit of a ride by a few people over the last couple days with what had been reported. Everyone knew that there was a great fit. Everyone knew the Jets had the cap space. Certainly, by all accounts, Winnipeg has been, aggressive and very clearly being involved in these talks. But, we were told yesterday that Brock Nelson would be fine with coming to Winnipeg. And we were even told that there might be a potential extension. And then this morning we heard that apparently he didn't want to come to Canada. Now, listen, I don't want to get too much into my thoughts on, the business and this time of year. It's very competitive. There's a lot of guys out there that are trying to make sure that they are heard. And it's just, listen, I think some of it is because they're respected voices, things get reported and we take them as facts when they are hunches or thoughts or beliefs. And, listen, that can rub fan bases wrong. And I think that's why a lot of Jet fans last night were like, wait a second, what? I mean, my theory last night was that they just loved the Cal Ritchie product and like that prospect and the first rounder and Shillington, who eventually was flipped, was just something that, was better than what the Jets were willing to part for. Knowing now that maybe the Jets weren't in it, I think it's even a better bit of business for Colorado or for the Islanders that they were able to get what they did from Colorado, maybe using Winnipeg as a bit of a I hope we don't turn into the Jays of the National Hockey League. That's just all I'll say on that. As far as that deal goes, though, and we can get into that. We will have a little bit of feedback from last night's game in a minute, but there's a bunch of things going down, so we can get into a few of these deals. But this is how it went down. Brock Nelson and William Dufour go to the Islanders. Go to the Colorado Avalanche from the Islanders. And Cal Ritchie, as Connor was mentioned, a prospect that has really, really blossomed and is thought to be, a legit NHL player in the very near future. Their first-round pick this year, a conditional third rounder, and Oliver Shillington. And then very quickly after that, Oliver Shillington was traded to the Ducks for future considerations. So that was the big deal last night. I mean, it was the first rounder. It was the top prospect. I mean, the return is not really a surprise. I mean, we all thought that was kind of what Brock Nelson was going to garner. And then right after that, we got the news about this Mikko Rantanen thing. And apparently the framework was in place for a Rantanen deal to the Dallas Stars. And at that point, you're thinking, oh my God, what is going on? Everyone in the Central is getting the top pieces. what will that mean for the Winnipeg Jets? Not so fast on that. They had not been able to reach a contract extension. And I guess this is now 3 teams that have said to Mikko Rantanen, no, we're not giving you $14 million. Here's a tweet from Darren Dreger. There's no deal between Dallas and Carolina for Rantanen. It appears Carolina may have to go back to the drawing board. Doesn't mean a deal extension with Dallas can't materialize, but it's not there as of now. And I did see somebody else say that, if 3 teams say they're not willing to give you $14 million, maybe you're not a $14 million player. I get it. This is the one time he's got a chance to have a ton of, negotiating power, but it just has not resulted in a deal yet. So wouldn't it all be sad to see Mikko Rantanen stay out in the East with the Carolina Hurricanes? But that's another thing that we'll be paying close attention to over the course of the day. Now, early this morning, Oilers made a deal. Got a nice ad on the blue line. Jake Wallman comes over from the San Jose Sharks. A conditional 2026 first rounder, and Carl Berglund goes to San Jose. So they continue to load up with more picks and more prospects. And then so far today, and these are official as of the TSN trade board, Anthony Beauvillier goes to the Capitals from the Pittsburgh Penguins. Kuzmenko, who went to Philadelphia, Andrei Kuzmenko, who went from Calgary to Philly earlier this year in the trade that brought Joel Farabee and Morgan Frost to Southern Alberta. He is now a member of the LA Kings. Kuzmenko and a 7th rounder in exchange for a 2027 3rd-round pick, and Philly's retaining 50% of Kuzmenko's salary. But here's the big one, and this one is now official. It's been talked about for the last half hour or so. It is now in, and we've been talking about centers. Dylan Cousins, a talented young center, under team control, goes from Buffalo to Ottawa, along with Dennis Gilbert and a 2026 2nd-round pick. For Jacob Bernard Docker on the blue line and Josh Norris. And, as we get back to the 3 box and I bring the guys back in here, this is a deal that, you would have loved to have had a player like Dylan Cousins. It never really thought that the Jets had a chance of truly being in on Dylan Cousins, because this was going to be a hockey trade. This was going to be a player-for-player trade. And, the Jets didn't have another 30-goal scorer at the center position to turn around and swap out. But that was it. So, listen, I think it's a great pickup for Ottawa. They do pay a price. You're essentially trading a center for center. Most of the deals on a day like today, you're talking about picks and prospects, and it's a little bit uneven as far as in the present. This one right now, certainly from Ottawa's perspective, Reem, the Sens feel make them better and more competitive right now. But Buffalo wasn't kicking the can down the road. They got another guy with term to come in. And, essentially this is, swapping a guy that was struggling for another guy that was, and hopefully they'll be better in their new homes.
Yeah, it's you look at these trades, and these are all names that we've said, okay, are they a fit for the Winnipeg Jets? You look at the Brock Nelson trade, and I agree with you. It seemed like Callum Ritchie's, some people say he's a top 20 prospect in the league. He's better than any prospect the Jets would have, and you throw in a first-round pick. This trade, 2 centers, Dylan Cousins, he had the long-term deal, hadn't really performed points-wise for Buffalo. And Josh Norris, it seemed like, he'd fallen out of favor with the new management team brought in. And they like the way, they're not scared off by, hey, he hasn't produced a ton of points. They like the way that Cousins plays, bit of a harder type player to play against. You can have him in as your second line center. And yeah, if you're going to make that type of trade, you're kind of trading another player on your side. So when I think we had talked about, okay, well, what would it take for the Jets, to trade for a guy like Cousins? Because Buffalo, they're still, even though they're not doing a good job of it, they are seemingly trying to win. Hassan, I think a player the Jets would have to trade with someone like Cole Perfetti. I think you said that would probably be the ask from Buffalo if you were to do that. So certainly an interesting trade. Ottawa wants Ottawa wants to get back into the playoffs. It's been rough. They have this new ownership, new management team, and that is the first deal. That was the big deal of today. The Nelson trade was last night around midnight. I sat down. I was like, what am I going to do tonight? I'm going to sit on my phone on the couch and just refresh, and maybe a trade will manifest. And we did have the Nelson trade. And then we had a possible Rantanen trade. And I was like, well, after an hour here, can I go to bed now, or is this trade getting done? And now still the deal's not done. But yeah, that was a big one. Big one today, the Cousins to Senators.
Just a quick update on the Rantanen story.
Okay,
just as we thought that was dead. Nick Kypreos, 1 minute ago.
Okay.
Hearing Dallas Stars and Canes have made significant strides on a trade for Rantanen. A deal now appears likely. There you have it from Kipper right now. And you know, it's funny when you look at Dallas, Connor. I mean, this is an excellent team with a lot of top-end talent. The one thing Dallas has done as well as any team in the NHL is absolutely kill the draft for the last number of years. And, you know, we've talked before about some players in Winnipeg that, you know, young players that were probably NHL ready that just weren't able to get their opportunity of where they could be in the lineup. That's been absolutely the case in Dallas. So they have some young players under team control that I think would be very attractive to a team like Carolina. But the bottom line is that the Central Division, if this happens, is going to be even more of a meat grinder. And I guess we kind of thought this was the case 12 hours ago. We're right back where we were last night with this latest report.
Well, sign me up for a Dallas, Colorado first round. If Mikko Rantanen goes to the Stars, like that would be must-see TV going up against his old team. And yeah, I mean, it's a nightmare for the Jets. Brock Nelson goes to Colorado. Mikko Rantanen potentially goes to the Stars. And I'm fascinated to see what the return is, because I don't think it would make sense for Carolina. Well, it wouldn't make sense for them to go futures. Like if Dallas is offering first-round picks and prospects, that wouldn't really make sense for their window. I know their good players are young, Seth Jarvis, Sebastian Aho, but I got to think a guy like Logan Stankovic is in this deal, coming from Dallas's side, which is like a young NHL-ready player that can contribute now to Carolina and maybe futures. So I'm really fascinated to see what this return is, and then obviously it's all contingent on whether or not Mikko Rantanen is going to sign long-term with the Dallas Stars. So if he goes to the Dallas Stars, you know that there's probably an 8-year deal worth $13.5 million, something in that range, waiting for him the second that the trade happens. Very similar to the Pierre-Luc Dubois deal that we all talk about and love here on this program, where he went to LA and immediately had a fresh new contract. So Mikko Rantanen, it was nice having 2.5 weeks, I guess, with him out of the Central Division, but it looks like he'll be right back in it and back for another 8 years.
All right, guys, hang tight. We'll bring you back in a minute, and maybe you can grab what we can from last night. We'll get to that after Brandon joins us, unless we've got more breaking news. I have a feeling this is going to be one of these things where it's all happening between 1 and 2 o'clock, and we're having similar conversations. But you never know. There has been some significant deals already. Let's bring in Brandon Rewucki, our first guest for today's extended trade deadline extravaganza. Brandon, we were just talking about how last night started off so well. Great win over the Flyers, all excited for trade deadline day. And then about in an hour, Brock Nelson, who everyone I think around here was hoping would end up coming to Winnipeg, is going somewhere, is going to the Colorado Avalanche in the division. And then to top it all off, apparently Mikko Rantanen may very well end up a Dallas Star. Quite a roller coaster for Winnipeg fans.
Yeah, a dominant 4-1 effort is the absolute worst case scenario for the Jets in that one. Man, that was rough. I mean, we'll see what the return's going to be on the Rantanen trade. Like, I guess there is that, but the harsh reality is even if Dallas gives up a lot, you're still getting, I mean, one of the premier wingers in hockey is probably his floor. But playoff-wise, his performances have been, up there with any winger in hockey over the last decade or so. The Nelson one almost feels like it hurts more, though, Huss. I don't like Rantanen, obviously a better player, more impactful than Nelson, but there was just maybe there was too much smoke about it. I don't know, but it just seemed like all the stars were aligning that the Jets were going to make the push, and the player wanted to be there. The ask was going to be acquiesced to, and it's just a matter of time at this point. And then the Avs do what the Avs do and swoop in out of nowhere. I will say this, at least the lone bright spot of that is I think Lou kind of fleeced Colorado. Like, that's a massive package to give up for who might just end up being a rental. And it might be slight consolation to Jets fans that I guess it depends what you think about their prospects, but like Callum Ritchie, there's a decent chance he'd be Winnipeg's best prospect. So there was never going to be a chance for them to beat that package.
Well, that was my read at the beginning of it, because I think we all knew the Jets were willing to do the first rounder plus, by all accounts. And if it came down to it, if they really think that Cal Ritchie is the best guy for them moving forward, sometimes you take that. What I think is, listen, it's kind of funny because it speaks to just so much stuff that comes out in advance of the trade deadline. Yesterday from numerous places, we heard that Brock Nelson would be fine with waiving his no trade to come to the Winnipeg Jets. Some speculated that an extension would be possible. And then we hear reported by some of the same places, some of the same individuals that he wouldn't waive to go to Canada.
Yeah.
And, I do wonder, especially after being in the Four Nations with everything that's going on, I actually do wonder whether some of the BS that's just happening around our current political climate had anything to do with that. I don't know. Maybe he'll speak to that at some point. Probably not. But the bottom line is, and we said this yesterday, Chevy was going to have a plan A, B, C, D, E. If he was plan A, they were on to plan B before we even got to midnight last night.
Yeah, and I wonder how many this is kind of the funny part about Deadline Huss is everybody clamoring for Chevy and company, make a move, make a move, make a move. Would people have been happy with the first and Braden Yeager for Brock Nelson?
Oh, I would have been, especially if it was a rental.
Well, right?
Listen, this is what happened. There's two scenarios there. You win the Stanley Cup, and everyone says, oh, that's amazing. And if not, I can't believe they did that at the trade deadline. And that's important to know. We could go back, and we've done this exercise before when we've had time, going back to the previous year's trade deadline and look to see some of the packages that teams give up, especially this year where it seems like it's such a seller's market. Like, make no mistake. Many of these deals that we're talking about today going, wow, I can't believe they got this guy, will not look as good on the 1st of July or next season when things happen. But again, it is part of the game. It's part of doing business. And it's incredibly competitive right now, Brandon, because of seemingly how wide open the National Hockey League is right now this season.
Well, and this is the tough part too, because like now Colorado and Dallas have made their monumental, more so Dallas, but like they both made massive moves here. I know GMs say, oh, we can't let other teams affect what we do decision-making wise. This might have to be one of those times that it does affect you because there's no guarantee that this is a group that can reach the levels that they're at right now for the next even, 1 to 2 seasons after this. So it's a tightrope to walk, man. There's no great answer. It does seem like there's just going to be one hell of a price to pay. It's just the market that you find yourselves in. Some years it's a buyer, some it's a sellers. This is maybe one of the better sellers markets we've ever seen at the trade deadline here. But I also would say maybe in a way, it might not be the worst thing in the world for the Jets to pivot to the back end as well. Like if there's nobody really truly available up front that's a needle mover for your team, you can't just force assets and force guys in the door to improve what you have up front if they're not capable of it. You know what I mean? Like you can overpay for a guy, but he is what he is. And if he's not a massive improvement over what you have on your team, then is it necessarily the right move? Whereas maybe with the defensemen that are being thrown out there and are available right now, maybe that leans a little bit back towards the buyers having a bit of a leg up there, and there could be a sneaky ad or two. But it's tough to say what's going to happen here because we've all been paralyzed with what's going to happen with Rantanen. That domino has now fallen, and I think number 2 is about to hit the fan in the next hour or so.
Interesting. Okay, so Elliott's reporting right now. Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars are closing in on an extension, 8 years, $12 million AAV. So for all the reported asks of 14 that probably weren't going to get it, this is a place that seemingly wants to play. the $12 million with the Dallas Stars. And again, this is part of the unequal balance of the entire National Hockey League, a place with no state tax. That $12 million in real take-home cash, probably like a $14 million contract in a lot of other places. And again, we'll see what comes back in this deal. I mean, Connor was just mentioning Logan Stankoven. I think he would potentially be a part of it. Maverick Bourque, we've heard the name Wyatt Johnson. Like, if you're Carolina and you've just gone through all this, the one thing, and I think Winnipeg's in sort of a similar situation, knowing that you're not quite the free agent destination. You've had a tough time, or at least Carolina has, in re-signing guys that you've acquired, like Rantanen. You want solid players that can come in and contribute, but that are also under team control. I don't think this helps Carolina's chances to win the Cup this year, but depending on the return, we could look back in a year when the narrative inevitably changes, going, wow, look at the job that Carolina did with originally Nakash, who didn't want to re-sign, then Rantanen, who didn't want to re-sign, and add to an already really good and pretty deep team.
Yeah, I mean, just on a surface level look at it, if it is Stankoven, Bourque, picks, and whatever else it might end up being, like that is I mean, that's an underwhelming return for a team that has designs on chasing a cup this year. There's also no guarantee that those players aren't then moved for other, like, so I would just like caution, like, wait until the deadline's officially over.
That's a great point.
And then we can discuss how stupid or smart Eric Tulsky. I mean, Eric Tulsky is a legitimate genius too. So like, I don't know. I would probably just play the waiting game a bit before making any declarative statements there. But I mean, the Hurricanes, though, you look at their bracket and they've got like almost a dream path to the Cup. You know what I mean? Like where the Devils have the Anthony Hamilton.
We have a trade to announce.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. Remis, let's get the breaking news in here. Excellent execution of the WST trade alert, by the way. That was perfect.
Yeah, to cut Brandon off there. The Winnipeg Jets acquire Luke Schenn, according to Darren Dreger. Waiting to hear details.
All right, Luke Schenn, a big veteran defenseman to come in on the blue line. This isn't a surprise, Brandon, in that he, of course, was acquired by the Pittsburgh Penguins 2 nights ago. And I'd said on the show, I mean, the way I read this trade was that Nashville likes Bunting and thinks that he can be a guy that can help them win next year. He's under contract. Coming back the other way was 2 players, Tommy Novak and Luke Schenn, to Pittsburgh. I see Novak as a guy that I think Pittsburgh likes. He's still 28 years old. I mean, has the potential to turn into a contributing NHL player for Pittsburgh. I would think that he stays with them and he's the player that they move forward with, sort of Bunting for Novak, and then the Schenn would be flipped. He has been flipped, and now he's coming to the Winnipeg Jets. I just thought on the fit of Schenn, what he brings and what the Jets have needed on the blue line.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as just a stylistic fit goes, it's basically ideal for what Winnipeg was looking for, right? Like you get bigger, more physical, nastier, all the adjectives that people love to throw around once April comes to the table. That's what Luke Schenn brings to the table for sure. But he can also play. Like, you know, it's not just getting size for the sake of size. He's been a really good complementary partner in the past for, I mean, Quinn Hughes, although that was a few years ago, but he's played well in Toronto with Morgan Riley. So I'm intrigued to see if this is, I mean, I would imagine, just kind of thinking this out loud as it happens, that this is a move to stabilize your third pair. We'll see what happens as far as who goes to their offside. Luke Schenn is a right-hand shot. If it's going to be Shen Miller, if the Jets have something else in mind there. But kind of just initially, my thought would be that Schenn is a great fill-in on your third pair and an improvement on what you have. And then maybe late in games protecting a lead, he can swap spots with Dylan DeMello and play up with Josh Morrissey as more of a, not necessarily a defensive improvement because DeMello's there, but you just bring a little more size and physicality to the table in the last couple minutes of a tight playoff game there. So we'll see what the return is. I like Luke Schenn. He's had a pretty fascinating like late career renaissance.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I'm down with it. I'm okay. I imagine it's like a second round pick if that's the case. If that's the case, no issues for me for sure on that.
Well, as I said, we'll await on the return. By the way, we're pushing 800 in the chat right now for this early start. Obviously, a lot of new people finding us right now. Great to have you with us here on Winnipeg Sports Talk. Oh my God, look at this. Murata Tesh saying the Jets may be close on a depth forward. Could be Brandon Tanev trying to confirm. Wouldn't that be something to see Tanev coming back? If you haven't already, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We are live here Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. Central, with all things NHL, focusing on the Winnipeg Jets in the Central Division. But lots of fun. Great to see so many new faces here. Subscribe and hang with us. We're going to be here right through the deadline today. And hey, thanks to our guy Joey Panks for the super chat in it. All right, well, we'll monitor the return for Schenn. We will look to see if Brandon Tanev could be coming back to the Winnipeg Jets. But here's what I wanted to ask you, Brandon. Knowing that Brock Nelson is off the board. Oh, we're seeing a second and a fourth for Luke Schenn right now. So listen, some good bit of business for Kyle Dubas. Obviously, this was a guy that the Winnipeg Jets were wanting to get in and willing to pay the price to get Luke Schenn in to bolster the Winnipeg Jet blue line. But I want to go back to the front to forward. You know, we've seen Perfetti and Ehlers and the Mets have a lot of chances lately. You know, there's a comment from Arneal, which we'll get to in a little bit, that they're having a tough time. You know, just kind of capitalizing on it. But again, we've spoken for so long about this number 2C. Brock Nelson would have been perfect. Well, guess what? He's now on one of your biggest rivals. You know, when I think about Scott Laughton and some of the other guys out there, like, I'm not sure how much of an improvement they are over what Vlad has done right now. That being said, when I think of the depth, like, if you want to win the Stanley Cup, you have to be ready for somebody to get hurt, somebody to move out. And I mean, when you look at that top six, like beyond Adam Lowry, I know you've got Kapari and you've got David Gustafsson that's able to play. Well, Kapari was out last night. He's in protocol. Gus was in there. Very serviceable on the fourth line. How important do you think it is to get someone that can come in and add, and maybe not necessarily slide right in there, but be a player that could play elsewhere in the lineup, can help the team, and if they need it, sort of in case of emergency, break glass to be able to play at center? And of the guys that are still out there, who do you think might be a fit if you do think they still need to make a move like that?
I mean, I agree. Ideally, it would have been nice, but like you said, I'm kind of aligned with you. You can't force guys to fill a role that they're not capable of, right? Like, you can give up a first round pick for a Scott Laughton and maybe more. That doesn't make him a competent second line center because you paid a similar price to what other teams have done in years past. I'm almost now at the point where it's like, do you maybe pivot to just trying to strengthen yourselves on the wings a little bit? I mean, Brandon Tanev's a beauty. His game, like, I mean, as far as bottom sixers go, you love everything he brings to the table. I just feel like the Jets have more than enough guys that can fill out in the bottom six, that I don't know if that's where I would be leaning towards trying to find some additional reinforcements to come in. A guy that is kind of quietly still out there but hasn't seemingly drawn a ton of interest. I maybe might check in with Vancouver on Brock Besser, right? Because at least that would give you a different element in terms of your forward group, and you would add a little more size, a shot first forward, which with all the skill on this team, sometimes overpassing can be one of their detriments, right? You just add a different dynamic to your forward group. Like, I wonder if maybe, again, if you can find the perfect fit down the middle, maybe having a guy like that come in on the wing to supplement yourself on the flanks is the best way to go about it. And I mean, maybe you do the old internal addition where we go back to Adam Lowry as second line center, because that looked pretty good with Nikolai Ehlers with him for a handful of games there. So it's definitely less than ideal circumstances, but you have to, like you said, plan B, plan C, plan D. I'd look maybe elsewhere to try to supplement this forward group if the fit down the middle isn't there.
I'm interested to see if Donato might be a player that the Jets might make something happen. I mean, just simply from production-wise, I mean, if you want someone that can come in, I mean, I think he's 6 feet. He's not a particularly big guy. That was what was so attractive about Nelson. He also came in and would have just changed that line with the 6'4" frame and what he's able to do playing both ways. And again, the other part of it, I mean, we talk about everyone that's on the trade board. We all remember Paul Stastny. He wasn't on anyone's trade board, and you do wonder if maybe there is something cooking that might be a little bit off the radar, potentially with term. But again, what the cost would be to get that, I guess we'll see. Just quickly on Schenn, for those of you that wanted the Jets to get bigger and meaner on the blue line, you should be happy with this one. He's third in the National Hockey League in hits this year, and he does have another year on his deal, Brandon. I don't know why I was operating thinking that he was a pending UFA. You're actually getting him for this season and one more. And you mentioned with the renaissance that he's had in his career. I mean, playing in that bottom six, potentially even doing some shifts with a guy like Josh Morrissey could be a real fit that kind of does have that trickle down of the blue line that we'd been talking about, probably a need for Winnipeg.
Yeah, and like you said there, or I mean, Chevy alluded to this actually earlier on TSN, but like injuries are just a harsh reality of the postseason. And now you're much more better situated if somebody on the right side were to go down. I mean, really, if anybody went down, at least you've given yourself a little bit more wiggle room to work with here. So the price, I mean, look, that's well, once Brian Dumoulin went for a second round pick, Luke Schenn wasn't really going to go for much less than that, right? So at the very least, you keep your first round pick to potentially lure any other potential candidates out there. And actually, speaking of forgetting things, I think really a perfect addition to this team as well if he's truly available for a semi-reasonable price. But I mean, you already did one deal with Nashville. I mean, maybe Ryan O'Reilly's the next piece to come over there.
Well, so, I mean, listen, we talked about Ryan O'Reilly. I mean, right there with Brock Nelson is a perfect fit. Now, I mean, O'Reilly doesn't have trade protection, but Barry Trotz has said they're going to treat it as if he does. Now, with term left on his deal, he went there and signed with Nashville, wanting to be there. Kind of surprised that he didn't get trade protection, to be honest. Everyone else in the damn league seems to have it. I'm just not sure that he would be in.
We have a trade to announce.
Yeah, sorry. Here's the trade. Darren Dreger reporting on X here. Brandon Tanev to the Jets for a second in 2027.
2027. So the second rounders are going. I presume the Luke Schenn is a 2026 second rounder because the 2025 second rounder was traded last year for Tyler Toffoli. But Brandon Tanev coming back. I mean, this is a guy that was an incredibly popular player. And really kind of became an NHLer here and was so good at the end of his time here that he earned that 7-year deal with the Pittsburgh Penguins. We're talking about tenacity, speed, the ability to kill penalties, all those things. Obviously not the 2C that many people are looking for, but a guy that'll come in and I mean, listen, we remember what he was like in the playoffs. He is a pain in the ass to play against, and certainly very familiar with Winnipeg. Just quick thoughts on that now that it's official.
I mean, I like the player. I don't know if I like the fit with the team, right? The same way, like I would say the same thing if Scott Laughton was moved to Winnipeg, where it's like, I think Laughton makes sense in Toronto. I don't think he makes sense in Winnipeg with the price they're asking for. He's a good player. Yeah, like there's no denying that. The Jets didn't give up a ton to get him. Like I guess it's just more so, I feel like the Jets up front, at least, it was more high-end quality over quantity. You know what I mean? Like you said, there's somebody to fill in at 2C, somebody maybe even to potentially take the spot of Cole Perfetti if he is unable to maintain the level in the postseason that he has for the Jets over the past couple of weeks. So I think it's fine. That's probably what I would say. It's not a glowing endorsement for me necessarily, but like Tanev's going to make an impact in the playoffs. No doubt about that. I'm kind of intrigued now to see what the lineup's going to be, just because they've been so adamant on, if Lowry's on the third line, Niederreiter and Appleton beside him. This completely rejigs your body.
Tanev very much an option on that third line right now. I mean, they played together for many years before, and it would be interesting. Listen, I know you've got a busy day, lots of plans coming up, so we appreciate you joining us a little earlier. This is going to be an interesting trade deadline for you. I hope. I hope everything goes well.
Yeah, it'll be really unique. We'll see how that goes. No more deadline acquisitions coming my way, I guess. We'll say that. But thanks for having me on. I'm glad I could set the bar low as the first guest here, and it's onwards and upwards for you guys the rest of the day.
Say hi to Dr. J for us, buddy. Have a good one. All the best.
I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Brandon Rewucki. You can check out Skates and Plates on the weekend. I know he'll have more coming out of the deadline. All right, let's get the fellas back in. I've been talking to Brandon. Let's hear what Remis and Connor have to say. Connor, Remo, are you there?
I'm here. I think I'll tell Connor to come back in.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. So yeah, just over the course of 15 minutes with Brandon, we saw a couple deals come in. Certainly Luke Schenn, I think, is going to be a popular addition. He certainly did fit what the Winnipeg Jets seem to have been looking for all season long. And certainly when you look at the prototype of Stanley Cup champion teams, they've got some big dudes that can handle the rough stuff on the blue line. He is that guy. And I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised that Schenn Tanev is coming back. I knew that he was available. I knew they certainly really liked him. Not sure that was the real need for it. But I will say as a Jet fan, I'm looking forward to seeing him back in the lineup. And tell you what, that Lowry line with Tanev, the Lowry line's already been so great. If Tanev does end up being there, likely with Niederreiter, that's a line that I think can, be very effective come playoff time.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Brandon. Like, where's Tanev fitting in? Is you going with Niederreiter, Lowry, Tanev, line 3, and Appleton gets bumped to line 4? And who's the odd man out? Is it Barron moved down? Gustafson, he's center right now with Kupari and concussion protocol. I guess it just gives you an extra forward for sure. If someone gets hurt, the guy before who they called up was Chibrikov. He's injured, so you can never have too much depth. They're always thinking, okay, what happens if this guy gets hurt in the playoffs? What happens if this guy? They didn't have, I guess they didn't really have, an NHL caliber player left over. They have called up Tornado, for a couple of games as well. So Brandon Tanev, a guy familiar with the organization, he is a UFA. That's a 2027 second. TSN does have their trade tracker up here, so they have the picks for the Schenn deal, a 2026 second and a 2027 fourth. So we're into trading picks. You got 2 picks now in 2027 just traded away. Do the Jets look to trade now their first round pick this year? Scott Lawton, he just got traded to Toronto. They have TBD as the return there on the TSN trade tracker, which I have on the screen here. I'm curious if, you're making a trade. I didn't see Jets first round pick on any insider trade boards this year. They did trade it last year and didn't have the pick. That was in the Monahan. So we'll have to see if they're not done. I don't know what more to expect. Do they look to reunite the brothers in Winnipeg? Braden was in trade talks for a while.
It's funny that you say that. It's funny that you say that, Reem. Because, and again, we're talking about the 2C position. There had been a lot of smoke in the last couple weeks about the Schenns being traded to the same team.
Yes.
And I don't know where that was coming from, but chances are it was from their agents. Now, the St. Louis Blues have put themselves into a situation where they are very much in the hunt for a playoff spot. Like as we go, I'll pull this up right now. With what they've done coming out of the break, they find themselves I'll pull up wild card here. Whoops. They find themselves only 2 points back of the Calgary Flames for that final wild card spot, although the Flames do have a game in hand. And the Vancouver Canucks are 1 point up on St. Louis with 2 games in hand. The Utah HC, 1 point back of St. Louis with a game in hand. They had a big win in Detroit last night. So we're basically talking about a 4-horse race for that final playoff spot. But this is a pretty similar scenario, I think, to the Stastny trade. When you think about 2018, I mean, it wasn't like St. Louis was 10 points out of a playoff spot and an obvious seller. They weren't. So now that you bring that up, and we're talking about the 2C position and the fact that the Jets still have their first round pick and they still have they've still, got the prospects that have not been moved in any deals. I am going to be paying close attention to seeing what happens out of St. Louis, because I don't think it's out of the question that if Doug Armstrong feels that he is in a spot that can get value for Brayden Schenn, they might do that. And they might try to do it right for him to get him to a spot to play with his brother. We showed that picture of the two of them back, I think, in Weyburn or on some young Saskatchewan minor hockey team where Luke had the head of about a 20-year-old at age 8, and Brayden a little younger. And listen, Schenn's also a guy that comes in with term. He's got, I believe, 3 years left on his contract. So the fact that Luke Schenn is now a Winnipeg Jet, and we think about all that the Schenn brothers were maybe hoping to be traded to a place to play together. I think now that, Lawton has gone to the Leafs and Brock Nelson is gone, and not that I think it was realistic, but you've seen the Norris and Cousins swap. This could be a point where Doug Armstrong thinks, you know what, I can get great value for this, where the direction of our hockey club right now to get younger, maybe it makes sense for the St. Louis Blues to do that. So we can start a Brayden Schenn watch for the next 2 hours. It certainly won't go on weeks like some of the other watches have been on the program, but be interesting to see whether he can move and whether the Jets do add to the 2C position. But as of right now, 2 deals in quick order. Luke Schenn coming in to shore up the Jet blue line, and old pal Brandon Tanev back with the Jets for the first time since the 2018 playoff run, where he earned himself that massive 7-year deal with the Pittsburgh Penguins that's expiring at the end of the year.
Yeah, Schenn, he's got 1 more year on his contract, so I'm curious what that means for the Winnipeg Jets defense next year. So we know Neil Pionk is he's a UFA after this year. Murat reported earlier in the week that they were working on an extension. We haven't heard anything more than that. And, I mean, they have Morrissey, DeMello, Schenn, Colin Miller next year, Sandberg and RFA, Stanley under contract, and Ville Heinola as well under contract. So I'm curious what that means for next year. Someone who's going to be the extra, does it give them time to say, Neil Pionk, we don't need to re-sign you right away, as much as, he's been a great fit in the locker room with the team, and he's been a nice partner for Dylan Sandberg. So I don't know what this Schenn acquisition means for the lineup. I'm very curious to see. I haven't heard if either of these guys are going to be in the lineup tonight. Like Schenn, he was on Pittsburgh. Like they're in New Jersey, so that's not.
Yeah, Tanev's presumably Tanev's in Seattle. I think we can safely rule that out.
Well, Seattle was in Nashville last night.
Oh, okay, and he was held out of the game.
And he was held out, so I'm assuming no. I'm assuming no, just because it's a quick turnaround. But look, we got 2 hours left until the deadline. We've got to talk about something here, and I'm happy to speculate where they would play in the lineup.
Oh man, the chat is going off right now. Is not surprising.
Put out some polls here on what they think of the trade.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's get to a little fan feedback from fansfirst.ca while we have all this. The chat is going crazy. Of course, fan feedback brought to you by fansfirst.ca, your number one spot for buying and selling Winnipeg tickets on the resale market with no fees. What you see is what you pay, and certainly the best place for selling seats, as well as you'll get paid the very next business day after the game, and great customer service as well. Check out the site at fansfirst.ca. We've got, a lot of comments about Brandon's visit. Yes, he's got a big day later on. We see Schickster popping in. Yes, Tana with another Jets photo shoot with Ehlers retwist. some talk about the prospects that are available potentially to go the other way. Whether it's Colby Barlow, and even, might we see what the value of Ville Heinola is today, going somewhere else and maybe getting a pick or two back if there's one available for him, based on the prices that have paid so far. Dom Zappia says the Jets become grittier, especially if they acquire Braden. Give us your thoughts on what you'd be willing to give up for Braden Schenn, if that may be potentially on the table, or if Chevy can find a way to grind it out. I mean, certainly a guy like that probably has trade protection could look at the opportunity here and see a team that is on the top of the league and now has acquired his brother. I think if you want to find a way to get a guy to change and no move, the Jets have done a lot of that so far. John Connor says Luke replacing Miller. Well, we'll see. This does not necessarily mean that Logan Stanley will be a seventh defenseman right now. He, of course, does play that right side. But Brandon mentioned the possibility of having Schenn actually play with Josh Morrissey at times, and I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I think that Samberg-Pionk pairing is going to stay as is. But we could see some Schenn with Morrissey. And I think if that happens, then I know for a lot of people that are nervous when Logan Stanley's out there, having Dylan DeMello on that third pairing, if in fact that's the way that it works out, like with everyone that Dylan DeMello has played with, I mean, a lot of the analytic numbers go up when Dylan DeMello's there. I mean, a really reliable guy that could, if they are focused on keeping Stanley in the lineup based on the roster that they have right now, that would be quite interesting to see. Lots coming in. Miller to the left for the one-timer. We'll see about that. And then Larry says, and this is, I mean, it all sounds good today. We'll see how it sounds after the fact, but there's a reason teams overpay. It's called the price of doing business, folks. And there's good business and there's bad business. And on days like today and on days like July 1st, there's a lot of business done. The goal is to be part of the good business decisions and not the bad ones. And no one knows how they'll turn out until the end of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Fan feedback brought to you by Fans First, by fans, for fans, no fees. Connor's back with us. Let's get him back in as we approach 1,000 live in the chat. Hit that thumbs up button, everyone, if you haven't already. And please, if you haven't, give us a sub. Hit that subscribe button and join us on the daily, 1 p.m. for the latest around the National Hockey League with a focus here on the Winnipeg Jets. Connor is back. Connor, we're talking to Brandon, and Remo got to fire up the trade sounder, not once, but twice. We've got 2 ads coming to Winnipeg. Luke Schenn for a second and a fourth, and another second in a later draft going out the door for Brandon Tanev, who's coming back to Winnipeg. Thoughts on both pickups?
Okay, I'll start with the Schenn one. Big physical defenseman that hits and kills penalties. This is one of the needs that we addressed for the Winnipeg Jets. Obviously, there were the higher profile names and Rasmus Ristolainen if you wanted to slide him maybe into the number 4 spot or on the top pair with Josh Morrissey. This is a bit of a depth add. So on that third pairing, I see some people saying that this might push Logan Stanley out of the lineup. I don't think that'll be the case. I think the Jets are going to be running a Schenn Stanley third pairing, as opposed to maybe Miller on the left side, like you alluded to there, Huss. And then the Brandon Tanev one is interesting. Former Jet, obviously, is familiar with the organization, a speedy forechecker. I like picking up guys with pace. I feel like a second-round pick for a 33-year-old Brandon Tanev at this point in his career is a pretty marginal upgrade over the wingers you have on the fourth line, like a Morgan Barron and an Alex Iafallo. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I feel like the market is high today, and we've seen a lot of the deals.
Lowry.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't at all be surprised if Appleton moves to the fourth line, which then is really interesting. I mean, like, assuming everyone is healthy, and like, let's not even add anyone else up front. I mean, let's just say that Vlad's staying in the middle of the 2C, and you got Scheifele, and you got Vlad, you got Lowry, and then one of Kupari or Gustafsson. You know, if that happened, you're then looking at Appleton Morgan Barron, who I think they've loved and has been a big part, has that body, has the speed. Alex Iafallo's not going out of the lineup. I can assure anyone of that. So, I mean, listen, what it does, it is a great contingency plan to have a solid lineup if a player or two does get hurt.
For sure.
But as I said, I mean, I just think back to that connection of Lowry with Tanev. And, you know, what does Mason Appleton do? He's a dog on the puck. Well, Brandon Tanev is that with an extra gear. So as I said, Appleton spent a lot of time there. They haven't been very prolific offensively, and that's really never his game. But I wouldn't at all be surprised if that happens. But regardless, we're talking about an add to the bottom six right now. The Tanev acquisition does not really change what's happening in the top six. But it is intriguing. But I will say this, I was a little surprised. There's no doubt that this is a seller's market based on the prices that have been paid so far today, and including this deal where the Leafs have given Philadelphia a first-round pick for Scott Lawton, albeit with 50% retained.
Yeah, the prices are definitely high, and there's some sticker shock here associated with the Luke Schenn and Brandon Tanev deals for sure. That is a really interesting point you bring up about potentially Brandon Tanev being on the wing with Adam Lowry and Nino Niederreiter on that third line. That intrigues me a lot more than him stepping in for a Morgan Barron. I think that that's a pretty marginal upgrade on your fourth line. I'd like to see what Brandon Tanev, with the speed and the forechecking and what he's done with Lowry in the past, could do on that third line. So that is a little bit more intriguing to me. And you brought up the point that the Jets still have all their first round picks. They still have all their prospects. What if there's another big move here? I think these are good complementary moves, but if we get to 3 p.m. today and these are the only moves, I think it'll be a different conversation, because these are depth adds, like you said, bottom six, Brandon Tanev, Luke Schenn, maybe on the third pair. This team has the inside track on the President's Trophy race, all the cap space. I brought it up earlier. So good depth adds, even though you're paying a premium and this is a seller's market. But I'd like to see more moves, as I think a lot of people in chat would.
Well, and the question is, if you're moving players out and players in, I mean, you've already got an extra defenseman now. You've already got an extra forward. You know, is it potentially a player that's moving out if you're going in there? I mean, I think like for the UFAs, I mean, I guess there's a chance that maybe they make a move for a Donato that comes in and that can potentially play on that number 2 line and add a little bit more pop offensively. But I'm not sure if you caught this as you were coming in. The name that kind of immediately now goes to the top of my brain when we're talking about a potential ad is Luke's brother, Braden. Like, you know, we knew that was floated out, that, you know, they were looking at a possibility of potentially having the Schenn brothers unite and play together. Well, the Jets have Luke now. They have a hole on the second line that a guy like Schenn could come in and play. And history will tell us that Armstrong has not been shy. Like when they traded Paul Stastny, part of the reason why Stastny wasn't even talked about, I think the Blues might have actually even been in a playoff spot when that trade was made. Never mind being out and having to pass a couple teams right now. So to me, the most intriguing, and like some people will think, well, geez, he's 33 years old. He's got 3 years left on his contract. He's also a guy that would immediately make you better. You could hold on to him for the next couple of years as you transition. And a guy like, I mean, put it this way, if you had Scheifele and Schenn for the next 3 years and Adam Lowry, be a pretty nice spot for a guy like Braden Yeager to come in and eventually become an NHLer, take over a spot, maybe start playing off the wing. That could be part of the plan. But as I said, if you're going to get Braden Schenn out of St. Louis, I think we're talking about one of those first-round picks, a prospect, maybe even more coming in. Because again, this is also what people wanted. Like, let's get somebody with term as opposed to somebody that is just going to come in and be one and done after 6 weeks and however long you can play in the playoffs.
For sure. And it goes back to what I said about these are good depth adds. And yes, there's the prices that you paid or what the market is the market, right? But I think if you were to look to bring in a Braden Schenn or who was a Bruce Garriock was reporting that the Senators were talking about Ryan O'Reilly with the Nashville Predators last night. If Ryan O'Reilly's available and would come to Canada, he was thinking about going to Ottawa maybe if those talks were progressing. Bringing in a guy like that with term at that second line center role and have that long-term vision, like you said, Huss, to eventually bring in a Braden Yeager, I think would be a great move for the Jets. We've talked about guys with term all the time. That would be at the top of my list of the remaining assets that the Jets need to bring in here at the deadline, because I do like these depth adds, and I'm intrigued. You have me very intrigued now on the thought of Niederreiter, Lowry, Tanev. I want to see that.
Yeah, well, and for me, Reem, while we get you back in here, you know, I know more people are talking about O'Reilly. I have been of the opinion that if O'Reilly would have been willing to go to Winnipeg, that maybe something would have happened already. I mean, I think he would have been such a priority, you know, much like a Brock Nelson, that they would have done. Like, if he was available and willing to come to Winnipeg, I think the Jets would have been happy to pay the price to get him there. So that's why I haven't spent too much time this week talking
Chris
about
Johnston
him.
tweeting out that,
but
I guess,
I'll
you know,
tell
teams
you what,
calling.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, autoplay, the worst.
Yeah. Oh.
It's just the worst autoplay. Like, it should be banned.
But
Sorry.
listen, O'Reilly would be unbelievable. But Braden Schenn now, I think, is a guy and a name that we'll be waiting to see if there's any news from the insiders on those guys. Because tell you what, if the Jets could end up with a guy coming in at 2C, albeit not Brock Nelson, but with a bit of term, and add a big body like Luke Schenn on the back end, a depth player that people are very familiar with, that know what he can do, especially come playoff time, in a Brandon Tanev. You know, that would tick off a lot of the boxes that we've been talking about for the last number of weeks heading into this big deadline day.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the TSN trade bait list there as it went to autoplay, and I just lost it. Oh, here it is. And you look at centers, Scott Laughton, he's number 4. He just got traded to Toronto. So now down the list, Ryan Donato, who's on a major heater here with a terrible Chicago team. Do they look to extend him, or are they going to trade him away? Braden Schenn, he is number 9. He's got 3 years left, $6.5 million on his contract per AAV Huss. I know he's a bit of an older player, but do you want to have brothers Schenn on your team? And there's Cousins, he got traded. And, you know, down the list, you know, Casey Middlestad, I don't think Colorado would look to trade him in the division. And Michael McCarron in Nashville. And, you know, other than that, center O'Reilly down the list, 31, or Trevor Zegras, he's got 1 year left, 5.75 in Anaheim. And his name's been out there for a long time. So not a ton at center if the Jets are looking to add. I'm not sure if is Chevy done here, or will we see a bigger trade here involving the first round pick or a prospect. Interesting that the Jets haven't really had to part with that. And some talk about numbers. Brandon Tanev, what was he, 13? Velarde's 13 now. I'm curious what numbers. And hey, if you did have an old Tanev jersey, you can just bring it out of the closet. I don't know what Luke Schenn was. He's been on so many different teams. Someone was asking.
Luke Schenn was wearing 2 for the Predators.
Okay, so DeMello's 2. And 22 is Appleton. What's he worn?
We're on number watch here.
He wore 52 with the Kings for a season. So
that's an old lineman number. We have
well, him and Stanley, like if they're a pair, just give them both O lineman numbers, right? 64. That's an O lineman number.
It's a training camp number. What that is, I can't believe he kept that. If he was going to take a number in the 60s, how he didn't just take 67, would have been the logical one. But anyways, I'm sure we can get to the numerology of the Winnipeg Jets after 2 p.m. as we get into it. We've got lots to come. Mike McIntyre is going to jump on at some point. Ken Wiebe will also join us. And again, we're going to take you right through the deadline at 2. There's always a bunch of deals that kind of trickle in that final kind of half hour, 45 minutes past the show. And then we will get into, obviously we'll do marbles and everything. Yeah, if you are new, if you're popping in on the trade deadline, stay with us. And then we've got a treat for you at the end of the program, how we kick off the weekend here on Winnipeg Sports Talk with the world famous marble race. But it's all business up until then with the trade deadline. Jacob Stoller is going to join us in just a moment. Connor's going to stick around. We'll have the whole crew with us as well as a few guests. But I'll tell you what, just to quickly, let me thank our friends at Rolly's Transfer for their support of Winnipeg Sports Talk, the most trusted name in moving in Manitoba. Family owned and operated for over 60 years, folks. If you got a move coming up in the spring or summer, call our friends at Rolly's to get the white glove treatment on your move. Head on over to Rollies.com. You can click on the request an estimate feature up at the top right. Put in WST in the promo code for a special discount on moving services and supplies. Let them know when and where you're moving and what needs to go. And the friendly staff at Rollies will turn it around quick with a great quote to get you locked in and maybe get moved by the Rollies Winnipeg Sports Talk truck, which is now on the road around. But if you are moving, make it Rollies. Find out more, request an estimate today over at Rollies.com. Spring is just about here. A lot of spring cleaning going on. What about spring cleaning for your grill? If it's been a minute since you've been at the dentist, don't put it off any longer. And if you're looking for a great spot for you and your family's dental work, why not give our friends and great supporters at St. Vital Dental Center a call? Dr. Terry and his wonderful staff will be more than happy to help you out. I mean, they deal with children as young as 6 months all the way to pushing triple digits and do everything when it comes to dental work, including dental implants. What you're going to want to do to book that cleaning or more is just check them out online, stvitaldental.ca. They're located at 167 St. Anne's, beautiful facility with free parking right behind the building. So for all your dental needs and maybe a spring cleaning of your own in your mouth, give our pals at St. Vital Dental Center a call and tell them WST sent you. And just before we bring in Jacob, huge shout out to our friends at Manitoba Battery. A lot of talk about shopping local. Manitoba Battery is your locally owned option where you'll get the biggest selection of batteries with the best deals in town, period. Beating the pants off the big box stores. So whether it's for your car, your truck, or looking ahead to fishing and boating season, getting the ATV or the dirt bike out, whatever you need a battery for, Manitoba Battery has it, has the best price in town and the best customer service, and will deliver those batteries to you for free anywhere inside the perimeter with any purchase over $60. It's just that easy. Pop by and see them, Logan Avenue, or their new location on the south side on Dovercourt Drive, or give them a call or order online today at manitobabattery.com. All right, let's welcome in Sportsnet's Jacob Stoller, also a member of our crack WST Sunday Live team, along with Connor and Liz. Jacob joins us now, and Jacob, it was it's been a wild last 18 hours or so since the Jets beat the Philadelphia Flyers. We got the kick in the nuts of the Brock Nelson news, going to the Avalanche of all teams. We then find out that Mikko Rantanen is likely going to be a Dallas Star, and the landscape of the Central Division got even more competitive than it already was.
Yeah, I think if Brock Nelson went to New Jersey, let's say, it would suck. I think that a lot of people had their pre-orders in for a Brock Nelson 29 jersey, at the Winnipeg Jets store or something, but it would have sucked there. But just seeing him back in the division is a huge gut punch for this team. I mean, it's very possible they could play him in the playoffs, and for the same reasons that the Jets fans want the team to acquire him, those same reasons are what could be scary to face against. Long, big reach, can extend plays, dangerous player in the middle of the ice. So that sucks. And then right when you thought, as you mentioned, Huss, that Rantanen was gone from the division, he's now here for what is presumed to be another 8 years. So that blows. I mean, this could not have been the worst case scenario. There could not have been a worst case scenario for the Jets in deadline day. I like the moves that we made, which I'm sure we'll get to, but Cheveldayoff was absolutely intent on making a big swing. I believe he checked in with every big name that was out there in what was a pretty scarce market. It's a seller's market for sure. But, once you lose out on Nelson there, it becomes quite scarce with what was actually available for him. I think if you look at the Scott Laughton trade as well, and how much the Leafs gave up for this player, I don't blame Cheveldayoff at all for not doing that deal. Like, it's not a matter of holding too much on the picks, but you have to realize the value. I think you trade first round picks and prospects for an impact player, but Scott Laughton, he doesn't move the needle for me, especially at that price point. So I don't know. Is Chevy done? We have time here, but definitely a frustrating start for them.
Well, yeah, and listen, I mean, we'll have plenty of time to talk about the way the Avalanche look, which is pretty freaking scary right now post this trade. And we're still waiting to find out confirmation that, I mean, we're hearing reports that Rantanen is going to do an 8-year extension in Dallas and will be traded to the Dallas Stars. It is not official at this point. So we'll wait on that until it actually becomes a reality. Because to get Mikko Rantanen, there will be some significant trade assets going the other way. I think you can count on that, especially if it's a sign and trade that includes an 8-year extension, which might be some good business from Carolina. But where that leaves the Winnipeg Jets. First off, just quick thoughts on the acquisitions of Luke Schenn and our old buddy Brandon Tanev coming back to the Pig.
Yeah, like second line center need aside, this fills 2 holes for the Jets. They do need some more penalty killing forwards, I think, to help. The PK has improved recently, but I think anyone would agree that they want to have, faster retrievals, more active clears, and I think Brandon Tanev's energy will bring that. Luke Schenn, on the other hand, does fill the sort of need to beef up the blue line. I'm interested to see, though, like, is he a replacement for Colin Miller, I presume? I don't know if they're running 2 righties. I don't want to make Jets fans freak out because that would mean Logan Stanley staying. But Luke Schenn does fill a need there. I actually was thinking, I remember talking to Josh Morrissey a couple of years ago, or actually beginning of last year, something like that. And he was talking about how, him and Scheifele and a lot of players work with Adam Oates and whatnot. And he mentioned how Luke Schenn was a player that's really been able to progress and continue his career. This is a guy that was in the minors at one point a couple of years ago, but he's been really able to carve out a role and
full career renaissance.
Insane. Yeah. And on top of the physicality he always brought, he's a better puck mover. It'll never be a strength, but it's not as much of a liability as I think people believe. So I know from people around the league, like Luke Schenn is beloved as a teammate. So I think that's a huge room add there as well. Tanev, still very close to a lot of players in that room. That'll be a nice boost, I think, for that room. And there's definitely weight to that. I think it's good. You want to bring the right people in for sure. But I don't know. Like those 2 areas to me are far down Cheveldayoff's grocery shopping list. That's the salt and the olive oil. I don't think we got the meat and potatoes yet.
Yeah, listen, and Brandon brought this up. I wouldn't be surprised potentially, especially if Stanley's going to be staying in the lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if they give a run of Luke Schenn playing with Josh Morrissey and potentially have Dylan DeMello playing with Logan Stanley. We know what DeMello has done to every partner that he's done, that he's played with before. Because, I mean, listen, Stan does bring a lot of stuff they obviously love. What you don't like is some of the mistakes and some of the things that can blow up on you like they did in the third period against the Islanders the other day. But anyways, that's a conversation for another day. Let me get some instant reaction from you, Jacob. The Rantanen deal is done. And Mikko Rantanen is a member of the Dallas Stars coming back to Carolina. According to the trade board, the trade tracker on TSN, it's Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. This certainly doesn't make Carolina better right now. First-round picks have major value. What will be interesting is whether they use these first-round picks themselves or whether they're traded again to get other players. But just thoughts on the return for Carolina and Mikko Rantanen being a Dallas Star.
In a weird way, I feel like every team involved in the Mikko Rantanen trade tree benefited in some way. Like the Avalanche got Niches back for a player, Rantanen, that was going to walk. That's working excellent. Carolina, you may look at this deal as Rantanen for Stankoven plus, which it is, but really it's actually Martin Niches, the second and fourth, for Logan Stankoven and 2 firsts. And for a team like Carolina that really preaches cost certainty and asset value, that's a pretty shrewd move. I think that Niches probably has the higher value as a player, but if you took this swing as they did and you miss, you failed to recoup 5% of the investment you made. Okay, but they took a risk, and I applaud them for that. But Dallas, man, like Huss, that's going to be such a hard out if the Jets face them. And I think that we were always kind of overlooking them this year, to be honest. I think that they're a team that no matter what happens regular season, once they get in with the depth they have, like that's a tough out. That's a hungry team. That's as much as the Jets are frustrated by continuously bouncing out in the first round. There's certainly this feeling, I think, in Dallas where it's like, okay, we've been so close. Like, we got to get over the hump. That's a hungry, big physical team. That's That's a whopper. Like, this has been one of the more exciting trade periods we've seen in a while, which is weird because of how few quality players we thought to be available, but it ended up being pretty exciting in its own way.
Well, I mean, it's certainly been a seller's market right now when you look at some of the prices that have been paid right now. And part of it is there's enough teams that really feel like they are in. They're still in it right now, which means that the teams that do have guys that have expiring contracts or have top players that contribute now that are available are able to get pretty darn good assets going back the other way. Focusing on the Jets for a minute, with an hour and 32 minutes to go before the deadline. The 2C is still a need right now for the Winnipeg Jets. And all along, we have heard that they said they would maybe prefer to get a player with term. We could have a Stastny-like situation where it's someone that we weren't really thinking about that hasn't been mentioned that gets acquired. But I have to admit, and I've brought this up a couple times already, but I'll hit this with you. Knowing how it was certainly thrown out there, I believe by both of their agents, that the Schenn brothers would like to play together. Is Brayden Schenn on your radar for the Winnipeg Jets to potentially come in with 3 years left on his contract in addition to this season?
Well, I saw Frank Sarabelli reported that he didn't expect a reunion to happen. Things are subject to change. I wonder, listen, Doug Armstrong has done a masterclass in every single year, dating back to like Pavel Buchnevich, right? Before they extended him. Even Parayko subtly, just exploring what's out there. And I don't think he wants to move Brayden Schenn. I think if an offer comes that it's like, I can't say no to this, I'll do it. But I don't get the sense he wants to do that at all. And I think given how high Armstrong's price has been, if you're looking from a cost certainty angle, the guy I'm circling as, to be honest, the best case scenario, even better than Brock Nelson, is Jared McCann. And I reported a couple of weeks ago that he could be made available. Elliot Friedman, Sportsnet as well, kind of said that was more of teams calling him. And that's where I'd heard this. A bunch of teams had said that they had expressed interest and they weren't told flat out no by the Kraken by any means. And I think for the Jets, look, Mikko Rantanen just went for Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. To get Jared McCann does a 2 first-round pick package plus, I don't know, a decent prospect move the needle, and is that something Cheveldayoff's prepared to do? Look, next year, the Jets don't want to punt all their picks, their prospects. They can't rebuild, but Cheveldayoff made a promise to Scheifele and Hellebuyck to make this team a winner, and I think Jared McCann's the kind of guy that can help make that second line an asset still, even if they lose Nikolai Ehlers next year. Jared McCann is a criminally underrated player, I believe, in today's game. He's played a lot on the wing, but he can play center as well. Very defensively responsible, point-per-game guy, 40 goals 2 years ago. That's the kind of guy I think would be an amazing swing for Cheveldayoff, and also sort of do a little bit of summer shopping ahead of time. It's a different conversation. Like last year when they were negotiating with Monahan, then he said no, and then they tried for Adam Henrique, said no. That was kind of slim pickings. If you've got your 2C hypothetically, or even, if he's a winger, let's say top 6 winger already figured out there with losing Ehlers, it kind of alleviates that whole mess that could happen and what could be a very difficult offseason. So, hey, I love what Julien Brisebois said about the Lightning and draft picks. I think it's different when Brisebois is running a team like Tampa that can sign any big fish out there and doesn't have no move clauses that can deter him. So let's also remember that. But the Jets may never have a better chance than they have this year and next year too. But next year is next year, right now. And I think the arms race that's happening, which Chevy's always participated in, let's not discount what he's done when he's had the opportunity. I think you got to take a swing for Jared McCann. I really do, if you can.
McCann, I've just pulled this up. So, he's 28, so he's significantly younger than Schenn. He's in year 3 of a 5-year deal, so he's got 2 years left on that contract at $5 million. Certainly that fits in very, very well with where the Winnipeg Jets are right now. Considering what the cost for Rantanen was, it would seem insane for that same cost to be for a player like Jared McCann. No disrespect to him. Rantanen is a superstar in this league. But that he's already been talking to Ron Francis and the guys in Seattle. He's just made a deal.
Yeah.
And, they will obviously, if they're willing to trade him, have their price. Wow, what a 24-hour, 48 hours for the Kraken, though. I mean, they've moved out Bjorkstrand, they moved out Yanni Gord, Brandon Tanev's now a Winnipeg Jet. I mean, they certainly are open for business. You just do wonder if they feel like this is a guy that we are keeping. But again, there's a price for everything right now. And, the more I think about this and look around knowing that the Jets still have their first round picks and they still have the prospects available, I still do think we will probably see another forward come in. And we've said before, they might be looking at a couple defensemen as well. So there could be another impact move. If just say McCann is off the board, what would you like if we heard that Brayden Schenn was coming here? What would you think of the fit right now in the acquisition of a player, knowing that you are taking on 3 more years of a contract of a guy that is 33?
I mean, there would be skepticism for sure. But as I said before, it's all about the present. It has to be. And what's interesting too is we don't really talk about this enough, but there's not really. Is there one player on the Jets that's won a Stanley Cup? Maybe I'm stupid for not knowing that. Is there one player? Do they have one guy?
No.
There's a value to Cup experience. And I think that in getting Brayden Schenn, that also helps with that. Look, what is Brayden Schenn now? I think a lot of scouts I've heard calling him more of a middle six center. But I see that if that were to happen, I believe that's an acquisition that at the very least plugs a hole. Even if the returns diminish over the back half of the deal, it fills a hole the Jets desperately need to be filled. No disrespect of Vladislav Nemesnikov. I feel like this is the disclaimer we always say, but it's true. Like, he's done a fine job in that role, but the center ice position in the playoffs is very taxing physically, and you need that size. And I think that Schenn could provide that value there, especially in cleaning up garbage goals, because Ehlers and Perfetti, they create a lot of shot attempts and a high amount of volume a lot of times. We saw the other night in Philadelphia where they were just, on the doorstep for a goal. So I think he'd be a good compliment there. I love the Schenn brother connection. They're 2 Sasky boys. I think he'd be a nice vibe there as well. And I think there's something to be said about, in an arms race a year like this, Chevy's got to make a splash. I think, this is a franchise right now that's trying to get season ticket base up. They're trying to sell out the whiteout will happen and it'll be sold out. And they just want to make sure that the fan base gets to a good point. And you want to make sure the fans have something to be excited about. And listen, we all know how Chevy's hands are tied, but as sports fans, of course, it kind of punches at the gut, feeling like Winnipeg's the little brother today. Good enough to be at the birthday party, but not able to play with the big kids. And I don't think Cheveldayoff wants that. So if you can get Schenn, hey, by all means, I think it's a good idea. The other Schenn.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, and I'm really intrigued knowing that he's got an extra year coming in. Like, I hadn't thought a lot about Brayden Schenn beforehand. Now I am quite a bit. And especially knowing what else has happened around the league and the lack of seemingly centers that are available. So we'll pay attention on that. Just to give you a quick update, I think Billeck's going to jump on for a few minutes. We've got Hammer, Mike McIntyre coming on. We'll find out when Ken's jumping. But for everyone that's just jumped on, great to see you. Hit that subscribe button here on Winnipeg Sports Talk. We're right through the deadline at 2 p.m. Probably for another hour plus, and then we'll fire up the marbles a little bit later on. Jacob, any other player that we haven't mentioned that is sort of on your radar you think might be? I mean, at this point, knowing Cheveldayoff's history, I think we do have to thoroughly exhaust everyone that might be there, because I think there's no doubt about it, they still would love to do something at the center position. And to your point about Nemesnikov, the guy's been so serviceable. He can play everywhere. Yeah. But even if you felt pretty good about where you're at right now, if you want to win the Stanley Cup, you need to be ready to deal with at least an injury at every single 100%. Position. And listen, right now, if any of the Jets, if one of the top 2 centers were unable to play, this team would be in a major, major jam. And that's why I do believe there will be another player come in at some point just to fortify that position. And we'll see how high up the player quality that Cheveldayoff can go.
Yeah, I'll say on the center front, like, one guy I kind of wondered about was Christian Dvorak. I don't really know, though, how he'd fit in kind of if he wasn't a 2C Band-Aid, so to speak. I don't know if he fits the style of that fourth line, but I kind of had that name in mind. But the other splash, I'm thinking Huss, and this isn't a 2C thing, but we mentioned another defenseman. under the vein of all the points I just made about Chevy going for it and a cost-controlled asset, what about Brandon Carlo? And there's a bit of trade protection there. And, I don't know if the Jets have checked in on that or how fast I can figure it out. But that would be the perfect partner for Josh Morrissey on that first pairing. And everyone kind of slides down a notch in their more appropriate roles. There's been a lot of talk that Brad Marchand's going to be flipped. And if the Bruins are doing that, assume that signals a retool or rebuild. So, trading Brandon Carlo with that 2 years remaining at the cost-controlled asset as the cap's rising, the Bruins could get a haul. And I think for the Jets, they should pay a haul if they can get Brandon Carlo to play with Morrissey there. And that would, to me, solidify their blue line. You'd have Morrissey, Carlo, Sandberg, Pionk, DeMello, or Schenn, or see who, I don't even know now. So many guys on the bottom pairing, but there's options there. So that's another swing I would take. But yeah, I agree, Huss. I just can't see them being done up front, at least. I think another defenseman would be ideal, but especially I just can't see Brandon Tanev being the only guy that they add.
Hey, Jacob, just before we go, I've got to ask you this. How does it go from yesterday? This is maybe your comment on the business of insiders. How do we go from yesterday hearing that Brock Nelson would accept a trade to Winnipeg and potentially may extend, to today hearing reports that he refused to accept a trade to a Canadian team?
Wait, what? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
When did that come out?
That was on Sportsnet a little earlier today, and we've seen the comments on that. Yeah, that was a... Yeah,
oh my God.
Yeah, and I mean, this speaks to, and I know we just have to realize the situation that this job that Kevin Cheveldayoff has, when he says it's not fantasy hockey, there is an element of truth to that, because in fantasy hockey, there's not trade protection by half the teams in the league and half the players that you want to get. But it does speak to the challenges right now that we had. Yeah, apparently Frank said on 960 earlier today that, and ironically, it was Frank that we were talking to that was telling us that there could be an extension on the table with Brock Nelson.
Well, the thing that happens there as well is, and what's so tough is for Winnipeg, is any team that's with the last obstacle being, will this player waive? Everyone talks in this industry, agents, GMs, like everyone kind of knows a feel for it. But there is still that element of intrigue of right down the final line. Like, to hear that the Jets, I don't think they could have outbid Colorado's offer. I really don't. Like, it blew me away what they ended up paying. But the fact that the Jets could have potentially had a better offer and still not be able to get it done just speaks to what your point. I think that people don't understand. Still, we say it all the time, but how hard of a job Kevin Cheveldayoff has. Look at the division right now. Colorado, was able to do that. They're able to go win now completely because they have, a superstar talent that's locked in there. The future is whatever, and they'll figure it out. They're able to sign guys for that reason. The Dallas Stars have been able to parlay their young assets into a franchise player and pay him a lower AAV he was offered elsewhere because of state tax benefits. These are challenges that a small market has. And I don't think have we ever heard of someone refusing to waive their no-move clause to go to Colorado, to Dallas, frankly, even Minnesota? Maybe in that case, I don't know. But you get the point I'm trying to make. So that's a huge obstacle that they have. And that's also why when you see what the Leafs gave up for Scott Lawton, like, the Jets would be foolish to do that just to make a marginal upgrade on the fourth line this year and next year. That to me is ill-advised. So I think that it's not fantasy hockey quote by Chevy has aged tremendous, in my opinion. Like, every time he's had an opportunity, he'll strike, but sometimes his strike misses for no fault of his own. So yeah, that's brutal, because I really do believe the Jets thought they had a shot with Nelson, or at least in the bidding conversation. But also too,
even as a rental, I mean, the extension talk was great. Like, oh wow, that sounds even better. But I mean, I'm not
concerned by that.
No, myself as well. So
yeah.
I'll tell you what, this is going to be a real interesting day. Hang around. Maybe you want to jump on a little later on as well. Once the dust is settled, and you're going to be locked in on all of this, and you can fill people in on where all your post-trade deadline content will be, outside of course, joining Connor and Liz for a massive Sunday show before that Carolina game to recap everything that's happened on WST Sunday Live, 9 a.m. Sunday morning. But what's coming up at Sportsnet.ca?
Yeah, I'll have a piece tonight kind of recapping the day. I don't want to start writing it yet because I don't think we're done here. But we'll get some comments from Cheveldayoff, who's speaking to the media in New Jersey or Philadelphia, I believe. He's hunkered down there. Just kind of going over the day, and check out that and all my piece at Sportsnet.ca. Thanks for having me on, Huss. If you want me to hop in later, I'm around. Love chatting with you guys, and love the show. Congrats on number 1,000 too, guys.
Well, listen, I mean, and congrats on what you and the gang have been doing on Sunday mornings. It's been such a great addition to the channel and continues to grow. And obviously the work at Sportsnet. Thanks for doing this, Jake. We'll talk to you a little bit later on. There's Jacob Stoller of Sportsnet.ca, and again, part of the WST team Sunday mornings on Winnipeg Sports Talk Sunday Live at 9 a.m. All right, let's welcome in an old pal. It's been a minute since we've gone into the rec room. The rolled up carpet's gone in Billeck's room. We may need to do an APB on that, but let's get our old buddy Scott Billeck from the Winnipeg Free Press. And how you been, man? We've missed you on the program.
Yeah, man, I missed this. I mean, this was fun. I had to set up my laptop on a couple of like card boxes, so it's like up high, so you can see my face again. Just trying to like remember like what I got to do to get all ready to go. So yeah, it's good. Yeah, no carpet. There's a stained pillow, I guess, which is kind of gross. But that's just I guess that's a if I don't even know what to say about that pillow. It shouldn't be there, but
let's get right down to it.
Yeah.
First off, I mean, I know you were saying, hey, this was a time that, the Winnipeg Jets have the opportunity to really take big swings. I mean, I would imagine they've been very diligent in trying to do it. But, man, it seemed like worst case scenario last night when the Avalanche get Brock Nelson and now Mikko Rantanen goes to the Dallas Stars. I was talking to a friend last night, and it reminded me of, like, you bet a football game. And, you're taking a team to win, and all of a sudden they're down 14-0 in the first quarter. You could still come back and potentially win the game, but it didn't really start the way you like, and now you're kind of playing catch up. And that's sort of what it's felt like today as the dust settles on the Nelson deal and now Rantanen going to the Dallas Stars.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of watching this from afar this year, which has been kind of interesting to see kind of how this would go. I don't know as much as I once would have. But, this is sort of how I think anybody thought. Like, I mean, unless the Jets added something, like a month ago, like sort of like the Monahan deal last year, I think it was always sort of going to wait. My opinion was, you knew your issues and how good this team was in November. Maybe you should start looking then. But, now you got it. I think, as critical as I have been of Kevin Cheveldayoff at times. And, I don't necessarily think it's always the best business decision to wait till the last minute and hopefully pick up the scraps or whatever. But, getting Luke Schenn, I think so. Like Luke Schenn and Brandon Tanev, like these aren't Rantanens and Nelsons, right? But if you look back to last year's playoffs against Colorado, the Jets were missing two things. They couldn't keep up with Colorado, and they couldn't out physical, I guess. They didn't have the physicality to deal with them. Well, Luke Schenn brings that, the physical part. He's not the fastest guy anymore. I think he's 35. But Brandon Tanev brings both, right? I mean, he's got that speed. We know everybody's seen him play here. Played here for several years before he went off to Seattle there. And I think they get both of those in that. And then you get some depth added into it. I think if you're a Jets fan today, you hope Cheveldayoff's not done yet. I think there's still needs on this team. Can they get a second line center at this point? I don't know. Does Braden Schenn come in? I don't know if Braden Schenn's been traded yet. I haven't seen it yet. But do they get the two Schenns right for this team and go from there?
I wasn't really thinking much about Schenn before Luke was acquired, but it was pretty clearly floated out, presumably through their agents, that these two were hoping to be traded to the same team. And listen, St. Louis is right back in it. I mean, they played very well coming out of the break, but I will remind people that I'm pretty sure, and someone can fact check this, I think the Blues were still in a playoff spot when they traded Paul Stastny to the Jets in 2018.
100%, and they were pissed off too. All the Blues. Braden Schenn was one of the most pissed off players when that happened. Right?
The irony of it all. So
Yeah.
I guess my point is that Doug Armstrong, if he thinks it's in their best interest moving forward, will pull the trigger on that. Again, we're talking about a captain, a guy that's been there his entire career. I mean, it won't come
Won a
cheap,
cup.
but this is absolutely something that is, I would say, in the realm of possibility. Put it that way.
Well, and I think, you might have to go with sort of the Dallas Stars kind of way before the Rantanen deal, where you're trying to build a team that's just really, really, really hard to play against, right? So maybe you don't have that flashy 2 or 3C or whatever, but you have two guys down the middle in Lowry and Braden Schenn that are going to be really, really hard to play against, and guys that can really pick up the pace when it comes to a playoff atmosphere. And so, were the Jets in on Brock Nelson or not? I don't know, right? I mean, that whole thing you were talking about earlier with Jacob, it's just like, I don't know. At the end of the day, maybe he was willing to come here, and just now it's like, now I'm not going to. I'll say whatever I want to say now that I've been traded to Colorado, right? But I think that if the deal was there for them to make, I think I just can't understand why Brock Nelson wouldn't come, or anybody on an expiring contract wouldn't come for 3 months and try and take a shot at a Stanley Cup, right? I mean, that at the end of the day, it's not like you're committing your future to Winnipeg, and maybe you like it, maybe you don't.
He's mad about anthem booing.
Winning a cup.
Mad about anthem booing. Didn't want to be a part of it. It's too it's too hot. It's too hot around here right now with all the geopolitical things that are affecting it.
He's too worried about how tariffs might affect him. Yeah, and I get it, but I don't know. I mean, I think so far it's gone relatively well today for the Jets. I mean, I thought like I said earlier, I thought waiting just means that you have to, one, probably have to pay more. And two, you might have to get creative. We've seen Kevin Cheldale get creative before, right? You mentioned him earlier, Paul Stastny, probably one of the most creative moves at the trade deadline that in recent memory, right? In terms of finding a guy that was nowhere on anybody's trade board and bringing him in and having an impact like he had. But I think we've watched this team, Husser, and before I came over to the Free Press, I think it was the season was like 30 games deep, and this team was an absolute wagon, and they still are. And so, yes, it would be nice to get a 2C. It would be nice to get probably a top 4 defenseman, but this team also needs depth to go on a long run in the playoffs, and I think they've got some of that. And Brandon Tanev's familiar with this place, familiar with his teammates. I think the partnership with Adam Lowry could probably get rekindled again. And that line, and I'll go back to, I want to say it was 2017-18. That line was dominant, at least analytically. They had, and so we'll see what happens. I mean, they don't have Andrew Kopp, but I think Nino Niederreiter is just a fine replacement for Kopp. And yeah, I like this team's chances, and I think that's what leads to, like, this is a different year in my opinion, because you have 2 years of really tough disappointments to end the year. But if you look at last year's team and how they sort of responded to losing in the playoffs last year, it wasn't like the year before against Vegas, right? When they lost against Vegas and people were complaining, bitching and moaning and all that sort of thing. That's not the case this year, Huss. And this team came out and really just set the world on fire with their play, and they continue to. They have the best power play in the league. They have the best record in the league, or I think they're tied with Washington on points right now. It's a very good team, and honestly, like, you have to, like, I is it better than the 2017-18 team? I mean, I think so. I think everybody's pulling in the same direction on this team, and that wasn't necessarily the case in 2017-18. There was a bit of friction. We all remember the fight between Wheeler and Sherratt that year. So I think there's a lot of unity, chemistry when they talk about that. I haven't been in the room in 2 months, but I mean, we saw it all this season. Give Adam Lowry and that leadership group a lot of credit. They've done a hell of a job to keep that team and everybody sort of together, all skating in the same direction.
And to that point, again, we'll see what else comes down the pipe, if anything. On your topic, I mean, one of the real strengths of this team has been that they really have been a team. It's not a divided locker room. They seem to love playing for each other. And the two guys that they're bringing in, I mean, Luke Schenn is absolutely beloved by the guys that he's played with. And Brandon Tanev has a bunch of friends in the room already. And I mean, this organization was really sad to see him go. But when Pittsburgh was going to throw 3.5 sheets a year for a 7-year deal at that point, there was just no way the Winnipeg Jets were going to be able to handle that. But I imagine he'll be excited to come back, and certainly be excited to be back in the playoffs, playing in the whiteout here in Winnipeg moving forward. Scotty, great to catch up with you, my man. We'll have to do this again soon when you're done all your new duties. How are you enjoying the new grind of the news
honestly,
beat?
Huss. Yeah, honestly, Huss. I mean, there's no disrespect to sports or anybody, but I don't really miss it. Like I've really enjoyed the new challenge. It's been challenging, to say the least, but it's been a lot of fun, and it's just been nice. I mean, I don't want to sit here and kind of toot the Free Press's horn, but it's a great newspaper. There's just a lot of people, and people are trying to make it work, right? And we're doing a lot of good work, and that extends to all the sports guys, right? I'm sure you'll have Mike or Kenny on here today, or both of them at some point, or if you haven't already. I mean, we have the best crew I would like to say the business up here in Canada. So it's been great, and it's been a nice little break from hockey. And I'll say that the Four Nations Cup really got me back into it. I mean, that I don't want to extend my time too much here, but that tournament was unbelievable. Everybody thought it'd be like an all-star game and all that.
Anyone that thought that was a complete
I know,
dumbass.
But it's just like that first, the first game was okay, but then the Canada-US game and the 3 fights off the top, I mean, that tournament meant a lot, and you go with the political kind of background and sort of the setting behind all of that, and for Canada to kind of pull it out again. In overtime, off the stick of McDavid, who sort of passes the torch, or gets the torch passed from unbelievable tournament, and I think that was just huge for Canada at the time. Sports, hockey, all that stuff. It was, anyways. Yeah, I could ramble on.
Huge for me. Being in the building that night, it was either going to be one of the best nights of my life or one of the worst ones. And luckily, thank God, the Canadians won, because I would not have been able to handle walking the streets on TD Garden outside afterwards. Anyways, Billeck, have a great weekend, pal. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks,
Our trade deadline special here on Winnipeg Sports Talk continues. If you're just jumping in, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We do have a couple of acquisitions of the Winnipeg Jets. Luke Schenn, as well as Brandon Tanev, come in, and we're just over an hour from the deadline. Connor and Remis are going to jump in again in just a moment. But hey, do want to thank Princess Auto for their great support of Winnipeg Sports Talk. We're talking a lot of Winnipeg Jets. Princess Auto, founded in Winnipeg, headquartered in Winnipeg, and now coast to coast, but with 3 locations here in the city, where you'll find the best deals on the most unique assortment of equipment and tools around. Everything you need to complete the projects on your list or start something new is at Princess Auto. So pop by in there this weekend, or shop online 24/7, 365 over at princessauto.com. Also, speaking of great Winnipeg companies, great support we receive from Wallace & Wallace, the fencing and overhead door experts. They've been doing it since 1946. If you need the security and protection of a new fence, they've got you covered with vinyl, ornamental, welded wire, chain link, or wood fences. And if you need a new overhead garage door, they've got the largest selection in town, one perfect to match your home and add value to it as well. For your fencing and overhead door needs, give them a call at 452-2700. They'll be happy to come down and give you a free estimate. You can also check them out online at wallacefences.com, or pop by and see them at their showroom on Lawson Crescent off of Kenaston. And a big cheers to our friends at Canadian Club. A lot of people are looking to keep their money north of the border right now. Not a tough sell if you're heading to your local Manitoba liquor marts, because Canadian Club has been the standard of Canadian whiskey since 1848. And of course, with the number of whiskey items taken off the shelves right now, you can always count on the great Canadian taste of Canadian Club. Look for the Canadian Club display at your local Manitoba liquor marts the next time you pop in. All right, we're going to turn it over to Michael and Connor for a few minutes. Still to come, Jeff Hamilton, Ken Wiebe, Mike McIntyre, maybe even an appearance from IC Drew. We'll see. But Remo and Connor, why don't you guys pick it up for a few minutes and get the latest on the trade deadline and, of course, the acquisitions for the Winnipeg Jets?
Yeah, thanks so much, Huss. Looking forward to having you back in the chair. I'm just going to load up Connor. We're trying to make way through all these trades happening so fast here. Connor, I don't know, did you want to weigh in quick on this Mikko Rantanen trade? Very, very tough right now in the Central.
Yeah, the Central gets even better, right? I am kind of shocked. I mean, I did say earlier that I think Logan Stankoven was going to be a part of that return, and he was. But the 2 first-round picks, like Carolina, the move they made for Rantanen was a win-now move, trading Necas and Drury for Mikko Rantanen. And then there was all the talk of, oh, he's not extending, and maybe they want to keep him as a self-rental, as we are seeing in the next hour here with Nikolai Ehlers. The Jets, all signs are obviously pointing to them keeping him. Big part of that top power play and second line. But the Canes were looking to do the same with Mikko Rantanen, and then everything changed a few days ago. And now they pivot to a good young piece under team control with Logan Stankoven, but the 2 first-round picks, I wonder if we see Carolina flip that in the final hour here, because their window is also right now, much like the Winnipeg Jets. So to make a move out of that window and kind of reset with the 2 first-round picks is really interesting. So I'd keep an eye on Carolina here with those 2 firsts, maybe flipping them and going and acquiring another player.
Yeah, there's a lot of watch here as I get you loaded in. A lot of talk about Brock Besser. Are we keeping an eye on him? He is currently practicing for Vancouver. Is he a name that could be on the move? And, you know, I've got my eye on the Winnipeg Jets. I'm going to put out a poll when I have time to say, like, hey, what do you think of the Jets so far? But I don't think they're done. They still have the first here. I'll adjust you. They have their first round pick and haven't traded any prospects. So it seems like this isn't it. For the Winnipeg Jets, Connor. So I'm not going to jump to any conclusions here on these 2 moves.
Yeah, I started writing. I'm going to be writing a kind of takeaways piece from the entire trade deadline over at illegalcurve.com. I started writing it, but didn't write, my full reaction yet, because I agree with you. I don't think the Jets are done. They still have, I believe, over $6 million in deadline cap space. I think it was Ken Wiebe posted that. I could be getting that wrong, but I haven't checked Puckpedia quite yet. But 2 first-round picks, all your prospects, still a clear need at second-line center. And I brought it up earlier, the center depth in the Central Division and who you'll be facing in the playoffs. Assuming you get through one of Calgary or Vancouver in the first round, you're going to be facing Dallas or Colorado. Colorado has McKinnon, Nelson, Middlestat as their 3 centers. Dallas has Wyatt Johnston, Matt Duchene, Rupe Hintz as their 3 centers. You have Scheifele and Lowry at the 1 and the 3 who are – Scheifele's the top line center and Lowry's one of the best 3Cs in the NHL. But that 2C role, we've talked about it. You just hit your 1,000th show the other day. I wonder how many of those episodes you guys spent talking about the Jets' need for a 2C. So right down to the wire here, we have just 1 hour to go until the trade deadline. I don't think the Jets are done either. I really don't. I don't know what you think, Remo, if the Jets are done or not.
I'm trying to think of how many shows, that we've been talking about a 2C for. They're not the only team. Like Colorado, they went out and got it. They thought they had their 2C last year. They went and got Middlestat. What was their conversation this year? We need another second line center, and they got Brock Nelson. Toronto as well acquired, Ryan O'Reilly. They thought he was going to be for them, and again, they just went and acquired Lawton. So it feels like 2C is just around the league. Who didn't want a second line center? We did have some signings today, players that you thought who were UFAs might be on the block. Jason Zucker signing a 2-year, $9.5 million contract with Buffalo, $4.75 million AAV. That was a player that, you thought maybe they would try to get something. Like, I don't really know what Buffalo, what kind of direction they're going in. I mean, you can still trade him away and then, sign him again. And then how about this one? Former Winnipeg Jets defenseman Johnny Kovacevic signing a big 5-year deal worth $20 million. That's $4 million AAV. That's a big one for New Jersey. You thought maybe they would trade him away. They traded for Dumoulin yesterday. We're trying to see, are they going to get a forward with Jack Hughes injured? But how about that deal for Johnny, 27-year-old right shot defenseman? That's a big one.
That is a big one. And he obviously was a Winnipeg Jet, a Manitoba Moose for a long time here. And I know a lot of Jets fans are reminiscing on what could have been with Jonathan Kovacevic. The Jets don't trade for Luke Schenn today if they have Kovacevic on their third pair. I can tell you that. But the Jason Zucker one was puzzling to me. Like, he's pending UFA. Like you said, the Buffalo Sabres, what is their direction? I don't even think they know what their direction is, because he is in the later stages of his career, and they extend him 2 years at nearly $5 million per year when they could flip him for some kind of draft pick, some kind of thing that's going to help them down the line here. I know Jason Zucker expressed interest in staying, and there is, something to be said. You can't trade everyone. You do have to keep some quality players on your team. But Jason Zucker is a player with the current market. Like Anthony Beauvillier got a second-round pick from the Washington Capitals to the Pittsburgh Penguins. I think Jason Zucker could get a 3 or a 4 in this current market, right? Or even a 2 if you're going off of that trade. So I don't know what Buffalo's doing. I don't think they know what they're doing. And there's a reason that they haven't made the playoffs in like my entire lifetime, basically.
Here we do actually have a very interesting trade right now. Speaking of within the division, Fluto Shinzawa reporting Charlie Coyle has been traded to Colorado from the Boston Bruins, and Pierre Lebrun reporting in return Casey Middlestat, part of the deal, but there are also other parts. So wow, that is a big one. And Casey Middlestat, we just mentioned they acquired him, thought he was going to be the guy. He was on Buffalo. And I think we had talked about him last year too, as the Jets may be looking for him as a possible, center option. And, he was that second line last year, but he had really fallen out of favor and was dropped down the lineup. They did get Brock Nelson, so you didn't really need him, and you got a bigger player in Charlie Coyle. So we'll wait and see what the reaction or what the move with there is. And then the other trade, the TSN trade tracker has this one up. Luke Cunnin going from San Jose to Columbus. He was held out in San Jose, just trading away everyone. They traded away Ceci and Granlund before, Wallman. That was finalized this morning. And I don't know what you make of these 2 deals as we wait to hear, TBD on the Sharks, and it's Casey Middlestat for Charlie Coyle, but waiting to hear the full details.
Yeah, I mean, I think Colorado gets better here. I mean, Casey Middlestat, when they acquired him last year, and in the playoffs against the Jets, he played well,
Yes.
but way too many peaks and valleys for Casey Middlestat, way too inconsistent as a Colorado Avalanche. And Charlie Coyle is a consistent player. He's going to play third line center, which is a step down from the role he's been playing with the Boston Bruins. He's been in their top 6 with Pavel Zacha and David Pastrnak and Brad Marchand, who might be on the move. But yeah, Boston clearly selling. And I like this move for Boston as well. David Pastrnak's 26, Charlie McAvoy's in that age range as well. That's your core. So Charlie Coyle, 32 years old, going to Colorado, you're kind of getting younger at the center position and betting on Casey Middlestat returning to that form that when the Colorado Avalanche traded for him, at least he was for the first couple of games there and into the playoffs against the Jets. But I think Colorado gets better in the short term with this move. Clearly, they're operating under the short term. They're in the prime years of Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and all of these players. They just got Martin Necas, who has been a great fit in the Mikko Rantanen trade. So the Central gets even better. If you thought it could stop, we've got 55 minutes, and it's like everyone is yelling for the Central Division to stop getting better and stop adding. And the ball is in the Jets' court. The Dallas and Colorado keep adding, and I don't think the Jets are done. We'll see.
Yeah, and the Jets are in action tonight against the New Jersey Devils. So Connor Hrabchak going to start after Eric Comrie played last night. I haven't really seen if we're going to be seeing Brandon Tanev or Luke Schenn in the lineup. But yes, a lot of comments saying, hey, the Jets better win this division. Let Colorado and Dallas play each other in the first round. And, Minnesota is currently occupying that spot. They are tied with Colorado, but they have the regulation overtime wins tie. No, they have the tiebreaker. I don't know what NHL.com is doing with this with this standings here, but you win the division, you get to play Calgary, maybe Vancouver, could it be St. Louis? Very important with all these teams loading up, but we got 53 minutes left I think that we'll see another move from Kevin Cheveldayoff, right? If this is it for the Jets, while Colorado gets Coyle and Nelson and Dallas gets Rantanen, you'd have to be a bit disappointed if this is what it's going to be when it's all said and done, especially when we talked about Brock Nelson or upgrading at second line center for so long.
Yeah, I mean, what we've got, 53 minutes, like you said, until we find out. I think this move with Luke Schenn, I'm talking about Logan Stanley, I'm getting there. The Luke Schenn move, he's a right shot defenseman. I think this keeps Logan Stanley in the lineup. I've been pretty vocal both on WST Sunday Live and on here that I think the Logan Stanley third pair D role is a spot that the Jets have to upgrade. If they're going to run Schenn and Miller on that third pair, that would work as well. We're also going to find out in the next 52 minutes whether or not the Jets believe in Vladislav Namestnikov as their 2C going down the stretch here. And this team, I've brought it up so many times, the amount of cap space, the draft picks, all the players in their prime, Josh Morrissey and Kyle Connor on value contracts. Your goaltender might win the Hart this year. Like, this is the year you won't have a better chance than this one. The Central Division keeps loading up, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the Winnipeg Jets, and if the Winnipeg Jets fight fire with fire here in the last 52 minutes, because going into a playoff series in the second round against Dallas or Colorado with Namestnikov as 2C and Logan Stanley on that third pair, I would not feel good about that going up against Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and all these uber talented players on the Colorado Avalanche, or Mikko Rantanen and Wyatt Johnston and Miro Heiskanen if he's healthy on the Dallas Stars, right? So I think the Jets need to fight fire with fire here, and they've got 51 minutes. I've talked long enough that I've said the time 3 different times to do it.
Yeah, the Jets putting out the graphic, welcoming in a good old Prairie kid. Oh, if you wanted to see what Luke Schenn looked like in a Jets jersey, Connor. This is what we're here for. Check out this Photoshop job. Well done, Jets. Notice no jersey number on the arm. We're waiting to see if you want to pick up your Luke Schenn jersey at Royal Sports. Brandon Tanev still don't know the number there. I think that's the biggest topic, Connor, when you have a trade. What number are they going to be if you're going to be picking up their jersey, or if there's going to be a transaction in the locker room, someone purchasing that jersey number. Yes, 51 minutes away. It's, on a side. No, I'm not going to. Anyways, we're counting down to the trade deadline here. Winnipeg Jets. Okay, Hustler, he's back. I need to take a step away here. I'll throw it to Hustler in a sec.
Excellent, thanks, fellas. As they hit up the big trade corner, look at that, Charlie Coyle going to the Avalanche. Basically, center for center trade. I mean, in some ways, this is like another version of the Ottawa Buffalo trade that happened earlier today. With Dylan Cousins and Josh Norris changing places. As far as the Jets looking to add a center, I mean, they're not looking to ship a center out. They're looking to add one, and we'll be paying attention to what they do with picks. The first round pick that's still there, well, all of their first round picks are still with them. The second round picks are gone, but that will certainly be a focus going forward. And Casey Middlestat, did fine for a period of time, but just never really found his spot as that 2C, and then they get Brock Nelson and certainly Charlie Coyle. I think a much better fit for the role that is the third line center. Certainly gets a little older, gets more experienced. But for the Bruins' perspective, they're looking at getting a little younger and getting a player that hopefully can grow into an effective top 6 center, which they've needed so badly since Krejci and Bergeron walked away a little, over the last couple of seasons. I'm not sure you guys touched on this. I'm seeing reports that a Wyatt Johnson extension, Darren Drager reporting rumblings about extension talks with Wyatt Johnson and Dallas. And the one that got away here in Winnipeg, Johnny Kovacevic, speaking of big right side defenseman, he gets a nice extension with the New Jersey Devils. I believe I'll just pull this up right here. I believe $20 million for 5 more years. So he was listen, I mean, I know there's been lots of conjecture. I mean, sometimes you have guys that, you're not able to keep. And, unfortunately, Johnny Kovacevic got picked up, and credit to him for turning, the opportunity in Montreal and then in Jersey into, now a 5-year extension at $4 million per. Nice bit of business there by the New Jersey Devils. And it's, I'm just seeing some of the Jersey fans being in on this. Not everyone is in on this, but listen, I think we've seen, the way he started here with the Manitoba Moose and a limited time with the Winnipeg Jets. Knew he had a possibility of turning into an NHL regular, and he did that. The Wyatt Johnson deal, though, that's going to be big money. Drager, I think someone was speculating in and around the 9 range if they're going to get him done on an 8-year deal. But the Central certainly is getting a lot tighter with Rantanen going to the Dallas Stars in exchange for Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. As we bring in Connor Hrabchak again, and Connor, I'll say this to you. You know what is really intriguing to me, outside of obviously our focus on Winnipeg and what they may or may not be able to do, is Carolina. And in a lot of ways, they walked themselves into this situation. They certainly are not better today than they were yesterday, with all due respect to Logan Stankoven. The one thing we will wait to see how this team looks in an hour, because with the 2 first-round picks that they just acquired from the Dallas Stars, that is currency that can be turned into other players. And, for them, I think they knew they were going to have a tough time signing Nakash, so they punt on him a year early. And as it turns around, I mean, they do get a bunch of nice draft capital back, much to the chagrin of everyone in the Central Division, as Mikko Rantanen goes in. By the way, like Rantanen going up against his old team, that's another reason why the Jets have to win this division, not only to avoid those teams in the first round and let them beat the hell out of each other, but that one would be must watch in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. And I was saying that too, Huss. I think keep an eye on Carolina here in these final 45 minutes. I could see them definitely flipping both of those first round picks. And it's really interesting, the point that Jacob Stoller brought up there about how every team kind of came away with this okay. Like, if you're looking at it from Carolina's perspective, and I know that this is not how NHL GMs look at it, but I think you would trade Martin Necas and Jack Drury for Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks if Mikko Rantanen wasn't involved, right? I think that that's a pretty fair trade for both sides. If I know that you get Mikko Rantanen, he doesn't sign, and then you eventually flip him, but I don't know if Carolina can now take these 2 first-round picks and get like a Jared McCann, who Jacob brought up as a potential target for the Jets, but would add to their forward core as well. Carolina could be right back in the premier teams in the East right now. I know Washington's up there. Tampa Bay, I loved their moves with Yanni Gordon, Oliver Bjorkstrand. Toronto is up there. They just got Scott Laughton. I know it's tough to bet on Toronto making it past a round, but Carolina's right up there with all of those teams. And if they're able to flip these 2 first-round picks, they could be, again, the premier team in the East, even without Mikko Rantanen, which is crazy to say. It would have been wild to say before last night when these trade talks all began.
Well, I'll say this: thank God the Jets won last night to give Jet fans a little bit of a chance to exhale. Was kind of hoping Calgary could have done us a favor and, held on to that lead and not lose in OT. But Dallas is just 6 points back. They do have a game in hand. They've been playing very well lately. They've won 4 games in a row. And as much as, I do think whoever wins the Central Division is going to win the West. As much as it's great to win the conference, you can't do that without winning your division. And the stakes for winning the Central Division, I think, have gone up significantly over the course of the last 24 hours. And I'll say the same thing over in the Atlantic Division. You mentioned the Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs have been first place for a good portion of this season. They've dropped 2 in a row. They gave up that point to San Jose on home ice, which is frustrating. They're 2 points back of Florida right now with a game in hand. They're 1 point up on the Tampa Bay Lightning. This is a straight 3-horse race for the top of that division, and very similarly into the Central. You win, you get one of the wild card teams, which are right now Columbus or Ottawa. You don't win, you're playing one of the Florida Panthers or the Tampa Bay Lightning, or, it's the same conversation from Florida, Tampa as well. 3 really good teams. 2 of them are playing in the first round, and one of them is going to be out in less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, and the Eastern Conference is such a mess in the second wild card, right? Like a team could fall into that spot because no one wants it down the stretch here, right? Like we talk a lot about that with the 8 seed in the Western Conference, how the Vancouver Canucks and Calgary Flames are kind of falling backwards into that spot. Well, it seems like everyone is falling backwards into both wild card spots in the East. So getting that 1 seed is key in both divisions, and Washington has it locked up in theirs. So the Florida, Tampa Bay, Toronto one is really interesting to me. I would like Tampa Bay. Like if I was picking a team to get that 1 seed, honestly, Tampa Bay's been so hot, and they just added Gord and Bjorkstrand, and then setting up a Toronto, Florida first round series, or even if Toronto gets the 1 seed and then it's the Battle of Florida, Tampa versus Florida in the first round. Like there's so many good matchups that could come out of that division. And I really like what Tampa Bay has done. So they're honestly one of my favorites in the East, maybe the favorite. Their top 9 is absolutely loaded. Andrei Vasilevsky looks like his prime self of late. And then all eyes are on Toronto. I know they added Scott Lawton, but will they add more maybe to their blue line as well? And Florida, obviously, they're in it every single year. Cup champions a few years ago. Let me ask you this, Huss. Back to the Central Division. The Dallas Stars just got Mikko Rantanen. Full no move for the next 8 years. Colorado got Nelson and Charlie Coyle. Who's the best team in the Central right now with 42 minutes to the deadline?
Well, I mean, it's really tough. I mean, have either of those teams taken over the Jets? I mean, on paper, maybe.
I'd argue Dallas, maybe, on paper.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I still will remind people that there's a guy that's about to win a 3rd Vezina Trophy playing
for sure.
in Winnipeg that can be the ultimate difference maker in games. I mean, even just between, like, if we wait to see if the Jets are a finished product, I'm not sure how much more Colorado or Dallas will do.
Sure.
Like I saw what you threw up last night, of the Avalanche and their top 12 right now and how different it looks. I mean, do you remember that team at the beginning of the year, how top heavy they were? They were basically just a one-line team. And now you look at Colorado, being down the middle, which is so important. And that is certainly an area where they will get the nod over the Winnipeg Jets. I mean, quite clearly, certainly as presently constructed. Going with Nate McKinnon, who's 1B, 1A, 1B for the top players in the world. Mm-hmm. You add in Brock Nelson in the 2C, and then to me, the Boston Colorado trade with Middlestat going for Charlie Coyle, great deal for Boston. I mean, as far as what they're looking for right now here in the present, Charlie Coyle coming in as a 3rd-line center for the Avalanche is really, really good. Now, Dallas hasn't done a lot on their blue line, and that has been an area that, this year, especially with the injury of Miro Heiskanen, who you would hope, or Dallas fans certainly would hope that he'll be back at some point, would be in the mix. I don't know. I think I might still say Dallas.
Okay.
Of those 2 teams, I mean, I've got more faith in Ottinger maybe than Mackenzie Blackwood, but I mean, it's fascinating, and it's going to make for an absolutely amazing first round and second round of the playoffs. I mean, all along, even if the Jets won, I think you thought that you would have to deal with the Dallas Stars. Well, if it's not the Dallas Stars now, it'll be the Colorado Avalanche, and that is assuming the Jets can do enough to stay on top of the division and play one of those wild cards in the first round. Connor, great stuff. Hang tight. We'll continue to chop all this up. Keep an eye on the trade tracker as we come down to the final 40 minutes before the NHL trade deadline. I'm going to bring in Mike McIntyre in just a minute. Let me give a shout out to our friends over at F Apparel, the #1 spot for custom men's clothes here in Winnipeg, with custom suits starting at just $400. Guys, spring is here. That means grads. That means weddings. And no better place to get done up for the big events and big days in your life than F Apparel. If you do have a grad in the family, or you're graduating this year, take advantage of a great deal when you get a custom suit at F starting at $429. F Apparel will give you a free custom shirt and tie to go with that suit. And if you got a wedding coming up, they are the leaders in weddings. Great discounts available for wedding parties when you get your suits for the big day. F Apparel's at 190 Smith Street downtown. Check them out online at F. That's EPHapparel.com, and you can make a reservation to pop in and get fitted up as well. And hey, we're going to wait till the end of 2 o'clock, as Remis mentioned. But when you're looking for that new jersey or your whites to get ready for the Winnipeg Jets playoff run and the whiteout, Royal Sports is the place to do it. The biggest selection of Winnipeg Jets jerseys and merchandise you'll find in the city. And they can customize that jersey with your favorite player's name and number, or maybe one of the newest players' names and numbers down at Royal. Check it out, 750 Pembina Highway, the original OG hockey superstore in town for over 50 years as well. And tons of cool things on the Kings skate, snow, and surf side. Give them a follow on Instagram at Royal Sports Winnipeg for the latest merchandise drops and sale information. All right, let's bring in Mike McIntyre from the Winnipeg Free Press, who has been all over the latest machinations of the deadline and, of course, the Winnipeg Jets. Mike, we didn't have a lot of time to enjoy that win last night before finding out about a certain trade between the Islanders and Colorado, and then the Central got even more competitive with the arrival of Mikko Rantanen potentially going up against his old team in the first round, which is pretty juicy. What have you made of what's happened in the Central before we focus in on the Winnipeg Jets moves so far?
Yeah, it's an arms race in the Central, no doubt. And then, the Avs now get Charlie Coyle as well, although they ship Casey Middlestat, but Coyle brings probably a little more playoff style hockey to Denver. Of course, Dallas had previously gone out and acquired Mikael Granlund, a nice ad for them. I know you guys were just talking about it, Huss, but it certainly reiterates the importance. Cannot stress the importance enough of the Winnipeg Jets winning their division and not having to play one of Colorado or Dallas in the first round, because no matter how you size it up, that would be one tough out. I'm sure the Jets, and I suspect a lot of the NHL is hoping Colorado and Dallas face each other in the first round, let them beat the tar out of each other. A very good team would be going home, and whoever emerges from that, if whoever they would play in the second round, you'd almost hope that you can kind of take advantage of what would be probably a really taxing series. Certainly for the Jets, we have not seen the stockpiling of arms with 40 minutes left in the deadline. 2 depth adds, obviously. And I don't think either, certainly the Brandon Tanev ad did not surprise me at all. That was pretty predictable. I've been saying, many have been saying for weeks that one made a lot of sense. Just from a depth perspective, a character guy, a guy that'll bring back some of those 2018 Western Conference Final vibes. Is he better than what they have in the bottom 6? They have some pretty good players in the bottom 6 right now. He brings obviously a little bit different skill set. There's still a lot of speed there, a lot of energy. He plays fearless. He'll block shots. He'll kill penalties. But it's not a move the needle kind of ad, and nor is Luke Schenn. I mean, obviously there's a championship pedigree, great character. Again, he'll get dirty in front of the net. He'll pay a price, but these are not move the needle type acquisitions. And I think we're all still waiting to see if that happens. No question, the Jets were in on Brock Nelson, and without question, the Colorado Avalanche made an offer that exceeded what the Jets were willing to pay. And I think specifically we can look at the prospect, and that Callum Ritchie is a better prospect than what the Jets were willing to pony up. They were not willing to part with Braden Yeager. And I think it probably would have taken a Yeager to get that deal done. I have no doubt, Huss, that the Jets are still trying. I know there's a lot of angst out there that thinking that that's it for the day, and maybe it is, but the Jets are still trying to get something done here in this last hour. I think specifically as it pertains to a center, I wouldn't be surprised if they're also looking at maybe a left shot defenseman to be added. And so, names like Mario Ferraro, obviously Jamie Alexiak still out there. For center, I mean, certainly the Luke Schenn ad I think we all went, well, the Schenns have talked about wanting to play together. Could that open a door for Brayden Schenn?
That was certainly my first thought, Mike. And there is a history of Kevin Cheveldayoff trading with Doug Armstrong on the deadline. And I reminded people, and people popped in late, we all talk about the Stastny acquisition. That was arguably Chevy's shrewdest trade. Yep. Nobody had Stastny on because St. Louis was in a playoff spot when they made that trade. Yes. Now, they've been playing very well coming out of the break, but they're still in a 4-horse race for one wild card spot. And I would argue that their positioning right now is
the weakest of the 4.
Well, for sure. And on top of it, it's weaker than it was when they made that trade beforehand. So there is some historical precedent for this. And it was pretty clear that both of those players, through their agents, presumably through the insiders, were saying that, they would maybe like an opportunity for both of those players to be traded. So I would say that Brayden Schenn, if we were having our own little Winnipeg trade bait board, one of the more intriguing names that you could possibly see a deal getting done. You wonder what the cost, though. He's the captain of the St. Louis Blues and a huge part of that team.
Well, and that's where does the Brock Nelson offer get a deal like that done? A first, and the Jets still have their first, a top prospect like a Colby Barlow, and maybe another piece, another prospect or a Ville Heinola, something like that. Does that get it done? And so certainly Schenn would be, and I know Frank Saravelli, I think, tweeted out a bit ago that he doesn't think Schenn joining the Jets in Winnipeg is likely. A couple other centers out there, Ryan O'Reilly, again, a name that I think we've talked about before that I think would check off a lot of boxes. It's just a question whether the Predators are willing to move on from him.
Well, and whether he would accept a trade, because Barry Trotz has said, I mean, we can't kind of, not mention that they have said that they will treat him as if he has a no move and only trade him to somewhere where he'd be willing to go. And with term on his deal, you wonder whether he's willing to sign up to come to Winnipeg after choosing Nashville amongst probably many possible suitors.
And I believe there was a report yesterday that he had already been approached about possibly waiving, or not waiving because he doesn't have about being moved back to Toronto. And he said, no, thanks. He had no interest in going back. Now, I don't think that's necessarily a Canadian thing from him. I think he didn't have a good experience in Toronto, doesn't want to go back. The other name to me that's really interesting, and we saw Seattle obviously trade Brandon Tanev. So we know there's dialogue that's been going on between the Jets and the Kraken. Could Jared McCann and or Jamie Alexiak still make some sense here in this final hour? McCann would be a good get for sure. Big, powerful center, obviously with some real finish. And so, I mean, I think the Jets were already in the market regardless of what their closest rivals did. But you got to think, Huss, that Kevin Cheveldayoff and his staff are sitting around watching what Colorado and Dallas are doing. How can you not feel some additional pressure now to try and, keep up with the proverbial Joneses, as the saying goes, in what has become an arms race? And so, I think the Jets still have cap space. I think they have over $6 million in projected space. They still have their first rounder. They haven't traded any prospects. We'll see if that big swing is still to come here in this final hour. And if it isn't, it will be very interesting to hear how Kevin Cheveldayoff frames this, because I think at least publicly in the perception aspect, the Jets are going to be seen as taking a big L in what they didn't do. If all they make are 2 depth adds here, that's going to be tough to sell. Now, I get that they're very happy with the group they have. They should be. They're in first place. But what happens if a key guy gets hurt or a couple key guys get hurt?
Well, to me, that's the concern, especially at the center position. I think they've done a good job. You're adding Schenn, adding Brandon Tanev. You can handle an injury in your bottom 6. You can handle losing a defenseman for a few games. I mean, I think they're looking at it. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another one that came out at some point. Like if Mark Scheifele or even Vlad, like if Vlad is in that position in a spot that you already wanted to improve, if he is out, where do you go from there? And that's why I would imagine there'll be another forward coming in. I think the big question is just how high a quality of forward, how good of a fit on the second line is. Because when you look at it, I mean, there's Donato, excuse me, who's who's been playing very well with Chicago and being very productive, especially as of late. But you go down that list. I mean, we talked a lot about Scott Laughton. Scott Laughton went for a first-round pick. Now, they did retain 50%. I don't think Scott Laughton would be even an upgrade on Vlad. He's probably more a bottom six guy, and he's certainly not taking that third-line spot of Adam Lowry. So, but you were right. I mean, like they would love to upgrade that spot, but they also need insurance in that spot down the middle as we get into the playoffs.
And that's the thing. I mean, again, and I saw the interview that Kevin Cheveldayoff did earlier in the day on TSN with James Duthie, and he spoke about how much he liked this group. Not surprising. And then he was asked about, are you confident that this group can go on a long playoff run? And he immediately talked about, well, you never know what injuries can do, and even brought up some past playoffs where they've lost key guys. Well, that's what today is about, right? You got to try and address that. This is your last chance externally to address those holes. And if you're the Jets, how could you necessarily at the end of the day justify leaving cap space on the table, and a lot of it, and not weaponizing it? And now, again, we don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes in terms of what they've already tried and what hasn't worked. We know the Nelson thing didn't work out, but just the fact they were in on Brock Nelson, again, tells you they know they need upgrades. It's on them, though, to get this over the finish line with someone. And, that otherwise it feels like the window is so open this year. In a way, if you don't do anything more than what they've done, it feels like you've kind of closed it a little more. Now it's still open, but it's maybe not as wide open as it was, especially with what some of their closest rivals have done. There's no question, though, Huss, when you see the prices being paid today, when I saw Anthony Beauvillier go for it, like he's a borderline waiver guy, go for a second-round pick, it is absolutely a seller's market, maybe more than it has been in ages. So you have to pay a premium, and I know some people already were kind of wringing their hands over what the Jets gave up just to get Tanev and Schenn. But those are the prices that are being asked. And, if you want an even bigger name, bigger impact player, you're really going to have to pay. We know the Jets were they had an offer that they were willing to pay for Brock Nelson. Can they now pivot in time and take a similar offer and turn it into another productive player?
Well, and listen, I mean, I think that, I read that Frank was on 960 today and said that, Nelson didn't want to go to Canada. And that was sort of what came down to it. And, we'd seen, and maybe we should have taken this and focused on it a little bit more. I mean, a couple days ago, there was lots of talk about how aggressive the Jets were being, but there were, I can't remember what they referred to, but essentially, when we come down to no moves and no trade contracts, and I mean, that makes this job that much more difficult. Sure, but no one cares about that once you drop the puck in the Stanley Cup playoffs or when we talk about it afterwards. It is a reality. But it is incumbent on the team to find a way, in some ways, to keep up the Joneses if they think that they are a cup contender. And you look at the standings, you would have to believe that they are. And to me, like I still kind of think that we'll see more action from the Winnipeg Jets. I guess just the big question is when it comes to the center position, and you mentioned the prices paid for centers right now. Yeah. How much sticker shock will there be depending on what comes back? And even if there is an available player that would be an upgrade on a Vlad Nemetsnikov that would give them a more potent second line and the depth that they need at that position to weather an injury or two if you're going to go deep in the playoffs over the course of the next 25 minutes before we get to the top of the hour.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Jets, if they can have a scenario where they're starting the playoffs and Vlad Nemetsnikov is their fourth line center, like that tells me they did really well today.
That feels like 2018.
It does, absolutely. And if your fourth line has like Nemetsnikov and Iafallo and someone else, Appleton, down there, or Tanev. Like that's I think you've done pretty well to address the depth, and then you have some protection against injury, or if something's not working, you have some options. But yeah, I mean, I just think we know playoff hockey is a completely different animal. I like what the Jets have done today in terms of just addressing some overall toughness, some grit, things like that. But at the end of the day, like, again, the two guys they've added today, that doesn't really move the needle a whole lot. I think they can be useful players in limited type roles. And I think the Jets will certainly, take advantage of having Schenn and Tanev on the roster. And yes, ultimately, the play of your stars is going to go a long way. Like, Mark Scheifele and Connor Hrabchak and Josh Morrissey and Kyle Connor, those guys are going to ultimately have a big, big say in what this team does in the playoffs. But I think you owe it to this group to surround them with a little more talent, and just so that they have the absolute best chance going forward. And I imagine, the Nelson thing probably, and maybe the Jets knew well before the trade went down to Colorado. Like, maybe they knew that Nelson likely wasn't coming their way. But I certainly got the sense that they were in it until pretty much right down to the wire last night, which means if that's the case, like, that's a pretty quick pivot here. And, this final hour has got to be a really interesting one, right? Teams get a little more desperate. Teams that have seen others add, maybe they up their offer because they don't want to kind of get left when the music stops without a chair. And also, if you're a seller and you've seen the prices that are being paid, you want to make sure that you get your return. And so, there's maybe some compromise required.
At the same time, though, there is a real deadline. And you can be holding out for what you think is worthwhile. Correct. If you get to 2:00 and you have nothing, you haven't accomplished anything. And
yeah,
I mean, listen, I would imagine there are a few games of chicken going on right now on the phone between NHL GMs right now. And, to be a fly on the wall on some of these rooms between 1:38 and 2 p.m. leading into the trade deadline. Mike McIntyre's with us from the Winnipeg Free Press. Couple deals that have just been reported while we've been chatting. Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith go from the Blackhawks to the Red Wings. Chicago gets Joe Veleno going back the other way. And Winnipegger Cody Glass, if I'm not mistaken, the first ever draft pick of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Correct.
He goes from
and the first ever first round pick to be traded by the Golden Knights, of which it's now an incredibly long list. Like, literally every first rounder has now been traded by the Golden Knights.
Well, he's been traded again, not for a first rounder this time, but to the New Jersey Devils for a third round pick. So, and this might be a great option for Glass going into this spot, considering the hit New Jersey's taken with the loss of Jack Hughes. Speaking of teams that are looking for centers and center depth, made a couple moves, but much like the Winnipeg Jets, I mean, there just isn't a lot out there right now, seemingly on the board, just to be picked up for a pick or a prospect right now. Most of the trades that we've seen with centers, Cousins for Norris, Coyle for Middlestat. If you don't have something of equivalent from your roster, it's been tough to get those centers right now so far, with the exception of the package that was paid for Brock Nelson.
For sure, because again, there's teams that they're trying to win, or at least quickly get back into the win column here, and so maybe they don't like the idea of a first round pick. And they don't want to wait. Like, you see Buffalo, right? They wanted some actual players back right now that they feel can keep them competitive. One thing, Huss, I'll be curious to see, like, let's just assume the Jets don't get any more deals done here. You wonder, like, does Kevin Cheveldayoff have something in his back pocket? Like we're seeing Dallas just announced moments ago here, a 5-year extension for Wyatt Johnson, $8.4 million. He was going to be an RFA this summer. We know there's been talks with some of the UFAs and RFAs with the Jets, and we've seen some of those guys on other teams get signed. Is there a contract extension for someone that's almost like in case of emergency, pull this out to try and at least salvage some good news out of what may be viewed as a not so good day if the Jets don't get anything else done? Do they sign one of their pending UFAs or an RFA like Dylan Sandberg or Gabe Vilardi? I don't know.
RFAs, it will be whatever. I mean, it'll be nice that they get that done. People would expect them to do whatever. The only one that would really move the needle and maybe get moved on would be Nikolai Ehlers. And I will say I will not be holding my breath for that over the course of the next hour.
I would not either, but it is interesting because especially there are teams now with the deadline about to be in the rearview mirror. You've now got a little more clarity on your cap situation, going forward. So we sometimes see those deals happen. And if not today, certainly in the days to come, as teams now have a little more sense of what they did or didn't get at the deadline. So, that's something to keep an eye on. But certainly as we watch the clock tick down, and don't forget, folks, just because the clock strikes 2, sometimes there is a lineup in the queue. I can think of other years where it's actually been, 30, 40 minutes after the fact that you're hearing about deals. So, obviously it would be nice to hear something in the next 15, 20. If not, that doesn't necessarily mean the Jets didn't do anything. Have to almost wait for a little more time to pass. But yes, time is ticking down. Time is of the essence. And hard to believe, Huss, that the Jets have a game coming up in just over 4 hours tonight. I don't think many folks are really thinking much about that one, though.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that game a little later on today. And just quickly, we're going to bring in Drew Mindell from IC in just a second. Speaking of those Devils, how about the one that got away, Johnny Kovacevic getting 20 sheets today for 5 years from New Jersey?
Yeah, what a and it's one thing, like, he got away from the Jets, obviously. I still don't know why Montreal moved on from him either. Like, wouldn't he be? And I know they've got like Lane Hudson and they've got some other good young defensemen, but I'm not sure why Montreal was so quick to move on from him. Like, seems to me like he could have been a really good piece of what they're trying to build in Montreal as well. But just goes to show that GMs, coaches, scouts, all that, not always. They're not perfect when it comes to talent evaluation. And I think that one will go down even more so than like Declan Chisholm. The Johnny Kovacevic one will go down as one that definitely got away from the Jets.
Well, pins and needles around Jetland for the next 16 odd minutes. Mike, good stuff.
Refresh. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. I guess you and Kenny, Kenny's supposed to come on. Notoriously tough to nail down a time. Of course, he's on the road with the club, but you guys will have a top to bottom coverage of all of this coming up in the free.
Indeed, yeah, lots to come. So we'll see how the rest of the day plays out.
Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you for jumping on. All right, big cheers to Mike. We've got lots more to come. Let's get right to it and bring in another guest, our pal Drew Mindell, who we saw last night with the illegal curve crew down at Boston Pete's Grant Park. And Drew, nice win for the Jets last night. You guys spent the first half hour of the show talking about the Brock Nelson possibility, and then Jet fans got collectively kicked in the junk, and you guys got it live on air. And then the Rantanen deal too. I mean, listen, right now, I think what everyone had hoped would be, a big ad, particularly at the 2C, that has not yet materialized yet for the Winnipeg Jets. They have made a couple ads, which we'll get to, but holy smokes is the landscape of the Central Division. If you thought the Jets were on top looking down at the other two clubs, well, very quickly, both of those teams made up some ground, at least on paper, with the Rantanen and Brock Nelson acquisitions coming to the Central.
There's no question. I mean, if this is it for the Jets, and we'll know in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever, it's hard to be overwhelmed by what they've done.
Hold on.
It was Remis's fault. He muted me. There you go. Yeah, Remis muted me, and then he didn't unmute me. So if there's anybody's fault for that, it's Remis's fault.
The CTO. Got a lot going on today.
Well, you know what? He always has a lot going on. Even before the show, he always had a lot going on. In any event, it's not important. What I was saying, Tanev, nice acquisition. Luke Schenn, a nice acquisition, but when you compare it to what the chief rivals of the Winnipeg Jets have done, it's hard to be overwhelmingly excited by it. Now, that can change just as easily as one trade call, in the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whenever it filters in, if there's something else to come. But you look at what Dallas did and you look at what Colorado did, and you have to love those moves. Whereas for the Jets, what they've done is fine. What they've done is nice. They've increased their depth. And as I've said really since the end of last year, depth wins you regular season games. So that's why the Jets are where they are in the standings. They've been great this year during the regular season, but you need more than just depth to win come playoff time. And right now, I'm still going to assume the Jets are going to finish atop their division. I'm going to assume that they're going to have a relatively easy first round matchup. But after that, when it really gets into the nitty gritty, have they done enough to keep up with the Colorados, the Dallases, a lot of the other teams in the West, particularly their chief rivals in the Central? I'm skeptical about the answer to that. I don't think they're done, though. This is just idle speculation on my part, but you still have your first round pick. And if the floor for the Winnipeg Jets this year, before today, in my conversations with a lot of people, I would have said the floor for the Winnipeg Jets is the Western Conference Finals. That's what their mindset should be. So you make it to the Western Conference Finals, you're talking about your first round pick being, 28th overall, 29th overall? You can trade that. That shouldn't be something that you're holding on to for dear life. That's why I do think that with the Jets still having their first round pick, with them having a number of forward prospects that are enticing, there's still something yet to be done. I don't know that they have packed their bags and gone home yet. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's hard to believe that this is it for the Winnipeg Jets and that there's not one more thing coming.
Let me ask you this as we, approach the deadline at the top of the hour. Part of the reason why I think we were also horny for Brock Nelson was because there was a significant drop-off of perceived centers or guys that could fill that spot.
Yeah.
The acquisition of Luke Schenn certainly got us talking about Braden Schenn. It had been reported that the brothers wanted to be traded somewhere, and there is a trade history between Chevy and Doug Armstrong, even when the Blues were in the playoffs with Paul Stastny. So, that is something that I'm interested in. But when you look around, and I know we mentioned Ryan O'Reilly, I'm sure the Jets have been all over Ryan O'Reilly, and Barry Trotz said that they were going to treat him as if he had a no move. So that might not even be, obviously it's fun for us to speculate, and he'd look great in the jersey. It might not be possible. Outside of those two players, is there a guy or two out there that would fill the need that you think it would be worthwhile giving up a first round pick, a prospect, to get to Winnipeg right now?
If you can somehow put a package together that includes that gets you Jared McCann and Jamie Alexiak out of Seattle, and you already did a deal with Seattle earlier today. You already got Brandon Tanev, so you know that there's been conversations. And just because you made a trade earlier in the day with one team doesn't preclude you from going back and making another trade with that same team. The Jets did it last year, in fact, with New Jersey. Remember, they went out and got Toffoli early in the deadline day, and then they went back and got Colin Miller later that same day. Could a package be put together where you can pry McCann and Alexiak or some variation thereof out of Seattle to fill that second line center role, to fill that third pairing left side D role? That's something that would be equivalent to what Dallas has done, something that would be equivalent to what Colorado has done. That's a big splash. It's going to cost you a significant amount of assets. It's going to cost you Brad Lambert. It's going to cost you a first round pick, maybe more than just one draft pick. It's going to cost you a roster player like a Rasmus Kupari or something like that. But if this is the time to swing big, you're in a position where you're in the driver's seat for first overall in the league. You're first overall in your division, first overall in your conference. Now is the time to use what you've done and what, to say that so that teams are saying Winnipeg in the same breath as Colorado and Dallas as the perceived winners of the day. Now's the time not to be cautious. Now's the time to throw caution to the wind. I don't know if the Jets are going to do it. I don't know if they're going to do it in the next 9 minutes or so, but if at the end of the day, when the buzzer rings, it's just Tanev and it's Schenn, yeah, that helps you. But it doesn't help you enough, in my estimation, to reaffirm yourself as the top team in the Western Conference.
You mentioned the landscape of the Central and certainly the standings right now. And I mean, the Jets do have a 6-point cushion on Dallas. That was 11 last week. Dallas has a game in hand. Dallas has Mikko Rantanen. It always has been the goal of this team to finish on top of the division and the West and get the second wild card in the first round. The importance of that, I think, has ratcheted up in a huge way. And frankly, just for hockey fans, taking any skin we have in the game on the Winnipeg team here, I mean, Rantanen going up against his old team in the first round, I mean, that, sign me up for that. And potentially those teams could beat the hell out of each other for 7 games, and maybe you're in a good spot to, what would be perceived to be an upset, even if you have home ice advantage, beat one of those teams that have loaded up in the fashion that they have.
Absolutely. That would be, everybody in Winnipeg would love to watch Dallas and Colorado play each other for just the exact same reasons you said, Huss, because it also means that the Jets will have a easier first round matchup. That's what it also means, in addition to Colorado and Dallas putting each other through the ringer. Jets have to get there first. I mean, Dallas has been, no one's talking about how good Dallas has been playing all year long. I mean, in any other circumstance, in any other year, Dallas has had an incredible season. It just so happens that the Jets season has been otherworldly. And so as a result, Dallas is sort of flying a little bit under the radar. And they're doing this, by the way, without a couple key members of their roster who are out of the lineup. Mikko Rantanen, in particular. They get him back. If they get him healthy, who knows what happens with Dallas over the course of the rest of the season. That's why the Jets, as we're sitting here, 7 minutes before 2:00 Central Time, that's why I think there needs to be more from the Jets than what they've done. Again, they're fine acquisitions. Luke Schenn fills a role for your team. Brandon Tanev, I guess he fills a role for your team. You can never argue with more depth, but he's not going to be a difference maker. Luke Schenn is not going to be a difference maker. Last time I looked, and I don't want to relitigate this again, Logan Stanley likely is still in your lineup on day one of the playoffs, given the current roster that the Winnipeg Jets have, and you still don't have a second-line center. It's still either going to be, Adam Lowry or Vlad Nemesnikov. Great players, tremendously effective in the regular season, but your depth up front, 1 through 4, through your center ice position, doesn't match now with Dallas. It doesn't match now, with Colorado. So you now have 6 minutes to figure something out along those lines. And, the clock is ticking.
Get ready for this. And again, we'll see what this means. But the Vegas Golden Knights have just tweeted out, "Hi." And then
I think it's Marchand.
And then TSN has tweeted out the eyes emojis.
I think it's Marchand.
Well, there's the tweet right now, and they would have some fun on it. Yeah, Brad Marchand. He of course is out right now with an upper body injury, which is thought to be potentially a concussion.
Right.
And listen, I would have been surprised if Vegas went through this entire trade deadline quiet. But again, to me, what the Jets are trying to do is a little different than a bunch of these other teams. It's a very specific need of a guy in the center that can play. And even if it's not a clear-cut 2C, a guy that's a middle C, a guy that can come in, be an upgrade on Vlad, hopefully add a little bit more juice and be more effective in the playoffs. Not that Vlad is not able to do that, but again, we talked about this. If you end up making a deal where Vlad moves down to your 4th line, that's a much, much better lineup of centers. And frankly, it would be close to what they had in 2018 when they loaded up, added Paul Stastny, and then had Brian Little playing on the 4th line.
And you mentioned Paul Stastny, and I can't help but think, remember, in 2018, when Stastny came aboard, nobody knew that Stastny was available. And that's very much how Kevin Cheveldayoff works. He works in the shadows. He works stealth-like. So we've heard all the names that have been the most prominent names bandied about for a center iceman to play that 2C role. I can't help but wonder if Chevy, given past, experience, given his past history, isn't having a conversation with somebody about somebody that we haven't even speculated about or hasn't even been thought of. Because Paul Stastny, I remember vividly where I was when you saw that news come aboard, and nobody thought Paul Stastny was an option. And boom, that was early in the morning. That was probably about a 10 o'clock acquisition back on trade deadline day then. Now you obviously got 4 minutes or so to do it. But Kevin Cheveldayoff does work in the shadows, and he does it pretty well. Is he going to be able to pull it off today? Well, we'll know sooner rather than later, and it'll be something worth talking about, for the remainder of your broadcast and then later on tonight on my broadcast.
Yeah, of course, the IC guys will be fired up after. There's a game tonight, in fact. Let's not forget about that.
God bless, if you allow me to rant for a moment, God bless the NHL, the only league stupid enough to schedule a relatively heavy night. I think there's 5 or 6 games tonight. Why bother? Why not just own the day with trades from 6 a.m. all the way through 6 p.m.? And I was watching the TSN broadcast earlier. They were complaining about all the guys who are acquired from American teams acquiring guys who have been playing in Canada who might not have a work permit. They can't play for that team probably for another week or so because the NHL insists on doing the deadline day on a Friday, and then offices are closed for the weekends. It doesn't make any sense. But the number of times I've said it doesn't make any sense and the NHL in the same sentence is a lot. How about you just not have why the Jets are playing on a back-to-back tonight and why all these other teams are playing tonight doesn't make a lick of sense whatsoever.
It's been quiet for the last half hour or so on the trade tracker board right now. We're just kind of beating the clock. In the last few years, there's been a number of deals that are basically put in right at this time. But Drew, I'm looking at 158 right now, and I'm hoping I hear Remo fire up that trade sounder again. And maybe this wasn't it. I mean, I'll
tell you what, sorry. As an aside, I was driving in the car earlier today, and I was listening to NHL Network. And their trade siren was an actual ambulance siren. And if you don't think that makes me jump out of the seat while you're driving, I was like, what in the go? Where's it coming from? And then I realized it was the morons on NHL Network Radio who were just torturing people who were in their car. I was like, well, come on, guys. Something better than that. A ship horn. I'm not worried about a ship coming and crossing through me when I'm on the corner of Portage and Maine or something. A little bit something other than an ambulance siren right there and then would be great.
It's wild things happening today on the on trade deadline day. Obviously, a massive crowd. I mean, Jet fans so invested in this season, and the team has earned that spot, and frankly, earned the expectations that there would be some ads. I mean, just quickly, let's hope that there is something more to talk about. But where do you think Brandon Tanev fits in? Do you think he ends up back with Adam Lowry, where he played for many years here as a Winnipeg Jet, or are we talking about maybe kind of coming in to fortify the fourth line? And just thoughts on Luke Schenn and his ad.
Yeah, there's not an obvious fit for Brandon Tanev. I would say probably fourth line. Like, why would you start to mess with, Lowry and Niederreiter and Appleton? They've been so good. But at the same time, plug and play in various things, and you mess around guys in your fourth line and third line potentially and see what clicks. The beauty of the Jets' bottom six right now is it's by and large pretty interchangeable. I mean, that's why the to be honest, I thought that the Tanev acquisition is. They paid a decent price getting a second line pick for a guy who doesn't.
Here we go.
Does that mean it's 2 o'clock, or does that mean it's that's the 2 o'clock buzzer?
That's the horn.
That's the 2 o'clock buzzer. Yeah. That's a boat horn, not an ambulance horn.
All right.
Thanks, Remo.
So we are at the deadline right now.
Yeah, now I'm sure you'll see the tweet where it says they're backed up at NHL trade deadline center or whatever the hell the department is that you call trades into in the NHL offices. They're backed up, and you'll see trades trickle in over the next hour. But you know what? It should be a doozy. If there's one coming, you would hope it would be a doozy at this point, because it would have been Colin Miller who would have been announced to the Jets right around this time last year.
Yeah.
And, talk about Colin Miller. You mentioned Luke Schenn. Luke Schenn, is he now is Colin Miller now the odd man out when it comes to the back end for the Winnipeg Jets? Which, look, I like the physicality that Luke Schenn brings to the table. I like his penalty killing prowess. I never had a problem with Colin Miller's game. I have a problem with the game that belongs to Colin Miller's partner for the most part, and he seems to still be in the Jets lineup.
Yeah, well, we'll see on that. I know Brandon had speculated that, we could see potentially Luke Schenn playing with Josh Morrissey. And, I think for Logan Stanley, if he's in the lineup, to have a player like Dylan DeMello, who consistently makes his partners better, is about as reliable as it is, might be in it. Or you could just have a Twin Towers pair of, two big dudes in Schenn and Logan Stanley. And then, of course, you've got some other options, too, if you wanted to keep Miller in or... Obviously.
Look, I don't have a problem in acquiring a guy like Luke Schenn. He helps. Does he solve your problems? And I mean, again, your problems aren't immense because you're the best team in the league. But if you're going to go out and you're going to, you've traded a second round pick, a fourth round pick, and another second round pick, you would hope that you might get a little bit more of an impact than whatever Schenn and Tanev are going to bring to the lineup. I'm just, the trades are logical. They are, depth is important come playoff time, but they certainly would not be what I would describe as exciting. And, flash is oftentimes overrated, admittedly, but at the same time, you still got your warts, and now you can't fix your warts anymore after 2:00.
Hey, Drew. Okay. So Cam Robinson tweeting out, I'm told we're going to see a handful of noteworthy deals come in over the next few minutes. Mentions Dallas, Carolina, and Vegas, all seemingly still working. And here's one. Here's one from Elliot Friedman. We all know that the Florida Panthers are synonymous with rats. Well, maybe the number one rat in the league. Although maybe he's number two to Matthew Tkachuk. Brad Marchand potentially traded to the Florida Panthers.
And I love it. I mean, look, the NHL rules are so ridiculous. Matthew Tkachuk is going to be back for the first game of the playoffs. You know it. I know it. We all know it. It's complete and total cap manipulation. But, if the rules allow you to cheat and you're not cheating, you're just doing a disservice to your fan base. So cheat to your heart's content. The NHL refuses to do anything to fix it. I promise you Matthew Tkachuk will be healthy come day one of the playoffs. Brad Marchand will also magically become healthy for day one of the playoffs. You tell me what team in the East is going to want to play against Marchand and Tkachuk and everybody else that the Florida Panthers have. To me, until the king is dead, long live the king, and the Stanley Cup, the defending Stanley Cup champion Panthers are still the kings in my books.
If you were holding your breath and thought maybe Ryan Donato might end up in Winnipeg, doesn't look like that's happening. Frank Saravelli reporting that the Blackhawks kept both Ryan Donato and Pat Maroon, who are both pending UFAs.
Oh, what a hell of an organization they are! They're just are they not the smartest bunch of smarts who ever smarted? It's a gong show of an organization. Somebody should go and try and pry Connor Bedard out of there because he's not going to do anything as a member of the Chicago Blackhawks. Just like when the Jack Eichel finally left hell that is Buffalo, you might as well go try and do the same with Bedard and get him out of that awful Blackhawks organization.
What, of course, as we mentioned, we've got a game tonight, and of course, another edition of the Illegal Curve post-game show. Tee up what's coming up. I'm sure you will talk about the game, but I imagine what has been happening for the last few hours or not happening will be the major topic of the show.
Yeah, we might just go straight through from tonight's post-game show right through to tomorrow morning's Illegal Curve hockey show. It's just, there's not much to talk about. So post-game tonight after the Jets and the Devils will be right around 8:45. Myself and Ezzy will be bringing you the latest on what happens on the ice, bringing you all the analysis of what happens off the ice, and then we'll do it all again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. with the Illegal Curve hockey show. Craig Button is scheduled to join us tomorrow morning, so we'll recap everything from around the league from the Jets' perspective. And then, of course, there's another game on Sunday. So if anyone knows the name of a good divorce attorney, if you could send it our way, that would be terrific, because otherwise it'll be a while since I've seen my family and things of that nature.
Greg Wyshynski has just tweeted the Elliot Friedman's Marchand possible to Florida with the picture of John Cena right before he turned heel on the weekend at the Elimination Chamber. That is some good stuff. All right. Well, hey, listen, thanks for jumping on today. And great to see you guys last night. We'll look forward to the show this evening and tomorrow. A very, very busy, packed Illegal Curve show Saturday mornings. You know where to find him. Drew Mindell, thanks a lot. By the way, where's Manuk on such a busy couple days?
Manuk doesn't know how to use a calendar, so I believe right now he's in an airport. On his way, he's got a boys' weekend scheduled. You would think maybe he'd look at a calendar to see if it is in fact trade deadline.
Are these boys hockey fans at all, or is this one of his other clubs and associations he's involved in?
You know what? I wouldn't want to associate like they say, any friend of mine is somebody I don't want to be a friend with. But that's Manuk's crew right there. So he's off doing a fun weekend of frivolity, and he's leaving Ezzy and I in charge. So boy, that's going to be a disaster for all involved.
Hey, good seeing you guys last night. Thanks for doing this, pal.
Thanks, Huss. Anytime, buddy.
All right, there's Drew Mindell at IC Drew on X, and of course, you know where to find the fellas at Illegal Curve Hockey. All right. Listen, we are still waiting for clarification on the final deals or no deals. It looks like Ken Wiebe's going to join us in just a minute. I mentioned that we were at Boston Pizza last night with our friends at Little Brown Jug. We're going to be doing a watch party at Boston Pizza Garden City on March 20th for the Jets-Oilers game. Really looking forward to that. We did that one earlier this year at BP Polo Park. We packed the place. Hopefully we'll do it again. You're all invited to join us. We'll have great prizes from Boston Pizza and Little Brown Jug at night. And of course, Little Brown Jug now going to be on the taps out at Boston Pizza Garden City as well. When you're thinking beer right now and obviously wanting to support Canadian, why not keep it local and enjoy Winnipeg's favorite local beer, Little Brown Jug, 1919, generic lager and more. Pop by and see them at their brewery and tap house. And when you see it on tap around the city, make sure to take advantage of it. Let's bring Wiebe in here in just a minute. I do want to give a shout out to our friends at Aikens Lake as Ken gets ready to pop on. Cannot wait to get out there, post our HSC Overtime Fund a Need campaign. And we'll be out there with Mark, Aikens Lake, unique, one-of-a-kind spot in Manitoba, fly-in fishing, world-class hospitality, world-class fishing, and you can be on the water in less than 2 hours from the city of Winnipeg. If you're looking for an amazing fly-in fishing experience here in Canada, keeping it local and in Manitoba, check out aikenslake.com and maybe we'll see you coming up this summer. All right, it looks like Wiebe is ready to go as we pay close attention to the final moments and any more deals coming in. It sounds like Brad Marchand is going to the Florida Panthers. We'll wait more on that. But let's bring in Ken Wiebe of the Winnipeg Free Press, who is there. Are you in Philly or New Jersey?
Hi, Huss. Good to be with you. I'm in Newark, New Jersey here. Not a great way to, navigate the traffic. Let's just say this, the ability for Sean and I to navigate the traffic at 12 a.m. after the Kenny and Rennie show versus trying to navigate at 4 p.m. on Friday on a rush hour on the New Jersey Turnpike was not going to be it would have been overly ambitious, especially with Kevin Cheveldayoff not scheduled to speak until he arrives here because the Jets brain trust remained in Philly after the game rather than coming down here. So, and I think you read the tweet, but the two deals the Jets made that's what they did today. There's no late deal coming in for them. The ads will be specifically for the penalty kill and the back end depth with Luke Schenn and Schenn Tanev, and that's where the Jets stand. They weren't able to make a big swing to get a second line center, or there's also plenty of chatter that they were, maybe potentially looking at that left side defense here as well. We know right now still Logan Stanley, Hayden Fleury. Looks like they'll continue to occupy that spot. Colin Miller will be in the mix, but for me, Luke Schenn will draw in on the third pairing and would have the ability to move up the lineup if necessary. He'll be a guy who blocks a lot of shots, plays a physical game, championship pedigree. We've talked about him a lot, Huss, as a target. And we're all very familiar with Brandon Tanev's game, right? This is a fourth line guy that has 9 goals, 17 points. He sort of perfected the Gumby-like shot blocking where he would take a shot and go down, look like he may not ever get up and then be back out for the next shift. A bit of a buzzsaw. He's a guy who cashed in after a really productive 14-goal season on the Adam Lowry line with Andrew Kopp. Gone since that time with Pittsburgh and Seattle, and I think he'll be rejuvenated from this move, Huss. But again, this is not a guy who's going to be in the second line center position. Vlad Nemestikov is the Jets' second line center moving forward. Whatever you can argue, Adam Lowry's a second line center, fine with me. So the Jets have added, but they definitely didn't take as big a swing as a couple of their counterparts within the division did. And again, whether that works out for them or not, we'll know in May or June.
Yeah, you can imagine how the reaction of the fan base is now. I'm not sure I have ever seen more disappointment, I think, amongst the fan base. And I totally get it. I mean, with all due respect to the guys that they brought in, this was the number 1 team in the National Hockey League in a very competitive division, in a division where your top 2 rivals and opponents made massive moves to significantly improve their teams. And the Jets nibbled around the edges. I mean, was this just a matter of them not being able to get it done?
Yeah, I mean, Huss, that's fair, right? I mean, I think, like we said, did the Jets win the trade deadline? No, they did not. Not compared to their opponents, not compared to big names. I know you had Mike on, and Mike referenced the column that he wrote after the thorough knowledge that the big swings have rarely resulted in that team winning the Stanley Cup in recent history. But that's not to say the Jets shouldn't or couldn't have taken bigger swings. My understanding from talking to people around the league, Huss, the Jets were very much in on Brock Nelson, but it sounds like the Avalanche preferred the package that included Callum Ritchie. Again, I love the Blue Jays. This is not a Jets deserve credit for a silver medal in the Brock Nelson sweepstakes. Ultimately, they didn't get the job done. They didn't get the deal across the finish line, and compounding matters for them is that player is not only not joining them, he is joining one of their biggest rivals within the division. So I know the Jets were sniffing around the Seattle Kraken today. I don't, whether that means Jamie Alexiak or trying to get Jared McCann, that I haven't been able to confirm, but I don't think that Brandon Tanev was the only target that the Jets had. So, hey, I understand the disappointment. I'm not here to say the Jets, did fine. I mean, they did fine, but they, is Kevin Cheveldayoff getting an A grade for this deadline? No, he is not. I don't think he gets an F either. I think for people that think that way, I think that's a little bit too harsh. But ultimately, Huss, I'm going to put it this way. No matter what happened today, the Jets will go as far as Connor Hrabchak, Mark Scheifele, Kyle Connor, Josh Morrissey, Nikolai Ehlers, Adam Lowry, and the supporting cast are going to take them. I think that probably would have been the case even if the Jets did take a big for a 2C. The job definitely got harder, and they will be banking on things like Nikolai Ehlers performing more as the way he has in the regular season versus the playoffs. That means they were counting on Vladislav Nemestikov to do a great job in that second line center role. They're counting on Cole Perfetti to continue to elevate his game. But this is a team that all year long has been in that greater than the sum of its parts mentality, and that's how they've attacked things here today, Huss. Rightly or wrongly, and they'll be judged for that when the season is over.
Yeah, and listen, I know that they're not going to sit here and say, hey, we wanted to get a bunch of these guys, and there were all these no moves. I mean, they never go there. That's a reality of being in Winnipeg right now with the amount of no move and no trade clauses in and around the league. Interesting to know, excuse me, the Bruins moving Marchand to Florida, still waiting the return there. Looks like Brandon Carlo is also on the way to the Toronto Maple Leafs from the Boston Bruins. That was a player that, we had talked about that might be a nice little fit here in Winnipeg as well.
For sure.
Ken, I guess we're just going to ask you, are the Jets better than either the Dallas or Colorado right now post-trade deadline?
Well, so how you are on paper doesn't matter compared to how you are on the ice, right? Is how I put that on paper. Yeah, of course, Dallas got better than the Jets did. Did they close the gap enough to blow past them? I mean, we're not going to know that until the playoffs arrive. And hey, it's getting interesting. The Dallas Stars are closing ground. They have what is it? Six points with 2 in hand.
With the game in hand.
With a game in hand and 2 head-to-head meetings. So, we're going to first have the answer in a 4 to 6 week span. And sorry, not even 6 weeks. We're going to find that out in 5 weeks if they're going to stay ahead of them and finish first. Huss, I mean, this reinforces the fact that we've talked about all along. The carrot for finishing first in the Central and the Western Conference has become a lot greater, given what both the Avalanche and Stars did. All I can say is this: the Jets are one of the best defensive teams in the league. They're one of the highest scoring teams in the league. Did teams around them add way more firepower at the deadline? Yes. Did they change their composition? Absolutely yes. I love what the Avalanche have done, Huss, in all of the moves that they made. Ryan Lindgren, I'm not sure about. I mean, he's a guy that maybe he benefits from a change of scenery, but what they've done in the 2 and 3 C slots with swapping out Middlestat and bringing in Nelson and Charlie Coyle. I think those are brilliant moves by the Avalanche. Obviously, they still lost Rantanen, so I mean let's not pretend that is that's something you can't ignore. But Nate just has fit in really well and outpoint produced Rantanen to this point. The Stars obviously getting Rantanen and getting him extended and getting Wyatt Johnson extended. Those are several massive pieces of business for the Dallas Stars. They'll still need a new deal, I think, for Thomas Harley coming up very shortly, but they have positioned themselves incredibly well, Huss. So the big thing coming out of this, both those teams are going nowhere. So all the people saying the Jets should have pushed more chips into the middle of the table in terms of an all-in approach, I agree with them. But again, the only way we're going to know this, and Huss, here's the other part. If the Jets do finish first and stay there, one of the Stars or Avalanche will not be waiting for them in the playoffs, because if they play one another in the first round, despite pushing all of their chips into the middle, one of those teams could be going home after the first round, right? So again, I'm not here to say the Jets had a great day today. I think they had an adequate day. I think they added 2 important guys that can high on the character side. And again, we've talked about it. They address specific needs. Did they address their biggest need? I don't think that they did. Are they suddenly going to become a bad hockey team? Absolutely not. I mean, the things that made the Jets strong to this point are the things that will make them strong moving forward, but their competition got better. There's no way of arguing that. Did the Jets get good enough or do enough to withhold the challenges from those other teams? Like I said, I'm not going to yell and scream here and say they didn't, but they're going to have to show it that ultimately the Jets got a boost, but they didn't get as big a boost. And what that means is Kevin Cheveldayoff is counting on his core group to learn the lessons that we've been talking about for months and years, Huss, and put them to use once the playoffs begin.
There's a few things that come out of this. Obvious major disappointment on the fan base. Just alone on the fact that they weren't able to do more, which is compounded exponentially by what happened in the division. But Ken, I would say that, and I think this was already the case for hockey reasons, but for more than hockey reasons, it is absolutely imperative that this hockey team finishes the job and wins the Central Division, because if we got into a scenario where they get caught by the Dallas Stars and end up in second place, and after being at the top of the league pretty much all season, go out in the first round to the Colorado Avalanche, who many people feel won the deadline, that would be a devastating blow to a team and an organization that has been working very hard to, have people believe in what they have been doing and what they have been building. And I think up until this point, they've done a really good job at that. But again, we're only 75 or 80% of the way, and things changed significantly today. And there is a lot riding on this season moving forward, and not having a great first 75% of the year and then flaming out the way this team did in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the only way the Jets change the narrative or, quell some of those fears is by going on a long playoff run. And you can't go on a long playoff run without winning the first round matchup, right? So recent history has not been kind to the Jets in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We know that. We've talked about that for years. One playoff series since 2018 is a fact. And until that fact changed, there are going to be people that are skeptical. But often we have to talk about this, Huss, whether it's July 1st or the trade deadline. Some people feel the same way every year, and some people say, the Jets didn't do this or the Jets didn't do that. But, for 62 or 63 games, we've been talking about how continuity has been a key for the Jets. So you can't have it both ways. You can't have the continuity and then, be saying, oh, well, the Jets blew it by not adding 3 or 4 different pieces. Hey, do I think the Jets would have been a better team if they had added Brock Nelson? Of course I do. I mean, let's get real here. Does it mean the Jets are automatically going to flame out in the first round? Of course not. That's not the way hockey works. There have been other times and many numerous examples when the best version of your roster doesn't always lead to the promised land. So, and again, I'm not knocking the Jets roster. The Jets roster is very solid. But like every other team, there are areas that could be augmented, and other teams took bigger swings. But my only counter to that would be Colorado had to make more moves than the Jets because they had more holes than the Jets. That doesn't mean the Jets don't have holes, but we've talked all year about how Colorado is way too top heavy. Well, Colorado has now gone from way too top heavy to having strong depth at both forward and defense, and they swapped out both of their goaltenders. So, but that also means they had a ton of work to do. But I also credit Chris McFarland and company for doing the work.
Well, they saw their needs and they went and they did what they had to do.
For sure. And again, the Jets saw their needs also, Huss. But much like we talk about, I mean, it's not always the most talented roster that wins the Stanley Cup. Do I think that the Jets could have added more? Of course I do. Do I think the Jets are poised to fall in their face because they didn't trade away 5 first-round draft picks? No, that's not. It's not an A plus B equals C situation here. This is a very good hockey team. But again, they have to show it now. They know what they have. Huss, they know who they're riding with. They're going to have to show it. But they've shown it for 63 games, right? I mean, but now it's up to doing it for as many as 40 more.
You just mentioned like the 5 first-round picks. Obviously, that wasn't going to be the case. But I mean,
sorry, I was exaggerating.
No, exactly. But by all accounts, they were willing to trade prospects. They were willing to trade a first-round pick. They were in it. Why do you think we're talking about nothing when it comes to that center position? I mean, Ken, like even if you think, okay, Vlad, he can get the job done, he's fine. What happens if one of those guys get hurt? I mean, they do not have a plan B.
Well, they have lots of plan Bs. They just aren't as prominent as some of the others. I mean, plan B is Adam Lowry and then slotting Kupari and Gustafsson and maybe Brad Lambert if he has a strong finish. But is that a plan B that wins 16 playoff games? Well, that would be asking a lot of those players.
I would agree.
There's no doubt about that here. Again, did I expect the Jets to do a bit more? For sure. Brock Nelson is interesting, right? I mean, I've had some conflicting reports. Some people said Brock wasn't interested in going anywhere in Canada. Other reports say the Jets didn't quite hit the price, or the Avalanche preferred the package that included Callum Ritchie. So, Huss, let's just put it out there right now. So, who is the Jets' version of Callum Ritchie? Is it Brad Lambert or is it Braden Yager? Right. So, which one of those? Agreed. So, same here. So I don't know if the Jets offered Lambert. I did hear they were not, I mean, again, we know how much the Jets love prospects, so they weren't in a hurry to move Lambert. Personally, I think that's what it would have taken to get the deal done. But again, I'm not going to be, pointing a finger and saying, Kevin Cheveldayoff, you should have done that, because I don't know. Maybe he did offer Brad Lambert. I've said all along, I didn't think that Braden Yager or Elias Solomonson should or would be moved, and they weren't. Am I surprised the Jets held on to their first-round picks in the next 2 years? Yes, I am. But again, without knowing what these teams were asking for, whether it's for Nelson or for someone who didn't move like Jared McCann, it's easy for all of us to point fingers and say, oh, well, that's a whiff. But it just seems like either you paid a superior price or those teams weren't willing to budge off those prices. Again, I think the Jets would be in much better position to win the Stanley Cup if they had added Brock Nelson or someone similar. But again, I don't think that this means they're automatically, but they jump from first in the NHL to third in the Central Division when it comes to power rankings or sports books. But ultimately, they will decide. They will show us if they should have done more or not. Huss, I am also very much of the belief that if not now, then when. I totally understand that feeling from the fan base. I thought they would push a few more chips into the middle of the table. And again, they did push a substantial amount of draft capital in. And I understand some folks that were saying, well, all you got was a fourth line player who could play on the third line and a third pairing, physical defenseman that can move into your top four if you need them to. I also understand the people that feel that way, but I personally have no problem with the assets that were given up to get those players. But I also think that, they're not my draft picks to give out or my prospects, Huss. But I would have moved, if let's just say the package was Lambert, a first rounder, and Ville Heinola, if that's a comparable package, if Nelson was willing to move, which we aren't 100% sure of. I got conflicting reports there too. That's a move I would have made. But Huss, there's no consequences for me for making that move. So it's easy for me to say that. Having said that, we'll see where this goes. I mean, this definitely, once again, Kevin Cheveldayoff, what do we know about him? He has continually expressed a belief in this core group. He has doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on them. It's time for the core group to get the job done for the person who has believed in him, or else there will be changes coming at some point. Again, I'm not saying they're going to get rid of the entire core, but just based on the pending UFAs that are out there, if this group doesn't get it done, Huss, some of those guys aren't going to be back, and maybe another one or two might be on the move.
I'll be honest.
That's just a reality.
I'll be honest. Speaking of that core group, I wonder how they're going to react to this, because we can talk about them getting it done. I do wonder whether they look around the league and around the division and wonder if their boss got it done or didn't get it done. Because for a team
I understand that point of view, but what are you going to stop playing because you're mad at the GM because he didn't get you a second line center?
No,
I mean, what are you going to like?
Obviously,
you shouldn't.
Not.
You've invested all this time so far. Play your ass off and show the general manager that he was right, even if you are mad at him. Right? That's how I would approach it. And I'm not saying the Jets won't be disappointed, but I mean, at least they went out and got something and addressed some needs. Like I said, I think they should have done more. But again, at least they went out and got something. It's not like Kevin Cheveldayoff said, sorry, I'm not giving up anything. We're just looking at the future here. Luke Schenn's a guy that works out without a moat, so he'll have a relationship with the guys like Josh Morrissey and Mark Scheifele. I know he's very well thought of as a person, high character person. We can't argue. He'll make the defense core better, right? I mean, there's no argument with that. If it is good enough, that we won't know until later on. But I think that the players will understand that moves were made, but I also understand that there might be some players who feel that Kevin Cheveldayoff should have done more, and I get that. But the only way, you can't be worried. It's a business. You worry about your end of the job, and that's how the players are going to approach it. I don't see the Jets going into some woe is me funk because they didn't address the second line center position. And that's just my personal view, Huss.
Yeah, no doubt. Couple other deals that are just being reported. Shea Weber's on the move again.
Oh, what a great ad he would have been for the Jets
in the Hall of Fame?
2010.
Weber and then Victor Soderstrom and Aku Ratti going to Utah, and the Blackhawks getting a 6th-round pick. And, they just gave up Brandon Carlo to the Leafs, still waiting on return on that. Henry Yokoharu going to the Boston Bruins from the Buffalo Sabres. I
love the deals for the Leafs, Huss. I mean, again, we always, not make fun of, that's not the right term, but I mean, the Leafs going out there and giving it to the Jets because they've only been to the conference final once. I mean, hey, the Leafs have been past the first round once since 2004. So I don't think they should be pointing any fingers, but you talk about addressing needs, Huss. Toronto had a clear need. They wanted to add a third line center and they wanted to add someone on the right side. What did they do? They did both of those things. So Brad Treliving will be given a lot of credit, and rightfully so. But now it's up to the Leafs to show if they can get out of the first round and potentially get past the second round for the first time in a long time, right? So beauty of the deadline, we will hand out winners and losers, and then sometimes our takes are a little bit frostier than we thought when we thought they were hot. So again, I'm not saying people shouldn't be upset or whatever it is. What I am saying is that sometimes we just got to let things marinate a little bit before we see how it works out in the end. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, it's still a really good hockey team. The question is, are they good enough? We know that a couple of other teams in the Central Division made made those big swings that a lot of people wanted and expected the Winnipeg Jets to make, and they just simply didn't happen. We've talked about Luke Schenn and how the defense core might work. Where does Brandon Tanev fit in, do you think? I mean, does he get reunited back with Adam Lowry and shift Mason Appleton down to the fourth line, or is this just a fourth line ad?
Yeah, it's a good question, Huss. I mean, I do think that at this stage of his career, Brandon Tanev is more of a fourth line player. We know he had great chemistry on that line with Andrew Kopp and Adam Lowry. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, since he left, Mason Appleton took that chemistry and kind of made it his own. So it gives him another option if something happens. Quite frankly, I thought that once Brandon Tanev came in, the Jets were sort of laying the groundwork for a bigger deal that involved the second line center position. And that would have meant, somebody moving out of the top 12 forward group in order to make room. And then Tanev is just a plug and play. Do I think I don't think that Alex Iafallo is out of the lineup, but I also don't think Morgan Barron's out of the lineup. I think you can make an argument that Morgan Barron is someone that's in line for more ice time, let alone less. So I'm not 100% sure how things are going to shake down in that bottom six, but there could be some movement, and there's definitely there's going to be a very good forward that is going to be sidelined as a healthy scratch if everyone is healthy. So. But yeah, right now I think Tanev would slot in. And here's the thing. I know that a lot of people would have already seen it, but for those who didn't, whereas Brock Nelson, we were saying, is in San Jose, if the Jets managed to make a deal for him, it would have been a tough travel day. Brandon Tanev was in Philadelphia. He's going to be around the rink today. I don't know if he'll be in the lineup or not. We'll find out at 3:45 or so Eastern time.
What about Schenn?
Schenn, right now, we just got a note. Schenn is with the Pittsburgh Penguins in Vegas, and it sounds like he's going to join the Jets at the end of the road trip on Monday in Winnipeg, I believe. So he will not be available for the weekend games here for the Winnipeg Jets unless something changes.
All right, Kenny.
But again, this is a guy who's had his head spinning like 2 trades in a very short amount of time. And again, we know there was lots of talk about the reunion of both brothers, and hey, would Brayden Schenn have fit here with Winnipeg? Yes, but the price tag was extremely high, and it's 3 more years of the deal. So, and I also, honestly, Huss, I've told you this before, I never saw that as, I saw that as Doug Armstrong rattling the cages of the St. Louis Blues, and look at how they responded. They've had points in 8 of 10. So now we'll see how they manage without Colton Parayko, but I never saw Brayden Schenn being on the block. So, the idea was a great one. If the Jets had been able to pull it off, we'd be having a different conversation. But again, I never saw that Doug Armstrong was serious about moving him unless he was blown away by an offer. And the Jets don't have a ton of play now players that make sense, and the Blues have a ton of prospects, and so I didn't see that fit as strong as some did.
Kenny, what do you and Mike have coming up covering this the aftermath, I guess, of the deadline here on the at Winnipeg Free Press?
Yeah, you bet. For a weekly dump and chase, we'll look at the deadline itself, and then I'll have the gamer here from New Jersey. Also, too, it's a little busy with things that are happening, but I had a great chat with Brendan Dillon this morning at the arena after the Devils skated. Super happy with how things turned out. Wishing his teammates well, and he was kind of wondering what the Jets had cooking today, and I told him, well, Brendan, turns out they're still trying to replace you, and you're a hard guy to replace. And he laughed.
And how about Johnny Kovacevic getting 20 sheets from the Devils?
Pretty impressive. I asked Sheldon Keefe about him this morning before the deal was announced, and Sheldon Keefe is the poster boy for why waivers were created. Huss, a guy who got kind of stuck on the depth chart, got an opportunity somewhere else on a bad team, worked his way up, and now is getting paid, and has provided stability for himself. I say kudos to him. He's a guy who worked his tail off to get where he is, and now he's going to be financially set for life. Those are great stories.
Yeah, he one that got away from the Jets, but just such an easy guy to cheer for. Pretty nice to see what what he has done for himself going forward. All right, Kenny, well, listen, I know you got to run. We'll look forward to more on this on KNR after tonight's game. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks for having me. Hammer, I'll respond to that text before you're done your hit, buddy. Thanks for checking in.
All right, there. Jeff Hamilton is coming up. Stan Scott, Stan, appreciate the super chat. Maybe Chevy threw everything at teams and it just wasn't enough due to market prices and other players' destinations, preferences. And then Cowboy responds, only Chevy and the others in the room know what was possible or not. That being said, what was possible, this is the landscape of the Central Division, and it changed very significantly. And I certainly understand why there is a pretty significant level of disappointment right now amongst Winnipeg Jet fans that we are where we are today, seeing what Dallas and Colorado were able to do, and the Jets just adding to the periphery of the roster, albeit with two guys that can come in and hopefully help the team in Brandon Tanev and in Luke Schenn. If you just popped in, we will be doing marbles. It might be a little later than normal, depending on how the next little while goes. Hammer's going to come up. We'll get Connor and Michael back in, but stick around for that. But again, we're still well over 1,100 right now in chat. All the newbies in here, welcome to the program. Hit that subscribe button. Want you to know that if you hadn't seen us before, we are here every day, 1 p.m. Central, live on YouTube, and search Winnipeg Sports Talk wherever you get your favorite podcasts. Podcast available just after 3 p.m. Central each and every day, hot off the presses here on WST. All right, let's welcome in Jeff Hamilton from the Winnipeg Free Press. Hammer, listen, I'll just say it. I mean, this seems like a really underwhelming day for the Winnipeg Jets, and I think it's magnified by the fact that, the two other biggest rivals and best teams in the Central Division arguably made the biggest moves in the entire league with the acquisitions of Brock Nelson and Mikko Rantanen. What do you make of what did and what didn't happen for Winnipeg leading up to 2 p.m.?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, when you look at, as you've been talking about here for quite some time now, Huss, when you looked at where the Jets were in the standings, we talked about this for weeks now, right? This was supposed to be a challenging, right? It's always challenging to go after the top end guys, but where the Jets were in the standings, they put themselves in what looked to be a really prime position to attract talent, regardless of where you were necessarily in the trading block. There's always going to be players that aren't going to want to sign in Winnipeg. We can continue on that narrative, I suppose. But at the end of the day, to me, it comes down to get the job done, and ultimately, while some work was certainly done, and I would say that, the pickup of Brandon Tanev's, a good pickup. It didn't cost them a ton. Luke Schenn, I guess that was a guy, it does add a more physical, bigger blue liner. It just didn't seem like enough, right? And I don't think anyone is arguing that it is. And really, I think fans are left here wondering what's going to happen with their team heading into the playoffs, given the what we've seen in the past, and trying to correlate that with what we see with the present, with a really, really good hockey team. I don't think it's the end. I don't think it's like nightmarish situation for Winnipeg. I'm not trying to take a super positive approach with it by any stretch, but because of the way the Jets have played, because of the pieces they have. But when you look at, for those exact same reasons, the pieces they have, the Connor Hrabchak in net, the way that we've seen Mark Scheifele and Kyle Connor and Josh Morrissey and Gabriel Velarde and Nikolai Ehlers all play this year, it's hard not to look at this trade deadline and be left wanting. Now, to Ken's point and to others before that, we're not really going to get an answer, Huss, until we see this year play out. But I can understand the disappointment, especially to your point, when you look at some of the other teams in and around what's become a very competitive Central Division, why you could be looking at today and wondering why more wasn't made.
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, I have time for the fact that this is a first place hockey club and they've been doing it all year. And has Vladimir Metsnikov exceeded our expectations? Absolutely. But I think listen, I'm fine with what they did on the blue line. I mean, adding Luke Schenn, I thought there might be another guy coming, which would have been nice. And I think you might need that guy if you're going to go 4 rounds in the playoffs. And listen, Brandon Tanev, is a guy I think that comes in and brings some unique things, the speed, penalty killing ability, his tenacity. He'll be a nice add, and, he'll help out.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, going into this, the reason why we talked about Brock Nelson so much is there was such a clear opportunity and frankly a need to keep up with the Joneses and get a guy that could come in and be an impact player and take that second line from a line with some players that have some real potential to a line that can be a difference maker come playoff time. And obviously that didn't happen. The other thing that really concerns me, and you have to account for that today, is what happens if one of your top guys gets hurt. I mean, listen, if Mark Scheifele gets hurt or Adam Lowry, I think this team is toast.
Whoa. Adam Lowry, didn't they just rip off 8 straight W's without Adam Lowry? I get what you're saying.
I'm talking
playoffs is a different beast.
Playoff time. But you know what I mean? There is an argument to be made. We've been saying all this. They needed this all year long. Who are they going to get to the center? And, well, look at where they are in the standings, and that's happened with Vlad Nemetsnikov. So, you have that argument for sure. I just, and I mean, to me, the only thing I can think of is that they were in on a number of players. They did their best to do it because of a bunch of things, whether it was trade restrictions or, potentially not wanting to move off a couple of key pieces that they think are very important parts of their future, namely Yeager and Salamonson. They didn't make that happen. But man, I mean, the thought of like the depth of the center position to me is the biggest concern. Even if you're sold that second line is good enough, there is a significant drop off after those guys when you get down to even Gustafsson or Kupari on that third line, or potentially anyone you could bring up from Manitoba in that case. And again, I've been saying this before, but my God, Jeff, it is so important for this team to win this division now. Because the thought of...
they don't have a crazy lead, but a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 6 points, but it was 11 last week. And the Dallas Stars keep on winning. Very important to get that win last night. And you'd hope that you can do it again tonight to get back up to 8, knowing that Dallas is going to have 2 games in hand after this game right now. Because the one scenario you could see that would be the best case scenario for Winnipeg is you get a wild card team in the first round while Dallas and Colorado beat the hell out of each other for 7 games. And, you play whoever's left. Because I'll be honest, I mean, whoever is in that 2-3 series in the Central is going to be up against it no matter who they play in the first round. And then presumably you're going to be playing a hell of a good team in the second round, assuming that the number 1 team that probably wins the West makes it through.
And this is the thing, when you look at Brock Nelson, for instance, and I was talking to some scouts and advisors, and apparently it would have taken Yeager in a first-round pick. And talking to some of those scouts and advisors, they say it wasn't worth it. And I don't know if I agree with that, in the sense that, what are you waiting for? What is Winnipeg waiting for? I mean, I understand the need to draft and develop, and, which is ironic when you look at how many first-round picks that this team has dished in the last X amount of years, right? But it's just this, I go back to that point. What are you waiting for? And I mean, I get it. We can continue to ride this narrative that no one wants to come to Winnipeg, that for some reason Winnipeg sucks. I just don't buy that entirely. And I look at other GMs around the league, and they go in, and if they want to make a deal for the team, they make that deal. Now, again, I'm not going to ignore the fact that some places have built-in assets, all those things, where you live, taxes, things to do, weather, all those things play into it. But not every team has a team as skilled as Winnipeg. Not every team has an availability to slide into the lineup in a key position, whether that be on defense or particularly in that second line center hole. And to not be able to go out and get that position filled, it's not just this year, but particularly this year, given all, the context of this season, given the situation where the Jets are in the standings, it's just well, do we know any different? And that's the thing I think that I think weighs a little bit here, is that Kevin Cheveldayoff has been the GM of the Winnipeg Jets since their reincarnation back in 2011. We just know that the Jets have a hard time doing it. This year kind of felt like, okay, again, all those things, the second line center, where the Jets are at the position. It felt like the year to go out there and get it, and add it to add to that, the what are you waiting for, point that I mentioned earlier was that who cares who's in the cupboards? Like, the Jets winning situation is right now. Like, are the Jets getting, their window could be open now for a year, 2, 3, depending on where Connor Hrabchak is essentially. But some of these key players like Mark Scheifele having a great season, like, is he going to be even better next year? Maybe, maybe not. So it just feels like no one should be untouchable in the cupboards. No prospect should be untouchable, not with the group that you have here. And, not to get in on some behind the scenes business, but Kenny's message about the texting me back was, did you see Mark Scheifele post game yesterday? Did you catch his post game interview? Have you aired that on the show at all? Like after the Flyers game?
No, we kind of dove right in. There was stuff happening.
Seemed like he knew the team didn't get Brock Nelson, because he had a 3-point night, and you think that he lost 10-0 last night when he was asking questions. It was like, it was like pulling teeth. He was miserable. And I mean, maybe that's just a bad mood after a loss. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah,
maybe
but they won. And he had
I know. I said maybe it's a bad mood like after a loss. I know they won. He had a 3-point game. All the things work in his favor after this situation. I watched the game, but that's what I mean. Anyways, that's, I asked him why he was in such a miserable mood, but maybe I wonder what the players are thinking.
I just brought that up too. Now again, in the room, what are you going to do? You got to go out and play. And I mean,
obviously you're not going to
get through it.
You're not going to
I asked the exact same thing.
Boycott your team, your first place, but I think there's some guys there has to be guys in that locker room who are expecting some improvements, in the lineup. Look, everybody will talk about how close locker rooms are, and there's no doubt about it, but there's not a single locker room, whether you're the Winnipeg Jets at the top or Colorado Avalanche or Dallas or whatever, whose players in the room aren't saying, hey, let's get better at the deadline. Let's try to push for this. And I think, while Brandon Tanev is a nice little pickup in Luke Schenn, brings some physicality to the blue line, I don't think the Jets necessarily got better. I do like the Tanev pickup for the improvements potentially on the penalty kill. But still, I don't think, a lot of those guys in there felt like much of what I'm saying, that where they were in the standings and how they've been playing would have warranted, right? Because I mean, they might think, okay, people don't want to come to Winnipeg. Maybe they're thinking, Chevy, get this deal done. Get some players that want to come to Winnipeg. Look what we're doing here. And so, I think there has to be some disappointment in the room, but I'm not suggesting, one iota that the team's going to somehow, boycott or get frustrated. I just think it's one of those things that kind of comes and goes. You feel it when you feel it. But, while there's some disappointment certainly outside the locker room, you have to think there's some disappointment inside too.
You know what? Here's just in case folks are wondering, Remis has this clip right now. Let's just play this so people can have a little bit of a reference. This is Scheifele last night, post game, after a big 4-1 win and a 3-point night.
We played great, we got it back in the win column. I wouldn't say the last couple of games we played awful, but obviously our power play scoring like that, it was good. It was a good game.
It's like to get the movement and the results when the power play gets felt going, like it was progressing. Now you had 4 over the last 5.
Yeah, it was great.
What was great about it?
Guys making plays and being in the right spots and scoring goals.
On Nick's goal, it looked like you had to sort of collect maybe a slightly broken play. Did you see him right away as you were making that pass, or were you just waiting for that puck?
Yeah, when you have guys in the right spot, you know where they are, and it's it's second nature. You don't have to think or look. You know where guys are.
All right, so I'll agree with you on that one. That did not look like a guy that was that fired up after a big win and being a central.
I mean, teach their own. Who knows? Win. Maybe he just wasn't in a. I'm not trying to create a situation. It's just it was interesting to see that afterwards, and when you think about the rest and the time of the year, that's all.
Hammer, I brought this up before, and I mean, I'll kind of go back to it with you. As a result of today and what happened in the Central Division, I would say the pressure on this team, the organization, to have them finish first and get out of that first round is so immense. And the stakes are high because this team has done such a great job of, making people believe they've been at the top of the league pretty much all season long. if you have that happen through 75% or 80% of the season, have a very underwhelming trade deadline day, while your two biggest obstacles in the division do what Colorado and Dallas did. I mean, the thought of not winning the division and playing one of those two teams in the first round or potentially being out, I think could be devastating for the Jets in this market, in the big picture. Not necessarily wins and losses, but the bottom line, season tickets, all of that. And again, this is fresh, and I think people's expectations were so high. Certainly mine was, that it does feel very disappointing and even more ominous with what happened with Colorado and Dallas, with the ads that they made. And again, this is all going to be determined on the ice and the rest of this season and in the playoffs. But I'm sure you'll agree that, it would be one thing if they did all the things that people expected and things didn't go their way. But there'll be a lot of people asking about the direction of the team not taking advantage of this opportunity if things don't go well, not necessarily. I'm not talking about winning the cup, but I think you know what I'm saying. Like, if we're in a similar situation after the first round as we've been in the last two, I do wonder what that means for, just the level of support, the level of faith that people have in just the direction of a club that has been so good up until this point this season.
Yeah, that's probably the unfair part about professional sports, but the reality nonetheless, right? I mean, like, if the Jets can continue what they've been doing this year, obviously it would be a very special season. But as you've said on this show and over and over and over again, only thing that really matters is what you do in the playoffs, right? And that's if the Jets were to, as you said, were to bow out in the first round after the season they had, and then add to the fact the trade deadline that they had, yeah, it would be extra disappointing. I mean, patience is kind of thin here in Winnipeg, right? And that's the reality of being in a hockey mad market. That's, people want winners, and there's lots of things that fans love too. They love hard work. I mean, there were those early years where fans just wanted to see the team compete night in and night out. And as this team's, as they've given this organization the chance to build, to develop, to bring in their core, to establish themselves in the league, now that they've had that time under the same management, the expectations are higher, right? I mean, this team's supposed to learn from the pain, right? They're supposed, the Colorado Avalanche went through it. You often hear, right?
I don't doubt that the players have as well. I mean, I think that they've shown
for sure,
that they
but you got to show it though.
This season.
I mean, that's what, yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. But you show it in the playoffs. That's going to be, that's going to be whether you learn from it. And I get that frustration as far as winning the division. I'll remind you, in that series against Vegas. Remember what it was? It was almost like it was awesome that the Jets pulled the Vegas in the first round and they didn't have to play Edmonton. The Vegas was so like these kind of situations, as far as like pick your poison. It would be nice if you could be, if they could win the Central and win the West and maybe solidify a first round, matchup against the Calgary Flames or whoever fills in that second wild card spot. But at the same time, none of these series are going to be easy, right? And I do get your logic. Obviously, win the Central and have two very good teams in Colorado and Dallas, assuming they can finish second and third, because Minnie's got something to say about it too. We'll have something to say about that as well. That's obviously beneficial to you, but there's no plotting out the perfect route to the Stanley Cup, and you're going to be tested every round, whether it's the Avs and Stars first round or second round, or if it's a wild card team. So I get the idea of crossing your fingers and kind of hoping for that, and certainly that's the Jets' goal. That's Scott O'Neill has said that it feels like more in the last 2 weeks than he has all season, the importance of winning that division. And to your point, I think it just becomes even more so with the trade deadline. That being said, and I understand taking the glass half full approach, and it's not necessarily my typical instinctual approach to take, but this team is still pretty darn good. And while this is a disappointing trade deadline that you didn't get any of the flashy players, and you saw some of those players move, right? Like, I think the Jets wanted Brad Marchand. To see him move to Florida, I mean, that's a fascinating situation, right? And seeing some of the other players move to teams like Ottawa and and you just kind of looking and go, okay, well, that is disappointing. But the Jets have still been a really good team, and they still have really good pieces. And at this point, like we were talking about it too, Huss, leading into this point, or leading into the trade deadline, about not wanting to tinker too much with chemistry. And, you can, and what happens when, when teams in the past have done that, right? I mean, again, that sounds a little bit like excuses, and I'm not trying to make excuses for sure. I think, some more needed to be done here. But, I think it'd be one thing if this was a team that was struggling in third in the Central Division and, was a couple points and, a few points out of first, and a team that's kind of been riding the top of the NHL all season long. Let's see what they can kind of do. That being said, as everyone's been saying, the true judgments are going to come at the end of the year. So if the Jets are able to go on a deep run here, this trade deadline will be, Kevin Cheveldayoff will be viewed as a mastermind for not doing too much. And of course, if they get eliminated in the first round, well, it's pretty easy to point at times like that and say they should have done more. But I do agree, obviously, that the Jets should have done more. I do think it is a disappointing, bordering on very disappointing. But that being said, we'll see if this team can't rally from it. Take what I guess is a vote of confidence for the room and see what they can do.
A couple of trades that are coming in late.
I saw that Zetterlund.
Yeah, so the Ottawa Senators get Fabian Zetterlund from the Sharks along with Tristan Robbins and a 4th-round pick. They paid a pretty significant price, though, to get him.
Zetterlund's legit.
Noah Gregor going back there, but Zach Ostapchuk, formerly a member of the Winnipeg Ice, who was, one of the top young players in Ottawa, goes to San Jose, and a 2nd-round pick. So the Ottawa Senators do some business. Pittsburgh and the Leafs make a trade, and I'm sure this is cap-related with the acquisition that the Leafs made of getting Brandon Carlo. Carlo, by the way, went for Fraser Minton, a young center, and Connor Timmins and Connor Dewar going to Pittsburgh, TBD. Eric Brandstrom going from the New York Rangers to Buffalo. Nicholas Obey-Kubel going over to Buffalo, and we're still waiting, going over to the Rangers, and we're still waiting for what Boston returned for Brad Marchand, who is now a member of the Florida Panthers. So those are pretty much the remainder of the deals. But again, 244 we've just heard. But again, as Ken told us earlier, it does seem like the Winnipeg Jets had nothing else coming, so you can stop refreshing.
Hey, Huss.
And now we just work through the aftermath.
Let me flip this on you. Let me ask you a question. What were you hoping? What was the top of your wish list, knowing that there was, let's say, no restraints from making a move?
Well, okay. Well, listen, if there was no restraints, I wanted Ryan O'Reilly or Brock Nelson. I mean, that was pretty simple. And it seemed like O'Reilly probably wasn't really, Nashville didn't trade him at all. Barry Trotz said they were treating him as if he had a no move, even though he didn't. And I certainly didn't think that he'd be looking as bad as this season went for Nashville. He's already got his ring. He chose there for a reason. So I'd never really gotten my hopes up on him unless he kind of wanted to move to a contender. And then, obviously it was a huge kick in the nuts last night when we heard that, Brock Nelson was not going to Winnipeg, and of all teams going to Colorado, who then got even better by moving out Middlestat and getting Charlie Coyle for the 3rd line. I mean, I'm so impressed with what Colorado did. I mean, that was an incredible bit of work by Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic. And the fact that that is a team that the Jets are going to have to deal with at some point, or the Dallas Stars, who happen to get the biggest name on the board, and a guy that scored 50 in Mikko Rantanen. I thought, if anything, made it more likely that the Jets would be aggressive and maybe hold their nose and give up something they didn't want to do today. I mean, I'm split on whether I would go the distance and give up a Braden Yeager. I mean, I think knowing what we know about the way this team is built and the center position and how important it is important. I mean, they have to have one of Brad Lambert or Braden Yeager turn into a legitimate top 6 center, preferably both of them as Mark Scheifele and Adam Lowry get older. So I listen, I do understand the hesitancy to move off of those guys. But I mean, as far as the 1st-round pick, I thought that was as good as gone. I thought it would have been potentially a Lambert, maybe one of the other guys, a Colby Barlow, going to at least get something to come in. But I will say this. from what was reportedly available, and this was why the Brock Nelson news was so tough to take last night, it really didn't seem like there were many other options out there. And that's why I think we were all hoping that Chevy was going to pull up Paul Stastny and drop something in our laps that nobody had seen coming. I'm sure they worked on that. It just didn't happen. I am a little surprised that Ryan Donato did not move at all as a pending UFA from the Chicago Blackhawks. That one was a little bit of a head scratcher. But then as the day went on, Jeff, and particularly post-Nelson news, hearing that the Jets had acquired Luke Schenn, we immediately started thinking and talking Braden Schenn. And listen, I understand that there's a risk that would come with that. I mean, he is 33 years old, plays a very tough game. I mean, that odometer has some miles on it with the way that he's played throughout his career. But if you told me that the Schenn brothers were here and he was there in the 2C, you're able to move Vlad Nemetsnikov down, I would have said, all right, this team is ready. Is ready to compete with the new look.
How many years does he have on?
He's got 3 more years on his deal.
Okay, at what cap hit?
And I want to say 6.5. I mean, it's a manageable number.
So like a lot of guys in their early 30s, kind of the years where you're not sure.
Yeah, no,
But
definitely. I mean, there's
so.
risk involved in that.
Injury.
But again, the risk is more down the road, not as much right now. And again, we're all living in the present, living in this season, talking about the upcoming Stanley Cup playoffs and realizing that the Dallas Stars and the Colorado Avalanche are significantly better than they were yesterday. And they are both on the heels, particularly the Dallas Stars on the heels of the Jets overall right now. You know what, Hammer? Stick around for a minute. I want to get to I want to do the cool bet lines, but I wanted you to be with us because the futures have changed quite a bit, and it's very, very interesting. And I, of course, have been all over this. The Avs did make the move last night, and the Avs stayed at 13-1. Some books I saw it had them immediately crater down to like plus 550 or plus 600, which was nuts. Just quickly on tonight's games, you can go back to the games for a minute. The Jets tonight, minus 123 favorites in Jersey. Even on the back-to-back, Hellebuck is playing. Jersey's plus 105. Other games tonight, Caps minus 222. Favorites over the Detroit Red Wings. Utah's in Chicago is a minus 172 favorite. The Blues are in Anaheim to take on the Ducks. Both of these teams kind of still on the periphery of that wild card race. Well, the Blues right in it, Anaheim a little bit back. St. Louis minus 150. Minnesota's in Vancouver. Canucks minus 130 favorites. Wild plus 110. And the Pittsburgh Penguins are in Vegas at minus 244. But let's check out the way the books see the NHL now after the NHL trade deadline. A couple of teams have moved. Going into yesterday, the Oilers were the favorite at 6-1. The Carolina Hurricanes were plus 650. The Dallas Stars were 10-1. The Jets and the Washington Capitals were 11-1. And the Avalanche were 13-1. And I want to say Tampa was in and around 13 as well. So right now, you see a 3-way tie for the Stanley Cup winner. So the co-favorites right now are the Florida Panthers, the Edmonton Oilers, and now the Dallas Stars at 6-1. The Hurricanes have backed up after trading Rantanen. They moved to 9-1. You've got the Capitals and Vegas at 10-1. Colorado's moved to 10-1. I actually thought that might be more like 750 or 8. Like I kind of thought they'd be very close to those favorites as well. The Tampa Bay Lightning at plus 1250 actually might be one of the better value bits on the board. And you can tell the bookmakers have not reacted well to what's happened in the Central Division and the lack of a significant ad for the Jets, as the Jets have backed up from 11-1 back to 15-1, where they've been there for the majority of the season. And the Leafs are last on the board, moving back at 20-1. But what do you make of the landscape on the betting scene over at CoolBet, that the Panthers, Oilers, and Stars are now your co-favorites at 6-1, and both Dallas and Colorado have significantly lower odds than the Winnipeg Jets?
Well, I look at that list, Huss, and I go to the conferences here, and you can look at, as you kind of mentioned. I mean, even if you look at Edmonton, right, where they're at. I mean, Edmonton's a solid team, obviously, but I look at experience there, right? Teams that know how to do it. I think that's probably the knock on Winnipeg and why they've moved down. I mean, I still think it's funny. I think we make a lot about this trade deadline, which makes sense. I think, especially for gambling companies, they try to entice you. They try to, ride some of that momentum and use their analytics to get you to pick certain teams or whatever, so they can make money at the end of the day. But at the same time, I mean, it's hard not to look at those teams that did most of the action these last weeks, added to the already pretty good outfits, and see where they are in that standings list. I mean, I don't know. Dallas, similar thing. Dallas is just an experienced team, right? They always seem to have, they haven't won the cup in a bit here, but like they always seem to be in and around it. So given their moves, obviously, and then the big splash with Rantanen, it makes a lot of sense that they'd go up there. But to your point, I think there's some value in there, including Winnipeg. Or maybe you can wait a little bit. Maybe they think Winnipeg's even worse if they lose a game or two. So you can jump on those odds. But I like Tampa in there too. They seem like they're an experienced team that knows when to turn it on, knows when to take that extra step. And when you look at some of their moves, they should be in and around it as well. When you also can consider coaching with John Cooper, right? So
yeah, I'm with you. I mean, like when I look at those numbers, I think, if you were looking for the best value bet on the board, I think the Tampa Bay Lightning at plus 1250. I mean, this is the team with the championship pedigree, a great core, made some really nice moves. They didn't as much happen today, so I don't think people are focusing on Dallas and Colorado and Florida now with Brad Marchand in the mix. And who knows, maybe we'll need to double down on the Jets at 15-1 after seeing that number drop.
Hey, speaking of the Panthers, what's up with Paul Maurice? Why couldn't he get in their ears and ship off like Bennett to Winnipeg if we're really led to believe that Paul Maurice wants the Jets to win the next Grey Cup? Is that after they win the Cup, or did he say next year? Did he say the next one, or did he say next year?
He said it. He wants to be the next team to win the Cup. I guess maybe that means he wants to repeat. So could Florida continue to
win, and then they'll be the next team or whatever? Yeah, I mean, Florida could help them out. Maybe Paul Maurice has got to get in their ears and help Winnipeg Jets out.
One team I'm not in on is Carolina. I will tell you that at 9-1. And I know the analytic numbers have been good, and that's kind of why they've been at the top. But and they do have a strong blue line. I just don't know that they've got the goaltending. I'm not expecting any different than Carolina the last few years. Like maybe they'll win 2 rounds. I don't think they're getting through either the Lightning or the Panthers or potentially the Leafs. I'm not expecting the Leafs to get through there as well. So to me, I kind of think it's going to be one of those 2 Florida teams out of the East.
Hey, I had a question for you. Would you have traded Ehlers for Rantanen? As a straight up, like they say, would you have traded Ehlers for Rantanen, knowing that Ehlers was going to sign an extension there and Rantanen wasn't going to sign one here? I guess it doesn't really matter for you if you don't feel like you're going to sign a deal. Would you have done that straight up?
Like, to be honest, I think if I was going, if you were getting Rantanen, I think I would have tried to go the route of the Dallas deal, even though they did that knowing he was getting an extension, and probably maybe get a little bit more. Like, I was still kind of surprised. Like, Stankoven is awesome. He's young, great addition. But I am surprised that they just made that trade and held on to those picks. I was convinced that Eric Tulsky was going to flip those first rounders and add more to their team right now. Like, I don't think that they're in a better position to go further than they have the last few years when they've gotten to the 3rd round and then got trounced. I think it's 3 straight years.
That's why I bring up Ehlers, because I don't think there was really another guy they could have got. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that would be,
make a real difference maker.
Like add
to your
difference
point,
maker,
I
right?
mean, do I think Rantanen is the better player for sure? But I think for the Jets, with where they are, like, I think if you just went and put Mikko Rantanen and swapped those players out, and all of a sudden
that's what I mean. Like, it didn't work in Carolina, right? Like,
and listen, I don't think. And then, I mean, again, I always think I have to couch this by saying no disrespect to Vlad Nemestikov, but you're putting him up with Aho on the top line. Like, if he comes here to Winnipeg playing on assuming that he's on the 2nd line. Or maybe Velarde moves down, but again, I think you're really, weakening your second line. I just think that Ehlers is so dynamic and what he does for the team on that line and driving it. and making it what it is right now, to be honest, with Vlad and Cole Perfetti as his line mates, and especially the power play. Like, I wonder what this power play looks like, which is the Jets' biggest advantage right now over most of the other teams in the league. How that power play looks if Nikolai Ehlers isn't there. I mean, the speed, his vision, passing, all those things.
Oh, absolutely.
Rantanen is a hell of a player, but I do wonder if you change that mix too much, whether that changes. And I mean, to me, thank God this team has gone 4-4 and kind of got out of that slump, because that is one thing that I think, if you're looking at reasons to believe in the Jets, it is the connection that they have with the man advantage and just how deadly that's been that year, that is going to have to continue to be that and be a difference maker moving forward for them. So I understand why they would have been, even if they don't think they're going to re-sign Ehlers, I kind of understand why they think that he's a very, very important piece of their team right now. And as I say, they that Rantanen deal, it made sense for Carolina to trade him to a place where there was the possibility of him getting an extension. Even though I think I was left a little wanting. I thought that they might have to give up another young player like a Maverick Bork or something like that if they were going to be getting Rantanen on an 8-year extension, which they did.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's one of those, even with, even if the Jets are unsure, which I don't know, about an extension with Nikolai Ehlers, if their camps aren't talking, or if they're, whatever, I still think there's a chance as time goes on, as the season develops, there's a better chance to mend, a bridge, if a bridge has been broken, with Nikolai Ehlers versus like a Rantanen, who apparently was going to some teams, was asking upwards of $15 million. So, I imagine Winnipeg probably would have been on the higher end of asks. Yeah. So yeah, when all things considered, I mean, to your point, that I was kind of not surprised, but I thought maybe the Jets might move a player, like move a guy, like move like a roster player, not necessarily an Ehlers or whatever. But
well, listen, I did too, and we're talking about the center position. I mean, you look at Middlestat that moved, you look at Dylan Cousins that moved. Well, they moved for other centers. And again, they just simply didn't have the guy to make that deal. Like, there was not, I mean, they're not trading Mark Scheifele. They're not trading Adam Lowry. There wasn't that player on the roster that Buffalo would have taken.
Would you have considered trading, like, I know it's not center, but would you have considered trading like a Nino Niederreiter? Would you have considered trading a Cole Perfetti? Guys, if you could bring in another,
if I was getting a legitimate 2C that might be here for more than a year, absolutely I would have. And frankly, I'm sure they considered it too. Like, I just don't think that they, like, I mean, again, we're talking, like, Dylan Cousins was a top, what was he, a 6 pick, 7 pick, something like that. Scored, I think, 31 a couple years ago. Plays with a bit of an edge. Yeah. Now, he's stunk for the last year plus, like most players on Buffalo has.
Yeah, totally.
But I do understand it. I mean, to get him out of there, Josh Norris is a guy that has put up some big numbers before. And again, that just goes back to the fact we're not looking to make, they needed to add.
Does Josh Norris go the other way in that trade? Was that the center that went the other way?
Yeah.
Okay, well, to your point.
I mean, we just didn't have that guy. And again,
you're not giving up Vlad Nemestikov for.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, like, listen, Vlad's just at a different point in his career. But again, he's been the second line center all year long, and this team's on top of the league. So let them go prove everybody wrong that the Dallas Stars and Colorado might be trade deadline champions, but that does not necessarily make you Stanley Cup champions.
Prove some people in Winnipeg right, that they shouldn't have done anything. So,
yeah. Well, it's just hard to have that feeling. Like, if it was quiet and the Dallas Stars and the Colorado Avalanche were what they were last week, and you told me that they got Brandon Tanev and Luke Schenn, I'd be like, okay. I mean, I still like their chances. The issue is just the nuclear moves that those two teams made and how different the landscape of the Central Division looks right now. Hammer, great to have you on the program, my friend. As always, thanks for popping in. It's been a fun day, a very long day. And it looks like we might have a record-breaking marble race today, because we're still pushing 1,200 live in the chat, and we're going to get into that in a few minutes.
What's a marble winner win these days?
The exclusive WST Marbles hoodie. Shout out to our friends at Shipman Associates who worked with us on those. This could be, I guess my prediction is this will be the biggest marbles of all time.
How many prints have you made of that hood? Is it say a hoodie?
Yeah.
How many marble hoodies have you made?
Well, we've made, I don't know how many we got. Probably we got enough for the year. I think we ran.
But you
through
don't
the
have
first
like
ones.
you don't have like limited edition. Like this isn't one of like 125 made lifetime.
I mean, how many have we've ever given out? We'll have to go and see how many Fridays we've done the marble race for because.
Well, no, I know, but usually like that's why you give like a little letter with it and you go one of this, right?
Oh,
and
yes,
then
the one of
people
one.
know. And people know how valuable it is. And I mean, you can always add to it. Here's the secret. Get in real close. You can add to it.
Yes, Randy D, the Holy Grail, the WST hoodie. You got to win it, folks. The coveted blue WST hoodie. Well, we're going to be doing that right away. We'll do last call for marbles. If you just popped in, you're wondering why everyone is putting exclamation mark marbles in the chat. Just do it. You'll be entered in, and we're going to do this in a few minutes. But Hammer, have a great weekend. We'll catch you soon, pal.
You too, man. Have a great one. Talk soon.
Good stuff. All right, let's get Reem back in here. I don't know whether Connor's still kicking around, but Remis, obviously we've had all these guests popping through over the last little bit. Well, let's get all three of us back in here. Interested in your take on where the Jets sit right now and your thoughts on what did and didn't happen at the deadline.
Yeah, the Jets, I mean, they're still right now, they're still a first place team looking good, but I think it's certainly disappointing they weren't able to add after all that. I mean, they did add Luke Schenn and Brandon Tanev, but I mean, not exactly that 2C that we've been talking about. And, you look at the other deals. Well, which deal, could the Jets have made? And you look at the Nelson, well, it would have been a first and Jaeger, but I did hear I confirmed the clip that Frank Cervelli was on 960 this morning in Calgary. That's Sportsnet the Fan 960, that Nelson didn't want to go to Canada. And then you look at the other moves, as you said, the Cousins. Well, they traded Norris. Then you look at the Charlie Coyle deal. Well, they had to trade away Middlestad. I think it is surprising that they did hang on to the first round pick. Usually when you're in this spot, you trade the first round pick and add, but they opted to go with the later picks and keep the first. Maybe they do something in the offseason with it, Huss. But I posted the poll. How would you grade the Jets deadline? A, B, C, D. D started off more percentage. Is now leading at 37. B, good, could have done more, 35. And C, average is 20%. A, great job, is the lowest one at 9%. And people are pointing out the Washington Capitals in the East. Well, they really didn't do anything, but and then here's the graphic showing us Stanley Cup winners. What have they done on the deadline the last couple of years? And the answer has been I don't want to say not a ton. I think Gaborik was big ad for the Kings, Guerin on the Penguins, and Recchi on Carolina. But you look the last couple of years, I mean, Artturi Lehkonen was actually a big ad for Colorado. Cogliano was a depth. Okposo depth. Barclay Goodrow depth. The Blues in 20. I mean, they were probably like close to last place, and then had that magical run in 2019. So the last couple of years, it hasn't really been a ton. Vegas isn't even on this list, and I think the Capitals, when they won the Cup, they didn't make any moves as well. So
you're right. You know what? I'm glad you brought this up. This is making me feel a little bit better about what's going on right now.
I think short term, there's certainly some disappointment, especially all the hype. But, the Jets go out and steamroll New Jersey tonight like they did Philly last night, or everyone else that they play, then I think you'll feel a lot better. But I think the part that hurts the most is seeing Dallas and Colorado get better. You thought, okay, the Jets are going to cruise to the Central Division title. And now all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, this road to the Central got a bit tougher. And, shout out to Colorado. You talk about filling holes. I mean, well, they remade their whole goalie roster this year, getting Blackwood and Wedgwood. And then they just got their second line center, Brock Nelson. As Jeff mentioned, though, I mean, they didn't get him for free. They had to give their top prospect.
Far from it.
They got a first-round pick and a top 20 prospect in the NHL. So, and I don't think the Jets, they didn't have a prospect that matched Cal Ritchie anyway. So I don't think they would have won that deal. And you look at the centers, they just weren't up there. Scott Laughton, he went for a first, but we talked to you, like, was Scott Laughton really that big of an upgrade for the Jets? Not really.
No, to me. Although I will say this,
It would have helped.
I just feel that, like, to have him on the team and in the mix
would have helped.
Yeah, it would have helped. Now, is he worth a first-round pick? I mean, there was a couple other picks, and there was some salary retention going on. So, as I say, I mean, I think that if you told me that was what they'd done before the deadline, it would have been like, well, I don't know if that's enough. But it was more than what they did at the center position, so I think it still would have been better than not being able to get it done. But hey, I mean, I will go back to this as much as I am sort of disappointed and underwhelmed overall, considering what our expectations were. This team has, maybe they should have earned more of the benefit of the doubt from all of us with what they've done so far with the roster that they have had. I like Tanev, really like the out of Luke Schenn. And to Ken's point, this team is going to go as far as Connor Hrabchak, Mark Scheifele, Josh Morrissey, Kyle Connor, Nikolai Ehlers take them. But considering what we would say about the Dallas Stars and Colorado Avalanche and the guys that we would tick off, it sure would have been nice to have another guy to add to that list that would have been a big part of it. But we move on. We got a game tonight against the New Jersey Devils, and it's winning time for the Winnipeg Jets. Like, they need to win this division. I mean, that is the one takeaway that I have today, as much as any. I want the Central Division banner. I said before, we want all the banners, most importantly, the Stanley Cup one. But in the short term, the Jets need to win this division so they can allow Colorado and Dallas the opportunity of beating the hell out of each other for 2 weeks. Hopefully the Jets win that first round, and then the winner of that series, whoever survives it, can come to Winnipeg, and we'll see who the true kings of the Central Division in 2025 are. Just looking at Cal Ritchie for a minute, he'd got into 7 games this year for the Avs. First round pick, 27th overall in 2023. He was the key piece in addition to the first rounder that's heading over to the New York Islanders in the Brock Nelson deal. All right, Reem, if you want, let's go back to the $3, and while you get the marbles ready, we'll bring in Connor as well. And Connor, the dust is settled. We were hoping that there would be something else. It didn't happen. Where's your head at?
I said last night on Illegal Curve, I said last Sunday on WST Sunday, I would be shocked if the Winnipeg Jets had their 2025 first round pick through Friday. I am shocked. And the fact that they still have their 2025 first round pick and left $6.2 million in deadline cap space in the holster, didn't address the second line center role, address the depth defense with Luke Schenn, I guess. I know some of the guests today saying that he can maybe even play higher up in the lineup than the third pair. They added Brandon Tanev, who your bottom 6 wingers are Niederreiter, Appleton, Barron, Iafallo. How much of an upgrade is he over those 4 players? I don't know, man. I feel pretty disappointed, if I'm being honest, and I'm seeing a lot of the takes in chat. Are these good depth adds? Yes, absolutely. These players will help down the stretch, and they will have an impact in depth roles. But there are big needs, and you left assets on the table almost, like you still have a first round pick. And if the Jets get the 1 seed in the West and win a round and face Dallas or Colorado, that's going to be a mid-20s pick. If the Jets draft, if they use that pick in the mid-20s, how quickly do you think that player is going to make an impact on the Winnipeg Jets roster? Is Connor Hrabchak going to be 35 years old, 36, 37? Is his contract going to be up? What does this 2025 first round pick have any value of 6 years from now when your core is old? Josh Morrissey's 34, Scheifele's 36, Hrabchak's 37. What's the value of this pick? I'm so shocked that this was the year of all years that they chose to hold on to the first round pick. Like Chevy's done it so many years, and this year was the one. I was shocked.
I don't think for a second that they were not willing to give the pickup. I agree. Just think that after the dust settled, like who that player was going to be, like. I mean, as I said, Lawton went for a first rounder. And if you told me that would be sort of like Monahan last year, although, the price at the deadline and the scarcity of centers truly available on the market, combined with some issues with some players that I'm sure they kick tires on, being able to get them to Winnipeg for a variety of reasons. It's here. I'm with you. I mean, I did not think that we'd be talking about a first-round pick for the Jets in this draft. And I, to be honest, thought that we'd probably be talking about a player or two that has been part of the future of the Winnipeg Jets finding themselves in a different situation. I would be less disappointed with the ads. So much of this has to do with what Colorado and Dallas is. I mean, there's no other way around it. I mean, we're talking about this kind of became an arms race and the Jets fell short. But again, if you can find a way to beat those teams, or at least one of those teams, if you're able to win the division, no one will care about it. They'll be in a much better situation moving forward in the offseason and in future years. But it did seem like, they tried, they did a lot of things, but just weren't able to get it done. And unfortunately, this is a results-based business, maybe no more than professional sports. So it's hard not to feel like they did come up short today. And you'll hope that won't be the difference come Stanley Cup playoff time with two monster clubs right now in the Central that feel like they've made themselves significantly better today.
And I want to make myself clear. It's not over. The season's not over. This team's still very good.
No.
Like I don't want to, I know I came on super negative. I want to be very clear. This team can still go on a run. They can still make the Western Conference Finals. I think they can still compete with Dallas and Colorado even after the moves here. But I think trading a first round pick for Scott Laughton, who's under contract this year and next year, would have been better than keeping it. For the reason I outlined earlier, like Scott Laughton is at least a fourth line center who's going to have an impact, and he's under contract for this year and next. He's not a pending UFA. I think that's a better use of that draft pick than keeping it, drafting a player in the mid-20s who is a coin flip to make the NHL in the first place, a late 20s draft pick. And if they do, it's going to be 2028, and Connor Hrabchak is going to be, that much older and on the decline. Same with your top line center and Mark Scheifele. I was shocked that they held that pick. I said a week ago I'd be shocked if they held it, and I'm even more shocked than I think I would have thought I would have been that they did hold on to it. Because, yeah, I mean, I think a first for Scott Laughton, who at least would have had an impact in a position where the Jets needed to address, which is center. Is he better than Vladislav Namestnikov? Probably not. He's probably would have come in and been the fourth line center. He's going to be the Leafs' third line center. Having him here for the next 2 years, I think would have been a better use of that draft pick than keeping it.
Yeah, well, that I'm just going back to that deal, and I don't know anything about Nikita Grabenkin,
fifth round pick,
but it was a conditional 2027 first round pick. Maybe that has something to do with it too. I mean, this year's draft maybe not thought to be as strong as the next couple. For Laughton, and then the Leafs get a fourth rounder in 25 and a sixth rounder in 27. But Philly also retained 50% of Laughton's salary, which would not have been an issue for the Winnipeg Jets. And I mean, maybe the fact that they were able to keep some of the salary and get a greater return for Toronto was part of the reason why that deal was made. I guess we'll never know. Now, Kevin Cheveldayoff, Remis, he's speaking later on today, like they're going to travel to Philadelphia, and I imagine probably shortly before the game. Like, we're not going to be hearing from him today during the show.
Yeah, I don't think so. And there's actually a lot of media, like local media there. John Liu's there, Rennie's there, Murat, and Ken. And so Scott Arniel is going to speak pregame. Tanev will be speaking pre or post if he gets in the lineup. Chevy is unknown. They're leaving Philly, and Luke Schenn, he's in Vegas, so they're gonna give him time to.
Ken said that Schenn's gonna meet the team in Winnipeg. So he'll presumably get here on the weekend or Sunday, meet the team on Monday, and presumably be in the lineup for his first game against the Rangers on Tuesday night. When New York gets here, and then oh my God, next Friday, Dallas is in town. Friday night game, Dallas Stars.
Could you imagine the Jets lose 5-1?
No,
could you?
Could
you imagine?
That's a week away.
No, the freak out.
Can you imagine if they win 5-1?
Yes, I could. They've beaten Dallas already this year, but given what happened today, if they lose big, Oh boy.
Well, the thing is, those head-to-head matchups, there's 2 more head-to-head matchups.
Yeah.
There's this
Dallas
one
is
and
right
then
there.
April 10th in Texas. And those games are going to be incredibly crucial when it comes to the race for the Central Division. And listen, the Jets just need to focus in on the job at hand, and that is going against the New Jersey Devils tonight, and then the Carolina Hurricanes, who I think we'd say, obviously for the time being, that's another. I mean, they got into such a weird situation with this Rantanen trade in the first place that then felt that they needed to make a move and actually send him to Dallas. I mean, long term, might they be better with a guy like Stankoven and 2 first-round picks? Maybe. But it was quite surprising that Carolina didn't do anything with those other picks, because I think they've all year long have thought that they have been a team that is ready to take that next step. They've won a couple rounds for a number of years and then got smashed in the conference finals. The expectations was that they were going to be a team that could go to the Cup. And, certainly in some people's eyes, like Winnipeg, although the Jets didn't get worse today, what happened was other teams got significantly better, and you wonder whether they got past. There's absolutely no argument that, with all due respect to Logan Stankoven, the 2 first-round picks are nice. They're not helping you when you take the ice this week. So maybe the Jets can jump on Colorado or Carolina coming up in that game on Sunday.
Here, did you see this Brad Marchand, what the speculated return is?
No, that's the other thing that we've been waiting for.
Okay, this is what it is. Hold on, where I just had it. I just want to make sure that it's right, because it is very underwhelming. I think it's a conditional 2nd round pick. Wait, let me just double check. Yes. Okay, so John Butragosh says a 2nd round pick, it's a conditional first for Marchand. He says a 2nd in 2027 that turns into a 1st in 2028 if conditions are met. So they just gave him away for a 2nd round pick. Marchand, their captain.
I wonder what the conditions is. Either he re-signs there or maybe if they win the Cup. That's often one. You'll be more than happy to pay the price if you end up winning the championship.
Crazy that they would just give him away. Their captain, he's been there forever for so little. I mean, Bruins, who I think I DM'd Tuukka Rask. I guess he's doing some commentary for the Bruins broadcast. Joe McDonald reporting Tuukka Rask on the Marchand trade. I have no comment, really. Good for him. Hope they win it. And I don't know. It seems weird. Boston been on top for so long, had that great season. And, they signed big free. That's a team that signed big free agents, Hassan Zadorov and Elias Lindholm. And here they are just like giving away guys at the trade deadline. Coach got fired. I don't know maybe because we're in the West, we haven't really talked about what a miserable season it is for the Bruins after a historic season a couple years ago and getting bounced in the 1st round.
By the Panthers. Team that Brad Marchand just got traded to.
Yes, the team that Brad Marchand got traded to. And then,
I'm looking at Marchand's contract, and I'm not sure whether he had trade protection.
I think I saw 8-team. He's in year 8 of 8.
Yeah.
So he has an 8-team no trade list.
Okay. Listen, I think kind of like Ryan O'Reilly's situation in Nashville, I'm pretty sure Boston wouldn't have done anything without him going on. But, I mean, even at 36 years old and injured, I think we should remember that as well. I mean, he is out right now with what's believed to be in concussion and has a concussion history. So, what and if he's going to be able to play, I guess, remains it up. But I'm with you, Remis. I mean, Brad Marchand is a guy that, can be a difference maker in the playoffs, even still right now. And it seems like Florida got him for pennies on the dollar for a 2nd round pick. I mean,
Brandon Tanev price.
I was just about to say, like Luke Schenn got more. Brandon Tanev.
Brad Marchand.
So
what?
More good bit of business for the team in Florida. One thing that I think we definitely see is the uncompetitive balance of the league. We've talked about all the no trades, but the best example of this is when it comes to state tax and just how much the Florida, the Nevada, the Tennessee, and the Texas teams have as opposed to their rivals, in the fact that Mikko Rantanen had been asking in excess of $14 million a year and ended up signing a deal with the Dallas Stars for $12 million a year, knowing that there is no state tax and will probably take much more of that home. Such is the world that we live in and the way that we have to deal with it now. All teams moving forward, but it is the scenario that makes it a lot more difficult for teams in certain markets. I think Winnipeg would certainly be near the top of the list of one of those, to get top players and certainly to sign top players. But pretty wild run for the Dallas Stars, who now, I'm just gonna pull this up. This is what Dallas's lineup is looking like right now, knowing that Mikko Rantanen is now in the mix. So your top line is probably Jason Robertson, Roope Hintz, and Mikko Rantanen. And Matt Duchene, Granlund, Mason Marchment. You've got Wyatt Johnson, who just signed his extension today, with Dadonov and Jamie Benn. And Maverick Bourque, Sam Steele, Oscar back right now, the fourth line. I'm just looking to see how many players are out right now. Tyler Seguin, of course, is out. And then they're expecting Miro Heiskanen back at some point, as well as Nils Lundqvist. So that's the way the Dallas Stars look, which is certainly more intimidating than it was before, and they were already the number 2 team in the West. The Avalanche, for their part, Nathan McKinnon, Marty Nakash, and Arturi Lehkonen. The second line now presumably is Nikushkin, Brock Nelson, and Jonathan Drouin. Charlie Coyle comes in for Casey Middlestat to hold down that third line, along with Ross Colton and Kiviranta. And that moves Jack Drury, who had been playing 3C for Colorado, presumably into the fourth line role, with Miles Wood, who was a pain in the ass in the first round last year against the Winnipeg Jets, and Logan O'Connor. And they're still awaiting Josh Manson to potentially come back. He's been day-to-day, and of course, Nakash is there right now. So I will just say this, as much as it does feel a little underwhelming and disappointing the Jets weren't able to do more. What magnifies it all is the fact that the Dallas Stars and Colorado Avalanche, they swung and didn't miss. And it is going to be a fascinating run to the playoffs and first 2 rounds to see who actually survives the Central Division once we get to April and May.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in. I know people always see people in chat pissed off about no trade clauses, say they shouldn't be a thing, all that. I'm not here for that, Huss. I mean, players need some stability themselves. You can only give no trade clauses to guys, but they have to be in the league for like 7, 8 years.
Well, that being said, then don't whine and complain that there's never any big or significant trades. I mean, the reason why the NBA is what it is because there's basically no trades given in the league, and guys just get added in, and we see all these blockbusters. Heard a couple players saying, they'd like to see more stuff like Luka Doncic. Well, if that's the case, then change the CBA and have it be fair game for everybody to make moves. It'll be a hell of a lot more interesting. It'll be more fun for fans. But you can't have it both ways. And right now it's heavily weighted towards, player movement basically being in control of most of the players. And unfortunately for people like us in Winnipeg, that sucks.
I mean, you can still trade. There's still, again, we had Dave Poulin on. He's like, guys, anyone under 27 doesn't have a no trade clause or in the early. So you can trade for those guys. And I think the Rantanen trade from before was a massive trade. And I thought it was the one for Stankoven today. That was a massive deal. We had Tkachuk for Huberdeau. That was a giant trade. So to say that we don't have giant trades in the NHL, I don't think that's accurate.
Nothing even remotely close to the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't possibly compare. I mean, put it this way: the Rantanen Nakash deal was the biggest in-season trade in 20 years in the National Hockey League. That happens multiple times a year in the NBA. I'm just saying. I mean, the NFL is very different. I mean, in that they don't have very many deals just because of the fact that the contracts aren't guaranteed. Usually they'll, work it around, and often it's just for draft picks, but you don't awfully see it. Here, by the way, here's a good comment from one of our members, Bart Oman. What's up, Bart? Huss, you said that about Nashville back in free agency. We did raise the banner, the offseason champions. They didn't miss. And where are they? They're in the draft lottery right now. Hey, by all means, this doesn't guarantee really anything other than it's impossible not to look at both of those teams today and say they did an unbelievable job of making themselves as good as they possibly can be for the upcoming playoffs. No one's guaranteed to win a damn thing come playoff time. I mean, you have to go out and do it on the ice. But I mean, if we are going to raise a banner for trade deadline champions, I don't know whether it's Colorado or it's Dallas, but the winner is going to be in the Central Division. I think we can safely say that. Although a team like Tampa loaded up, I love what they did. Again, paid a huge price to do it, but they felt it was worthwhile. And, I don't know whether, I certainly know the Jets were willing to give a first-round pick to trade some of the prospects. But there is, in any negotiation of any sort, there has to be a point where you say, we can't do that. And maybe there was a couple players that were off limits and they weren't doing it, or they just didn't see a player that was worth giving up what they were asked to give up to acquire him. I mean, we will never know. And the McCann, I can't remember who brought up McCann originally. We were talking about it on the program earlier on, back when the deadline was on. To get him in with 2 more years. And I think it was Jacob maybe that was saying, well, you've got a couple first-round picks, throw those to Seattle. 2 first-round picks on Logan Stankoven got the Dallas Stars Mikko Rantanen on an extension. So again, there is an element of overpaying, and there's an element of just being insane. And you got to trust the people that are making those decisions moving forward. But we'll see how things shake out come playoff time, because that's when we'll really determine it. But first things first, this team needs to finish the job. They put themselves in a great position to win the Central Division, and nothing will be more beneficial to their playoff hopes than being in that number 1 spot, getting a wild card team in the first round, and then letting these 2 teams that are, maybe we'll call them deadline champions, and one of them will be a massive failure at the end of the first round if they're out because they lost to the other team that was able to raise the banner. And then hopefully the Jets can raise a Central Division banner and move on to the Western Conference Finals at the expense of one of those in round 2.
There you go. Yeah, I will say, if you're looking for maybe a glimmer of hope here, hopefully Mikko Rantanen looks the same in a Dallas Stars jersey than he did in a Carolina Hurricanes jersey. He was dynamite with the Colorado Avalanche. He was 5th in the league in goals or something, and big playoff performer the year that they won the cup. But with Carolina, he was struggling. I think he only had 2 goals in his 8 games or whatever with the Canes. So maybe it was a chemistry fit. Maybe he was great with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar on the ice, but away from those guys, maybe he's not a $12 million player, right? And you and Jeff got into the debate of Ehlers versus Rantanen and the chemistry here, and chemistry matters. And I'm not making excuses. I made my thoughts very clear on the Jets trade deadline acquisitions, or lack thereof, with the first round pick, but it might not work for Mikko Rantanen, and he's signed for the next 8 years. So Dallas has time to make it work, but in these next 20 games and into the playoffs, he might not gel instantly. He might need an offseason to get with these players. And that's really that's the optimistic outlook. If you're going into a Jets versus Stars or Jets versus Avs second round series, these teams clearly improved, and the Jets did too, maybe not as much. But if the chemistry can stay intact, the power play can keep clicking, and Connor Hrabchak can win the Hart Trophy and be by far the best goalie in the league, the Jets have a shot against anyone in the playoffs, regardless of what they did today. So,
hey, speaking of that,
do I think they could have added more? Yes, but still an optimistic outlook on this team.
Speaking of the Hrabchak and the Hart Trophy, I did notice on the Coolbet lines yesterday when I was looking at the futures, after a couple of these deals, where it was around midnight, Hart Trophy odds right now, and I'm not sure if they're up right now, but Draisaitl is minus 115, Hrabchak is down to even money, and McKinnon has faded to plus 650. Now, I think he had 5 points last night, so maybe that will change things a little bit. Although one game against a Sharks team that's given everyone up, I'm not really sure should tilt the balance of power in the MVP. But Hrabchak certainly is right there. Getting some nice super chats. T. Konopali, WST legend. Marchand plays for Team Canada, yet has a no-trade list to 8 teams, probably the 7 Canadian teams. Patriotic for sure. My ass. These prima donnas. LOL. That's some vintage T. Konopali. T. Will, strap on your helmet. It's going to be a ride from here on out. Thanks a lot, T. Will. Appreciate you, buddy. And shout out to T Winnipeg 204, just gifted 5 Winnipeg Sports Talk memberships and is now a supporter as well of WST. Much appreciated today. Hey, one thing I should mention one more time. This is, we are into overtime for our run for the Fund a Need campaign for our friends at the Health Sciences Center Foundation, looking to help raise funds for the new emergency room equipment. We talked to Andrea yesterday from the HSC Foundation. It's been a great run. The auction went amazing. But if you can, the link is in the description. And Remo, maybe if you can, just one more time, throw it into the chat for people that are with us. If you are able to donate, it is greatly appreciated. Any donation to $25 or more, you'll get a tax receipt for it, and you'll be entered in a draw for an autographed jersey from the Winnipeg Jets, which we'll raffle off at some point next week and let you know who the winner is. But listen, we know how important the HSC is to Winnipeg. I can certainly tell you. You can probably read that link of my story and my time there of how important it is. It is the most important hospital in the city and in the province of Manitoba. We know the stresses on that emergency room, and this new equipment will help to improve healthcare for Manitobans, which at the end of the day helps everybody. So thanks to everyone that's donated already. And as we push into OT, if you are able to, please make a donation today. And if you do, you'll be eligible to get in for that draw for the Jet jersey autograph by the team. Spency's in. Choo choo. Get on the hype train. Go Jets. And as I said, people asking, is Chevy at the lake already? No, Chevy is on his way to New Jersey right now, Doug Phil. And as he said, most of the we'll hear from Cheveldayoff later on. Scott O'Neill's going to speak before the game. And I'm sure we'll hear from a few players, but it's back to work right now. 2 points on the table tonight against the New Jersey Devils. And these points just seem a little more important now, with that lead getting a little smaller after the past week. And the Dallas Stars getting Mikko Rantanen and Brock Nelson. There's Murata Tesh shortly. So in the next little bit, the assembled media will talk to Arnie. He'll focus in on tonight's game. And then we'll hear from Kevin Cheveldayoff a little later on for how he sees it. I mean, listen, I don't think he's going to get into what they were trying to do or what they were unable to do. But I think we all know that probably the plan wasn't to only come away with Tanev and Schenn and still have their first round pick going forward. Ben Howard just pop in. Remove PST. Thanks for the super chat. Remove PST for players in the peg so we can stop getting the leftovers. I'm not sure removing the PST is going to be the difference maker to do it. There's no state tax at all in in Texas and in Florida and in Nevada and in Tennessee, and you can see the way that that's really benefited players and teams like the Preds and the Knights and the Dallas Stars, and of course both Tampa and in Florida. Now, hey, again, we're like 1,000 people as we've been pretty much all day. Welcome to everyone that is new. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Make sure you've hit the subscribe button to make sure you're eligible to win the marble race. But at the end of, would it be one of the longest shows of all time, approaching 5 hours on WST, it is not officially the weekend until we do the world famous WST marble race, which is coming up right now. Now, everyone that put in ! marbles in the chat, you're going to get a marble. We'll roll them through, and whoever wins will have a WST hoodie that you can only get by winning the marble race. It is very, very exclusive. So we can make that happen pretty much soon. Reem, are you ready to get going with that?
Yeah, and we got a new song here. Shout out to Tristan and Candace for putting this one, a special song for today, the trade deadline day. It is also our 4th anniversary. That's tomorrow, and we had the 1000th show earlier this week. So big week for us here at Winnipeg Sports Talk.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, shout out to Derek Schmidt, who just gifted 5 Winnipeg Sports Talk memberships to other people in the chat. Jennifer B got one. Great to see Jen, by the way. Met her last night at Boston Pizza. It was great to finally put a name to a face after all these tweets over the years. So listen, what a gift. 1,000 shows on Wednesday, the official 4th anniversary tomorrow when we don't have a show. And a 5-hour trade deadline extravaganza today before the Marbles. And I can't wait to hear this. A brand new special intro for Marbles on Winnipeg Sports Talk from the one and only Tristan Rivers Music and Candace with the video. Let's go.
It's Friday, another year of sports gone by. Listen, celebrate, maybe a birthday, take over by the ride. Dream the whole day long, treat deadline midnight. All the coverage done now, some fun, you find out to try. No one's still celebrating best to worst. It's just like marbles with the punctuation first. Don't spare, but you will suffer all that pain. Get to your mark before it's too late. Let's go.
Oh my God, that was amazing. A special anniversary Beatles edition of the Marbles intro from Tristan and Candace Ream. That that was incredible. And I love the props in the chat that Tristan and Candace were doing. It looked amazing. We even had the Beatles font in there. And again, the brain of Tristan putting together the special lyrics for the anniversary, the big 1,000th show, the trade deadline today. Nobody does it better. We're so lucky to have them as part of the always growing Winnipeg Sports Talk community. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure to follow us on our socials as well. If you just found us today, in addition to subscribing to the channel, we're here every Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. Central normally. Started early today, obviously, because of the trade deadline. At Sports Talk WPG, you'll find all the links in the description of the video. And wow, we're over 600 likes too today. If you haven't hit that thumbs up already, why don't you do that as well? All right, Reem, where are we going today for the finale of the trade deadline extravaganza?
Yeah, let me just get all these names in. And I will say, just quickly giving away a pair of tickets to the Moose game Sunday, winnipegsportstalk.com/contest. And we got a brand new newsletter. Sign up for that, get notified on any updates with events, different shows, great segments. So pretty awesome. If everyone could sign up for that. You mentioned social media as well. Instagram, we're closing in, I think, closing on 6K followers on Instagram. So growing there. We've posted some cool videos. The last bit, we got 397 entries into the marble race.
Whoa.
I'll throw in Hustler, all caps. I'll throw in Luke Schenn and Brandon Tanev.
Yeah.
So now we got 400.
Okay, this is the biggest race of all time. Now, what track are we going to do? Because I think we need to do one that doesn't have a ton of eliminations. Because some of these tracks, when you have a ton of marbles, it gets crazy and everyone gets dumped out. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that one, Reem.
Yeah, I was just looking at something like Rusty Remnant from one of the OG ones, not one of the fancy.
People are saying Temple of Steve.
Well, that has the crazy ending. If people want
that's
that.
right. Yeah, that does have the ending where you might get it, but you might be on the wrong side and not get it into the bin.
I don't mind those because I feel like I like the ones where it's anyone's game rather than like someone. I don't like when someone takes the lead and holds it. I like lead changes.
Yeah. I was gonna say the funnel, but the funnel is one where the start's so important. It's kind of tough to make up. So
I'm okay.
I'm good. I'm good with whatever you choose.
I'm okay with it. People saying Temple of Steve.
There was a couple. Spency.
I don't know. We do have so many super chats. There were a bunch throughout the show. Kelsey Walsh, you said Stan Scott, Corey Ash had one. Jennifer B.
Thanks, Jen.
He had one. Norm G says happy anniversary. He'll be here for the Ranger game. Rob Kane had some gifteds. Nightfall Productions in there. Rat River Rebel, Darth Skater, Joey Panku, T-Well. So shout out to everyone who had the super chats today, and we had so many on our 1000th show.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, just thanks to everyone for this has been just an amazing week, and again, a huge thanks to our sponsors that make the show happen and support us so well through 4 years since our first show on March 8th of 2021. Very important announcement from Gregory in chat. Again, all caps, hashtag spring forward. Make sure you set your clocks ahead 1 hour to observe all caps daylight savings time. Yeah, Connor, that's going to be, you guys are going to be up a little earlier than normal for that 9 a.m. start on WST Sunday Live with the daylight savings time. Thank God Gregory was in the chat to make sure all of us, but most importantly, you knew, because that'll be a big show on Sunday at 9 a.m. along with Liz and Jacob Stoller, who joined us earlier today.
Yeah, and we can't be starting an hour late because the Jets play at 4:00 in the afternoon that day against Carolina on the road. So big show. Our full takeaways from the trade deadline will include some of Shovel Dayoff's comments from when he speaks later today, if that video gets posted by the Jets or anything like that. And then, of course, we will talk about the game tonight because the Winnipeg Jets are still playing hockey, going for their second straight win tonight. And then we'll preview the Carolina game on Sunday as well. So lots to talk about. See everyone Sunday at 9.
Gotta get these wins and stay on top of the Central and the West after what's happened today. Hey, speaking of Sunday, one more reminder. What a busy day. 9 a.m. WST Sunday Live in the afternoon. Is it a 3 or 4 o'clock game? I can't remember, but it's like mid to late afternoon. And then 8 p.m., our first ever Sunday edition of the Lock Shop WST Edmonton Sports Talk Poker Tourney. So if you played with us before, you know how to enter. If you haven't, go to coolbet.com, click on poker, and download the poker app or the poker software. And then you'll go into poker, click on tournaments, and just search. There's a little magnifying glass. If you click on that and search lock, it'll take you to Lock Shop. Pop in there. It's a $30 entry. Basically, it works out to 29 something, 20 euros basically is how they do it, but it's just under $30. And if you take out me, Michael Remis, Dustin Nielsen, or Tom Gazzola, there's a $100 bounty on all of our heads. So good luck that. I did finish second. Randy D, aka Randy River, if you're in chat, I am coming for you after you spoiled my run at a championship last time. And Remis is looking to get back on top after being second in the first ever tournament, but having some underwhelming results over the final few. So maybe this will be your turn to get back on top, Reem.
Yeah, it's been really sad. I peaked too early in my poker career. You know, just like how the Jets have to navigate no trade clauses, I have to navigate this bounty with everyone coming after me in poker. It's tough.
All right, well, let's do it. It's time for marbles. Been a great 5-hour show. Again, thanks to everyone that jumped on. Billeck, Drew, Mike, Ken, Connor, obviously, all day long. Tammer, of course.
Yeah, Jacob.
Jacob Stoller.
Yeah.
God, that seems like so long ago when we started this. We've gone through so many ups and downs through this entire day.
With Brandon?
With the deal. Rewucki, of course. A special shout out to Rewucki. I hope he's icing up. Steve Smith, ice up, son. My favorite. So we wish him well for for today. One other deal, by the way, that came through late. Eric Johnson's going back to the Avalanche. The Philadelphia Flyers traded him to Colorado for Giovanni Smith. And a couple other smaller deals. Adam Beckman going from the Islanders to the Devils for Dennis Cholowski on defense. So a couple of minor league deals at the end. But of course, Eric Johnson, some nice defensive depth of a guy that knows Colorado very well, and of course was a big part of their championship team. All right, Reem, let's do this.
Okay, I'm going with Rusty Remnant. I'm not doing Temple of Steel.
Okay. I don't remember the Rusty Remnant, but I trust it'll be a fun one. 400 marbles. This is the largest marble race of all time in WST history. By the way, Frank Saravelli has just said, okay, we've noticed that the neither Dallas nor Carolina had officially announced the Rantanen deal. It hadn't been processed, but the formal trade call has begun half an hour ago, and it is good. All right, here we go. So if you put in the chat, !marbles, you have a marble here. We are going to drop them all at once. This is the largest marble race of all time with 400 in there. Whoever wins will get a WST hoodie. And you know what? I'll even see if I can pop in a little GC from my pal Nick Ziff over at Nicolino's for that as well. But here we go. May the best marble win. It is the Rusty Remnant. Thanks to everyone that has been with us on what's been a record-breaking day numbers-wise for Winnipeg Sports Talk. We appreciate you all. Here we go. It's not the weekend until the marbles are dropped on WST, and that time is now. All right, the Rusty Remnant, 400 in the queue. And who is coming out first? This is really, we see Cody in the mix. I saw.
It's so many.
Yeah, there's so many, and I guess, and it's pixelating it a little bit for me because we just had a couple. Looks like Ben Howard. Ben Howard with some good mojo from that very nice super chat that he made earlier has had a nice start. Mary Jane, one of the queens of the WST community, always so positive on everything. That would be a great sign, actually. If Mary Jane won the marble race today, I think that would be a great reminder for all of us to be positive. We have a first place hockey team right now. We've got a 6-point lead in the division. And look at this. Mary Jane is in first. Will Mary Jane get out of the orb first, or will other people join her in the chat? It does look like Mary Jane is first out. Here we go. Who can catch Mary Jane? As I say, I'll be honest. I'm pulling for Mary Jane to win this. I think the vibes of a Mary Jane win, who is certainly one of the most positive people in our community, would be something that would be big. Although, unfortunately, much like the Avalanche and the Stars, Mary Jane just hit a roadblock. And now it is Ben Howard who is in first place right now. Who's that? Brad Paul's in second, Reem?
Paul Carr in second.
Oh, Paul Carr. Wow. Paul Carr. Paul has often been a contender up.
Oh, there's some pegs in there. They got all getting stuck.
Yeah, this is the old Rusty Remnant. It's not easy to take it smooth, but Ben Howard up in the mix. Paul Carr is there. Who else do we have?
Rick Buck in first.
Rick with a big move into first place right now. Mary Jane's still top 10. Oh, but Rick Buck absolutely nailed that last obstacle and is in a great spot right now going into this corkscrew before heading into another obstacle-filled run before we get to the bottom. It's Rick Buck in first place. Who is that? Who just passed him?
BMCB is in there. There's all these pegs. They're coming up and blocking everyone.
All right, I see. Mary Jane's battled back. Mary Jane is there in second place right now. BMCB is in first place. Will he make it in? Yes. Wow, what a race. The biggest race of all time in WST history. Just pulling up here. Oh, I was in the mix. Look at this. So BMCB, the winner. Spirit Man, number 2. Rick Buck, 3rd place. Mary Jane in 4th. Scardy, not Sklardy, Scardy, number 5. The Gitch, Sean Lishka, former winner, just picked up his hoodie actually last week when he was in town. 6th place. Pretty and Pionk, 7th. Tyson Ducharme, part of the Transcona WST contingent, gets 8th. S. Knack in 9th. And Michael Pruden, 10th. Oh, geez. Colin Fast just bit it. So did Royal Sports Payable. And everyone else comes in. All right, let's see the final list. There was our top 10. Chuckster, Red River Level. Isha Boy Bruce, Candace Jane with the nice one. Oh, Hustler, hold on a sec, Remis. What was I?
27th.
27th. Not too bad. I will take it. That should win my weekly bet with the fellas. Paul Carr ended up finishing there. You can keep going. There's Les. There's Jamie Stevenson. And again, you can always go back to see Brandon Tanev, top 50 performance. Nicely done for Tanev. Welcome back to Winnipeg. There's the Yak Man. Amanda, not bad. 60th in a 400-person race. If you got in the top 100, you're a top 25 percentile. Very nicely done. Robert Richmond. Wayne Bretsky. What up, Wayne? Andrew Haleko. There's Eagle Eyes. We got Transcona Logan in today. Atomic. There's Turd Ferguson, a regular. Blue Steel Kenny. I wonder if that's Ken Weeb's name when he joins us, when he jumps in on the road. There's Royal Sports. You can jump to Royal as soon as the numbers are laid out and get your Luke Schenn or a new Brandon Tanev with a new number jersey. Tristan Rivers Music in the mix. There's Wicked John, all caps. What's going on? Donnie Boy. Donnie, one of our faves. Mike Cochran, Winnipeg. Randy D. Randy, we'll see you Sunday night at the poker tourney. Again, 8 p.m., gang. Go to CoolBet. Click on poker, download it, and join us. Pay attention to our socials as well if you need more instructions or anything on that. We see Charlie Defoe, Song of Dark. We're now into the final 100. It'll be interesting to see how many people got eliminated today.
341, Luke Schenn.
341, nicely done, Luke. Welcome to the Peg. So 355, so 45 of you were not able to make it. Derek McGorn got top roped. I saw Colin Fast, Royal Sports Payable, Wilf's World, Gene Okerlund, and Schrute Farms. Wow, amazing race. Great choice on the track today, Reem. I thought that was a perfect one. Not too many eliminations, some nice lead changes, and in the end, it's BMCB. So BMCB, nice work. Fire us an email, winnipegsportstalk@gmail.com. Let us know what hoodie size you are, and you can I'll hit you up, and you can pop by and pick one up at some point, maybe at some point next week. All right, let's get back to this 3-shot for a minute, just to wrap it all. Scardy as well. Yes, Mary Jane is a beacon of light in a dark time, and a great performance today. Connor, I'll start off with you. I know we kind of all had our final thoughts about the deadline, but just a quick thought on tonight's game, and give a quick plug for the big show Sunday morning, where we'll get ready for another big one to finish up this road trip against the Hurricanes. And of course, you, Jacob, and Liz breaking down what didn't happen at the deadline.
Yeah, for sure. Sunday's going to be super fun. Join us right here on this YouTube channel at 9 a.m. WST Sunday Live. Be breaking down the trade deadline and breaking down tonight's game. It's not often. The Jets have done it now. This is the second time I think they'll do it. They'll go Comrie on night 1 and then Hellebuck on night 2 of the back-to-back. I believe the Jets are 1-5 on the second night of back-to-backs. So they've struggled in that spot. Every team struggles in that spot. It'll be interesting to see how they play tonight, especially New Jersey with no Jack Hughes, no Dougie Hamilton, I believe. So some big losses for New Jersey. Jets on the second night of a back-to-back. The power play is red hot. I'm intrigued by this game tonight. And then if Brandon Tanev plays, who I believe it was Murat Atesh from The Athletic tweeted out that Scott O'Neill said he's a possibility to play tonight. He just arrived with the team 2 hours before puck drop. So if Brandon Tanev plays, should be some intriguing stuff tonight. And we'll have you all covered Sunday morning on WST Sunday Live.
Good stuff, Connor. Thanks so much for hanging around. And obviously, really looking forward to what you and the gang have cooking on Sunday. And I'm sure we'll talk to you next week on the program. Remo, killer job as always. This is probably the most challenging and difficult show to navigate. The most guests. We're going 2 box. We're going 3 box. We got people coming in. You got to pay attention to what's happening. You got to drop the trade sounder, which we did get a couple times live. Maybe not as much as we had hoped for today, but it worked out great. An awesome job today. But to you, partner, how about that? 4 years in the books and now 1,002 shows doing this for sports fans here in Winnipeg.
Crazy. Yeah, I had to leave once or twice to pee. I very quickly made a sandwich. I was so hungry one point of the show. But yeah, we're at 5 hours and 7 minutes. I feel like I could go longer. This has been fun just sitting here, hanging out, reacting. Speaking of Murat, he is in New Jersey. He said Scott O'Neill did allow himself some excitement over Brock Nelson as a possibility, imagining his lines and whatnot, but ultimately likes the guys Winnipeg brought in. Quote, "It's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I like our group. I really do." Adding, Brandon Tanev might play tonight. Murat saying, that's not a real update, but O'Neill says it's still a maybe. If he'll plays, he'll likely start on the 4th line. No word on the number that he's going to wear, or Luke Schenn. They're still not on the Jets website. The Jets PR hasn't put anything out, so I don't know what Tanev is going to rock for the Jets. Very curious. How about the one person who did cash in on all this is Jack Ralsovik. Got a Rolex to give Ranton in 96, and now he just gets back. Just loaned out that number for a week. So good for Jack Ralsovik. I wonder if he does
move back. Does he move back to 96? That'd be actually hilarious if he did. Thanks for coming out, Miko. I'll always think about you when I look to see what time it is.
Yes, exactly.
Do you guys want to take a guess? Do you guys want to take a guess right now? Let's just quickly, our final act of the show. Let's guess what numbers these guys are going to be wearing.
Oh man.
2 is taken for Schenn. 13 is taken for Brandon Tanev. Tanev would look weird with 31 as his number.
That's a goalie number.
That's not really a number that you would normally see taken. I'm gonna guess for Tanev. We'll do a draft here. I'll go first and we'll go back and forth. I'll get the first pick. You can pick either one of the players. Remis, you're gonna be last, so you'll pick both numbers. The team, let's see, do we have the numbers on the roster here on the Jets website? Yes, we do. All right. I can't do that. I forgot. Ville Heinola is number 14.
Mm-hmm.
So Tanev can't have 14.
He wore I see Wiebe reports he did wear 26 with the Moose.
Okay.
Wonder if he goes with that.
That was Wheeler's number. You could get a lot of new name bar action on that.
Oh.
You know what? For Tanev, I will guess, I'll say 12. Close to 13. It's not going to be 14. I don't know whether the team will ever give out 15 again for Matt Hendricks.
Kupari's 15.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make a Hendricks joke. Oh, by the way, we should play that clip before we're done. Let's finish this. Folks, if you're still with us, our final act of the trade deadline show to wrap will be to play this clip when the Jets acquired Matt Hendricks a few years ago. But anyways, I'm writing this down. I'm going with Tanev 12 for Huss. Connor, pick.
Are these Price is Right rules? If you're over, you're out, or is it just closest?
No, it's just if you're right, you're right, and if you're wrong, you're wrong.
I was going to say $1, but I'll take 11. I don't know. You took 12. I kind of like him staying in the
I think
early
11's
teens
off
range.
the books because of Rick Rippon. No one's ever worn it.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thompson did briefly for a year. He got permission.
Yeah.
Oh, Nate did. Yeah. I put it this way. I think 11.
No one's wearing it.
Don't bother with
I'll
11.
take 26. I'll take 26.
Okay,
Remis with
so
the,
Connor.
whoever in chat with the.
I'm
with the good
enjoying
call.
some of these suggestions. People want, man, imagine if Tanev rocked 69. There's not a long list of guys that could do it. I don't think that would be they would do that. Waiter says number 0 for Tanev. Man, if he had some crazy number like that. Although isn't Mickey Moose 00?
Mickey Moose
Right,
is
so
double
that's
zero,
off the
so
board.
we
He
just
can't-
give him the
he
single O.
You can't have that.
So
He
Remis,
did
you
wear-
get to pick. You can pick Tanev any number other than 12 or 26, and then you get the first choice on a Luke Schenn number.
Schenn 52. He wore that for a year. Tanev. Is Toninato still 21? He wore 22 in college.
Yeah, Toninado's still 21. I mean, he might get called up.
How about 3 for Tanev? Let's go 3. How crazy would that be?
3 for Tanev?
Forward, he can't be 13. He can't be 1. Give him number 3. I'll take 3. How crazy would that be? He'd be like Rutger, a forward with single digit low number.
Hey, listen, I'm here for it. And then and then what's your pick for Schenn?
52 for Schenn. Yeah.
Schenn is 52. Okay, Connor, what's your guess for Schenn?
I like 52. Although Coughlin, does that matter? I guess not. He's on the Moose now.
52. He's with the Moose.
Good call.
But he's on the
good
Moose
call.
now.
You got to pick a different one. No, good, but he might be a call up. They probably aren't going to give.
Yeah.
No, they won't give it to him. 42?
42?
42.
Sure.
All right. There we go. Okay, what about you, Connor, for Schenn?
Can I take 25? 52 flipped?
Have we had a 25, or is that Thomas Steen?
Stasny was 25, and so was Brett.
Stasny was
So was
25. Yeah, sure.
Brett McLean was 25 for game 1.
Yeah,
of
okay,
Jets
so
2.0.
25 is fine.
25. I feel good about that one.
5 for Schenn.
Yeah, it's not. I like that one too.
And you know what? So I've got the final pick. Pionk is 4. You picked 3 already. I'm gonna go single digit. You know what? We got a big guy kind of replacing our old buddy Brendan Dillon. Let's go with 5 for Schenn.
I like that too. The Mark Stewart number.
Schenn number 5. So to recap the draft, I've got Tanev wearing 12, Remis and Schenn wearing 5. Connor has Tanev wearing 26 and Schenn wearing 25. Remis has Tanev wearing 3 and Schenn wearing 42.
Off the board.
I'll stand with it.
Off the board as well. All right, Kate, do you have this clip? This is funny.
I'll tee it up.
Okay,
Live
yes.
in 2019, you and I reacting to, I announced to you the Jets have made a trade. This was after they traded for Kevin Hayes. This was, I'll just play it. Here it is. Hold on. Where is it? Let me play it here. I thought this was a clap. I found it. I dug it up. Here.
Jamie Thomas from the Jets tweeted that TSN's reporting Matt Hendricks coming back to the Jets.
Sorry?
Matt Hendricks coming back to the Jets.
Okay. You're serious? It's not. Is there a blue check mark? Are we?
Yes. Yes.
That, of all the things I was expecting that the team would be loading up on today.
Sorry, Gord. Yeah, probably. Pierre LeBrun tweeting. Gord Miller says the Jets reacquire Matt Hendricks from Minnesota for a 7th round pick.
Wow, that's an interesting one.
Got to replace Brandon Lemieux in the lineup. Brandon Lemieux's grit.
Well, maybe.
Got to get Matt Hendricks'
At that point.
leadership good in the room. Come on. You saw how Edmonton fell apart after he left last year.
There. That was what a classic moment in Jets 2.0
and by the
history.
way, who was it that just dropped this in here? Because they nailed it. Yes, Wrench Doozer obviously was a listener back then of our TSN show, because it was later on as we processed that, I did coin him. He was coming in. It was the new director of morale, which was something that we definitely leaned on before. And yes, that was the broken room year where they needed Matt Hendricks to come in and just be a great room guy to hopefully have these guys not want to kill each other as they went into the playoffs. And we all remember what happened. That was the St. Louis series, and that was the year that the Blues ended up going on to win the Stanley Cup. The Matt Hendricks ad. Oh my God, I laughed at that. I was in complete disbelief. But hey, looking back, knowing what we know about that team now that maybe we didn't, we were just seeing the signs of on the ice. I think that told us all we need to know. Luckily, the two guys coming in this year are not coming in to fix a broken room. They're coming into a great room. Hopefully they can help the team do great things through the rest of this regular season. And there's Brandon Tanev. Look at the hair. And ever since Kyle Connor cut his hair, we haven't had a good, real, legit hockey flow on this team. And Tanev is bringing it. The sticks are with him. Looking forward to seeing him. Man, I hope he plays tonight. That would be awesome. It would certainly give a nice little jump, and I'm sure the fellas are very happy to see Brandon Tanev back in the room. Well, guys, I know, Remis, you were lucky enough. You did get to go to the bathroom at one point and eat.
You didn't go?
I think I did at 11:50.
You left for like 10 minutes there.
Yeah, I did not eat, so that's on the list. I saw Derek Schmidt. Huss needs a generic lager. That is definitely something that I need to do. And then we'll fire it up and get ready to get going. We're an hour and 40 minutes away from puck drop on the day that never ends. Once again, WST Sunday Live with Connor, Jacob, Liss, Sunday morning, 9 a.m. Don't forget, Gregory will kill us if we don't remind you. It's daylight savings time, clocks ahead, and then 8 p.m. on Sunday night, the poker tourney with Winnipeg Sports Talk and Edmonton Sports Talk and the Lock Shop and our friends over at CoolBet. Thanks again to all the guests that joined us. Thanks again to a record-breaking number of folks with us live in the chat and here on YouTube all day. And of course, shout out to all the gang that joins us daily on the podcast. Appreciate your support. And again, tomorrow, our official 4th anniversary, 4 amazing years, 1,002 great shows. This is right up there with some of the best. And we move on. We know how the lines are drawn in the Central Division. It might got a little more challenging for the Winnipeg Jets with what happened in Dallas and Colorado. But let's see if this team can keep rolling and stay on top of never mind the Central Division standings, the National Hockey League standings. They'll be in New Jersey tonight. Puck drop just after 6 p.m. We will be back Monday at 1 o'clock to welcome the Jets home and welcome Luke Schenn to Winnipeg before the presumed debut of Luke Schenn on Tuesday as the Jets host the New York Rangers. Tonight it's Jersey. Sunday afternoon, it's Carolina. We'll be all over it on Monday. Have a great one. Thanks for joining us today, and have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you next week on Winnipeg Sports Talk to kick off year 5.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
Thanks for tuning in to Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube and your favorite podcast feed at winnipegsportstalk.com.